the holy of God given for the first time when descending to earth the love of the Father's soul. My beloved children, today, I come to you with deep love, and what I want to tell you today is my love that I can only express in part with the narrow and extremely limited language of the world. Indeed, no language, no words can fully express the love of the Father. My children, I am love. Love is the Father. My love flows endlessly, filling the stream in the universe, in all living things, in every corner of life. A father's love is expressed in favorable circumstances as well as in adverse circumstances, always flowing in every breath of the universe, in every cell that is stirring and vibrating in the soul of Tranjiang. It can be said that a father's love is expressed infinitely, and only you who have realized the truth can realize the presence of a father's love everywhere, at all times. My children, I love you boundlessly. A father's love is present in both goodness and evil, and in the cry mixed with the smile of Tranjiang. Father's love is the law of reincarnation, the law of cause and effect, the law of evolution of all living things. Because of love, children, I let you learn to evolve. Because of love, I let you learn to be a metal or stone, learn to be a plant, learn to be an animal, then learn to be a human following the natural evolutionary cycle. Because of love, I let you learn to be a deluded person, learn to be evil, learn to do evil, follow the development of the lower mind, follow the development of the ego. Then you fall into the deluded state, then drown in the sea of delusion, creating so much karma, having to pay the consequences, being stuffed with consequences, to reincarnate, past life with many ups and downs with low lessons to help you develop. The mortal self has been transformed and tasted all the sour, spicy, salty, bitter, sweet, and savory flavors in the evolutionary cycle of the ego. When you have fully experienced the taste of suffering, fully experienced the illusion of human life, fully experienced the temporary nature of the so-called happiness of Tranjiang, then you will enter a new stage, embarking on a journey to find liberation. In this journey you will encounter a conflict between the call of the mortal self and the call of the true self, and thus you will have the opportunity. Learn lessons about willpower, determination, courage, patience, love, and wisdom. Say the word compassion in short. You will learn compassion, which means learning to love. Learn wisdom, which means learning to cultivate wisdom. Learn to distinguish between good and evil. Learn courage, which means training the will to be liberated. You must thoroughly learn the three words compassion and wisdom by heart. The struggle between evil and goodness will help you have the opportunity to learn and develop those three words. Why does the struggle between evil and goodness help you progress? Why does the struggle between evil and goodness help you progress? The conflict between the ego and the true ego, between the real self and the ego, the ordinary person, helps you evolve, my children. You must know that the voice of the ego is the voice of the six senses and six dusts, the voice of evil and turbidity, the voice that urges you to act against your conscience, urges you to fight. Hatred, jealousy, greed, and anger urge you to only want benefits for yourself, even if it causes suffering to others, urges you to be lazy, bored, procrastinate, and unlucky. What is the voice of the true ego? The voice of the true ego is the voice that calls you to return to goodness. Goodness calls on you to live according to your conscience, urging you to love, forgive, sacrifice for others more than for yourself, doing things that bring joy and happiness to others, urging you to be diligent, energetic, and strive. In adversity, that is the voice of the true self. Children, the struggle between the true self and the mortal self is extremely fierce. People in the early stages of the development of the true self will be easily controlled. Because the mortal self is very easy to listen to the six senses and six objects to do many evil things, many things against conscience, the call of the true self at this stage will resound, weakly. Therefore people will struggle hopelessly with sin and evil. Therefore the ego wins, the true ego must lose. So people easily fall into sin and evil. Falling into evil is creating bad causes. Bad causes lead to unsweet fruit. Unsweet fruit means encountering bitterness, meeting spicy. Tasting the bitter taste of the tree means tasting the taste of suffering. Just like that, keep committing sins, keep creating sins, create so much karma, and then be stuffed with fruit and suffer. Silently drown in suffering until people develop fear of suffering. Do not dare to do anything to create bad karma so as not to taste the taste of suffering. Until then, and only then, will people accept and begin to listen more to the voice of the true self. The Dharma hero uses his will to gradually overcome the lowliness and sinfulness to free himself from the lowliness and sinfulness, and courageously leave the evil karma to step into the good karma. Just like that, you will continue to progress according to the development of the true self, until this development is complete. At that time you will be completely liberated from the vicious cycle of samsara. This is the time when the small soul has truly matured enough to overcome the prison of the five aggregates to merge with the great soul of the universe. The small ego blends with the great ego. The small wild spirit blends with the great wild spirit. My children, each of you must have the opportunity to experience the conflict between the true ego and the mortal ego. The more intense this conflict, the more valuable experiences you will have. The true ego will have the opportunity to learn to control the chaos of the mortal ego with a strong will. The mortal ego will groan painfully to resist the will of the true ego when it feels defeated. But why is there this painful groaning and resistance? Because, my children, the true ego demands that you love people for people. You must forget your ego. Ordinary people forget themselves. They force you to suffer and suffer. When you suffer and suffer, you feel disadvantaged and feel lost. Then your ego will roar. It will feel disadvantaged and feel it is being controlled by the true ego, so it will break through and cause you pain and suffering. Those are the times when you hear yourself feeling pain and suffering, when you have to sacrifice, when you have to suffer, when you have to live for others more than for yourself. My children, at that time you hear that pain and suffering. But what is this pain? What is this pain, my children? That is the struggle, the groaning and struggling of the ego when it sees itself defeated, subdued and controlled by the will of the true ego. My children, if you understand this kind of suffering, you will realize that it is not a truly negative suffering, but this suffering is very useful for you. This suffering is the seed of sublimation of thought, the driving force for the transcendence of spiritual life. It is the necessary steel that contributes to the training of heroic heart and bravery. Therefore, my children, this suffering is the suffering that comes from the sacrifice and loss of the true ego, is the seed of true liberation and happiness, my dear children. Father has just presented to you a simple and extremely general concept of the law of evolution of the universe, which specifically demonstrates part of Father's boundless and extremely vivid love, in the love that covers the vast and infinite universe with all the means to facilitate the evolutionary cycle of all living beings. Father's little soul has gone through many ups and downs, through many bitter sufferings, learned many precious experiences, and is grateful to you for the reunion between Father and you. You are the little soul, and the great soul of the universe will be moved, will be beautiful, will be glorious. How many hidden, beloved children of the Father! Father divides his soul into the little souls and separates them to let them go to school. Father lets them go, or Father lets you go to school. But in reality, it is Father who goes to school. So Father has all the spiritual and emotional states that Tranjiang has, my children. The bitterness, suffering, or joy is Father. The bitterness, suffering, or joy is just like that because Father vibrates according to the emotional vibrations of the mortal world, my children. Little souls, O Tranjiang, at this age of sorrow I am also shedding tears. Do you know that you are silently immersed in suffering to be filled with fruit to fall far away and struggle in Tranjiang's stream of tragedy? That is, I am going through those states of frustration. My dear children, I love you. How can I speak to those who have not yet escaped the veil of ignorance and ego, who are still in the process of realizing my Father's boundless love? They will oppose me with many harsh arguments, such as if I said, "Do you love me?" Quote, if there is still punishment, why do we still force people to suffer and drown in a sea of tears with tragedies filled with deep hatred, killing, full of cruelty, full of injustice? Where is the Father? Where is God? Why do we let war scream everywhere, while the human condition is so small, so lonely, so helpless? The human condition is always being trapped and threatened every minute and every second with the uncertainties of life. Where is God? Why don't you see the world is filled with blood and tears? The devil's forces are manipulating the world. Where is God? Where is Father? Is there a Father or not? Is there true love of God or not? My children, I am here, I am here, I am in you, I am in the middle of your hearts, I am in the heart of the universe, I am discussing everywhere in space and time in all things, my children. I am here, and I will answer you, answer those who do not understand me, answer those who blame me, so that they can deeply understand the boundless love for their beloved children, my children. Because I love you, I must have a punishment, which is to make my little soul take responsibility for all the consequences of its mistakes. I punish you, but it is to punish me. If you feel punished, I also feel that I am being punished. I let you suffer because you must suffer to absorb the meaning of suffering. You must be immersed in deep hatred, killing for a moment to be afraid and bored. Deep hatred, killing for a moment, and develop a heart of love, to love all things. My children, because the tragedy of war is nothing but a tragedy. Where does the tragedy of war come from? Is it not that it sprouts from the evil thoughts of humans, that is, of you? Is it not that it sprouts from the boundless ambitions, from the pride, from the jealousy, from the petty selfishness of you? Are those not only evil thoughts, are they not the rotten causes that have created the poisonous fruit of war, which is a war between each other? And then, my children, blood will be shed, tears will be shed, must be shed, until you are afraid and tired of that tragedy, to lay down your weapons and say goodbye to tearing each other, to look at each other, to see love for each other, to see fear of authority, and to join hands to live together as brothers. You say that violence is spreading, manipulating the world, spreading so much injustice, my children. Is it also the fruit that grows from the seeds of corruption in your hearts? But only then will there be an opportunity for you to learn. Only then will there be an opportunity for the souls, the little souls of my Father, to learn. So those tragedies are very necessary, and absolutely necessary. Aren't they, my children? Why is that? Because there must be beatings, there must be injustice. Only human beings long to seek justice. Only human beings long to seek the truth, my dear children. My Father's stream of love flows endlessly. How can I think it all? How can I say it all? Only when you reach the place of non-action can you understand my love. Only when you reach the place of non-action can you feel the presence of boundless love that is everywhere in the universe. So I am weary in waiting for the moment when you reach the place of non-action. I am weary in waiting for that beautiful and miraculous moment, the moment when you understand my love, the moment when my little souls break down the lowly shell of it to resonate in the general body, to join the strings, to lift the piano keys in harmony with the song of nothingness and the great ego, my children. Do you hear anything, my children? Please listen to my heart that is throbbing with longing. Do you hear anything? The treble of the great soul is vibrating, penetrating. V is ringing out, calling out passionately, reminding the little souls to miss their ancient roots. Come back to our old homeland, my beloved little souls. Oh, little souls, please tune the strings in harmony with the great hunger. Let's stop here with all our love for you, my children, but my love will still pouring out endless and endlessly, brushing in the universe. Excerpt from the session on June th of the lunar calendar Mao Go, at the Min-Duk Confucian Temple with the presence of the Golden Emperor, my children. At this time I should not have appeared, but when I saw the need I borrowed the robe of the mortal world to come to you. You should know the robe of the religion, but if your mind does not know the religion, it is really useless. When you wear the robe of the religion, you must act properly. You have cultivated the robe a lot, but how many of you have cultivated your mind? So this time I will borrow the robe of the mortal world to transform you. I will live as a mortal to guide you. Father will leave the world to teach you to destroy delusion and attachments, and go straight into your inner self to polish it and fix it so that it is always bright and beautiful. Most of you practice in a formal way, but you only care about cleaning the altar outside to make it solemn. But you forget to take care of the altar inside. How long have you been letting it burn out? The incense is cold, my children. The rules are outside, but you have to take care of cleaning the altar inside. The altar outside is not as worthy as the altar inside. My children, in each of you there is a lamp or incense burner. You have to take care of keeping the candle inside always bright, then you can hope to evolve to liberation. I hope that one day I will return to the original source of this screen. If I do not practice, it will be a great suffering and disaster. I will let you know roughly like this. Whoever knows how to practice will suffer less, but whoever is obsessed with life will certainly be severely tested by this screen. This screen will be a trap for you. Try to practice the true path, practice and meditate. Don't think too much about the world, it will be crazy and dull. You will have to be severely tested by this screen. Whoever has a mind that is attached to the outside world will have to suffer because the outside world is crazy. If the mind is attached to the outside world, it will have to endure the madness. This screen will turn inward and find the source of inner peace. Find the body and soul to take care of. Have mercy on the soul in here. Come back inside here. Take care of the incense burner in here. Father, the horse is in here, not outside. Father, the horse is everywhere. But the reason I say there is no outside is because you do not know that inside here, you cannot know outside. You do not understand. Take care of inside here. Clean the altar. Gi Sang is always inside here. Then, Father, the horse is always inside here, child. Try to cultivate your conduct, borrow suffering to evolve. Let us release it, so that you can awaken to know the world. The world is temporary and full of suffering, so there is no hope for true happiness. This world does not borrow suffering to teach you. If you can realize this truth when you are tested, you will be calmer and have more courage to endure, because you must understand that the karma of testing is also due to your own sins. You have created debts that you must pay for. That's it. Try to cultivate this world to gain results to move to another stage, so you must firmly believe that you will not pay more than your debt. It has been for many lifetimes, so you children should be at ease. Try to cultivate. Heaven is always here by your side. If you know and believe in heaven, heaven is with you, always ready to save the suffering and the needy. If you know and cultivate, accept to pay back the karma of past lives while cultivating blessings and virtues. Those who are not righteous and are deluded, the worldly karma is too heavy and not enough to be considered a curse. Maybe they will be destroyed. Try hard, my children. What is the purpose of my being in this world? To save the suffering of sentient beings, to help us all to unite and return to all the ways. The means to save the suffering of the Father are all sent down to the world to work to save the world. But do you know what those means to save the world are? They are the sects, branches, and religious forms all over the world. So that you all come from the same root, borrowing means to save the world, to destroy the world, so that you can rely on them, and whoever is happy with which color, rely on them to progress in cultivation to return to the Father, who gives many means and many conditions for you to rely on to return. No religion is the truth, but any religion is only a means of truth if you accept the means. If you consider religions to be the truth, you are wrong. The Buddhist says Buddhism is the truth. The Taoist says Taoism is the truth. The Catholic says Christianity is the truth. The Cao Dai says Cao Dai is the truth. Cao Dai was founded by the Jade Emperor. That is the true truth. For a long time, religions and people have had such mistaken notions. My children, I tell you clearly, all such stubborn and mistaken notions are wrong, because they are all not true. The truth that the religions of the sects are just a means to save people is the color of truth, the boat that you borrow to return here. You children, because of ego, jealousy, competition, this religion, that religion, the other religion, our religion, this religion is high, that religion is low, so in the end there is division, then hatred, then enmity, then killing, then fighting for all kinds of gains and losses. Then how can you return, my children? You are stubbornly holding on to such foolish notions, then how can you return? So I appeared to take care of everything, to take care of harmony, to return to one source, to return to the same origin. But it is also my Father's gift to the world, to the old people or the sects. Then we must all return to one. Children, don't compete for gain and loss. Don't think of low and high. If you are so stubborn, your mind will not be in harmony. If it is not in harmony, it will be chaotic. If it is not in harmony, your mind will be scattered. If it is scattered, it will bring back the turbidity. When you have a pure mind, you will bring back the purity. If it is light, then purity and lightness will be able to return. Children, you are all confused, competing, bringing your great ego before your eyes. Everyone thinks that they are good. They are always worried about competing for gain and loss. This and that, then they will separate and then pass away. That is what gives birth to all kinds of suffering. Children, the world today is being filled with the fruit of suffering and all kinds of chaos. The scene is because of the human mind being in discord and turmoil. You children, that is why all the sufferings inside arise. You want peace on the outside, but your mind inside is in turmoil. How can you have peace? The scene outside is peaceful because your mind is at peace. You must be at peace first to create a peaceful scene later. You are not at peace, not in harmony, not in agreement. So why don't there be wars, killings, and chaos when your mind is scattered, meaning your inner mind wants to win, lose, fight, and contend? Then how can there not be scenes of victory, loss, chaos, and war outside? Your mind is still full of selfishness, pettiness, and ambition. So why don't there be wars, killings, and chaos outside? Don't suffer because of selfish ambitions. Only from within can you escape and create the situation outside. Everything is completely created by the karma of living beings themselves. I tell you that the mass of defilements is raging, so you suffer, so the world suffers. But do you know where the mass of defilements comes from? It's because of your own thoughts. Just think of something bad. Think of an unwholesome event. These thoughts escape and then synthesize into a mass of defilements. The more bad thoughts there are, the bigger the mass of defilements becomes. And the bigger it becomes, the more it rages. The more evil is rampant, the more of course you will suffer. It's all due to the karma of sentient beings released and then reflected back. So this scene of defilements raging is due to the karma of sentient beings. Whoever owes a lot of money, this scene gives you the opportunity to pay off your karma, whatever debt you have. Pay it now to lighten it and move on to another stage with more blessings. This scene is a cleansing scene, my child. Whoever raises a lot will naturally be tested. So don't be confused and complain that it's because of, what do I also practice for real, but I was tested so badly. But those who do not practice, I see that they are patient and eat well and sit first, not sure. The children of those who practice knowing how to practice and recite, thanks to this story of right mindfulness practice, they will reduce their evil karma. Instead of thinking about bad things, they will always remember to recite Buddha's name. At that moment they will shoulder a little less. If they shoulder less, they will not have to pay. But what they have shouldered from many lifetimes, they will have to pay. Do you understand that, my child? So those of you who practice but still have previous karma, you will also have to suffer because you have to pay off past debts. So there is a problem. Seeing that Kailam was a monk but was tested and was in a miserable state, but he still had karma, so of course he had to be tested. So no matter how much debt he still had, God had to transfer it to him to pay the debt and cleanse him. No one could return without lifting their hand. When you return, you must be clean, bright, and light. Your worldly nature must be free of any remaining worldly defilements. Even if it was just a little bit, you would still be cleansed. You had to let him pay the debt so that he would be relieved of his burden. You had to let him pay his debt so that he would be relieved. Only then could you return, son. So what is cultivation? It is to cultivate and repair, to repair the good and to repair the bad. When we repair the bad and repair the good, if it's good, we will enjoy the blessing of not having to suffer because we don't have to pay debts. If it's bad, we don't have to pay, but on the contrary, the debts we sowed from many previous lives, we must accept to pay them all. Therefore those who practice see suffering and then become confused and give up practicing. That's wrong, children. It's because you don't understand. That's why this stage is the karma of the tests. Many practitioners also fail. Many practitioners are not steadfast. Their spirit falls because of the suffering test, and they fail this stage. I love you very much. Because you don't understand, you are not steadfast. Then you fall up and down. If that guy fails, I will suffer with him. Whoever fails, I will suffer with him. Because my spirit was released to go down to earth. What is the purpose of going down to earth? It's not just to enjoy life. You guys come down to earth to learn, to understand, to gather noble moral experiences and then return. It's not to enjoy life. You guys enjoy life and stay here forever. Who knows when you'll return? So I let you guys come down here to learn, to evolve, and then return. Because life is a sea of suffering. Coming down here means suffering, and suffering is the only way to have the opportunity. To learn evolution so you children don't expect to come down here to enjoy life is a sea of suffering. Sinking silently in here, you must suffer. Surely, what you think is Vin must have a time of humiliation. Vin is the seed of that humiliation. So in this scene I show very clearly that the more Vin, the more humiliation. Once a bee, now a man to taste that suffering. So my children, is the Vin of the past the seed of the humiliation now? The happier we were before, the more suffering we have now. It shows very clearly that the billionaire is empty-handed. The rich man is now a poor man to show you the crazy world. So for now, you have nothing eternal. There is nothing lasting and eternal in this world. This world exists and then disappears. It exists and then disappears. My child, I let you know that it exists and then disappears. That is the immutable law of the universe. You children mistakenly think that the false is the truth, so you suffer, thinking that this world is eternal. You come here to consolidate your position, money, house, and all kinds of karma around you, and then you think that this world is real, so you embrace it, suffer with it, and forget the way back, my child. You are up there, not here. I came down here to borrow the worldly scene to learn and then come back down here to perform the play. I play the role of wife, husband, brother, sister, father, mother, and children to learn, that's all. I just learn to progress and then return. So the one who plays the wife learns her own situation. The one who plays the child learns her own situation without knowing it. So I'm so absorbed in those roles. Those plays think they are real. I suffer with them, but I'm still so absorbed. I keep clinging to those roles and forget the way back home, my house, money, and status. I'm so absorbed in the life and the roles I'm playing that I think they are real. It is real and lasts forever. So when they change their bodies, they feel extremely miserable. Yet they still try to cling to those false illusions. Even your own selves are temporary. If they are not temporary, why are they not lasting? If they are real, then they must still be there forever. Why do they appear dry and decayed after only 100 years? At most, your body of 5 aggregates will disintegrate after 100 years. The 5 hidden objects and 3 burdens cannot be kept. What's more, how can you keep your house, money, and status? Whoever is foolish enough to deliberately try to keep them will suffering with them, thinking they are real. Then afraid of losing this, that. So in the end, you lose everything. You must know that everything must be lost, nothing exists, they must be lost according to the law of coming, then must go, meeting, then must separate, then must gather, then must disperse. That is the law of impermanence of the universe. Even more so, when you have the body of the 5 hidden things, matter cannot escape this law of impermanence, my children. So whatever you want, it must last forever. You want your own house. I still want to keep this gold and silver money forever. I let you know that if from now on you still try to keep such a foolish concept, you will have to suffer with them, because it is certain that you cannot keep it. If you come, you must go. If you come, you must go. If you have left, you must lose. So any child who tries to keep them forever will be tested by them and suffer with them, because they will lose them for sure. So understand this, you must have peace of mind. When they come, they come. When they go, they go. Don't be attached. Don't push them away. Don't take them. If you suffer, you will not be tested. Father let you know that when you lose, you will have. Having and losing is normal. Just be afraid that you do not have blessings. My children, you worry about this blessing. Don't worry about money, house, everything, fame and wealth. These things will soon be gone, my children. This will be gone. Go trap and only 3 will remain. It's not just in this country, but it will be all over the world. Father let you know that everyone must go through this stage. Father considers it a test of fire to know the gold, to confirm the value of you, to make it clear which one is a filial child and which one is a loyal servant, to see how loyal they are. Whether Trung will sue or not, or halfway through, he will leave this road, he will still be Trung, but if he goes to another more difficult road, he will leave there to confirm the value of gold and brass, to see which one is real gold, which one is mixed with gold with a lot of gold but a little brass, and which one has a lot of brass but little gold, or which one is washed with nothing, my child. Thanks to that, we can confirm the gold and distinguish clearly. I will give you all kinds of changes to stuff the fruit, to upset the world, to see how steadfast your hearts are. The one who is steadfast more will get more points, the one who is steadfast less will get less points, or if he falls, then that's it. I have planned ahead and let how go. 7 parts. Father also predicted the crazy scenes. Father also predicted that there must be falling and wasting. That's for sure, my child. So whoever is addicted to the world a lot falls a lot, goes crazy with the world and loses all spirituality. Then this scene will be gone, my child. So this scene must have suffering. There must be suffering, to borrow that to teach you. So elephants must have dogs. There must be glory. There must be humiliation. There must be happiness. There must be suffering. There must be rule. There must be chaos. There must be a time of rule. There must be prosperity. There must be a time of destruction, prosperity. There must be a time of decline. But decline and failure will come. That is the time of prosperity. So you all understand the law of impermanence and illusion of this universe. Then be at ease and steadfast in your practice. Whoever lacks practice, whoever loses faith in heaven, whoever does not remember heaven and Buddha in their times of trouble will have to endure severe testing. Whoever still remembers heaven and Buddha and knows how to practice properly will certainly have to save them from suffering and disaster. If they always remember heaven and Buddha, then when it comes to their suffering, heaven and Buddha will take on some of their suffering and help them suffer less. This world borrows your karma to test you, to help you progress. This is a lesson for you all. If you do not learn this lesson, how can we evolve and cleanse our karma to return? We must study our lessons thoroughly to evolve. We came down here to learn, not to enjoy worldly pleasures. If we stubbornly cling to the notions of enjoyment, we will certainly not be satisfied in the sea of suffering of the worldly life. Because we are not satisfied, we feel suffering. If we realize that we came down here to learn and naturally accept all the scenes of suffering to practice and train ourselves, we will certainly have a more steadfast mind. You must know that if you do not put a sharp object into the fire and ask a blacksmith to refine it, then that sharp object will be useless. Therefore, if you want that sharp object to become a useful tool for the world, you must naturally throw it into the fire and burn it. The blacksmith must refine it, temper it, forge it, hammer it, and file it. It must be sharpened to become a knife, scissors, hammer, or pliers. Only then can it become a useful tool for the world. Therefore, if you want your children to become useful, good tools for their fathers, and return worthy to be united with their fathers, you must naturally have a furnace and tools to refine it by learning enough lessons. Taste all the sourness, saltiness, and bitterness. Learn all states to gather all experiences in this world to evolve and return to your Father until you are light. And then recall the hardships in the evolutionary cycle through many lives. Then you will know how to be grateful for those painful lessons of retribution, thanks to which you can progress. Without them, where would the lessons be for you to learn to evolve and return to your soul? You would not have the opportunity to absorb rich experiences, right, my children? So today I grant you the grace to be brought here to enjoy them. The grace of the Buddha is to help you to be more liberated and practice. Heaven and Buddha are always with you, but you are ignorant and do not know. So you should relax and give up. Come on, children. Try to practice this curtain. Thanks to practice, you will reduce your suffering and reduce your disasters a lot. The disasters you have are partly thanks to knowing how to recite Buddha's name. You must always have steps depending on your efforts. Come on, those who do not know how to practice, it is a great loss for them. Those who do not practice this curtain, be careful, my children. Suffering is coming. In the near future I will let you know in advance that it is a great suffering, my children. Let's not be distracted by the worldly worries or sadness. Worry about worldly affairs, worry about career, worry about home, just keep worrying, sad, afraid of suffering. But don't worry about cultivating, then you will suffer even more. You have to worry, but you have to know how to worry. Be clear-minded, don't worry, be confused. What is confusion? You are constantly worrying, sad, afraid of this, and afraid of losing that. That is confused worry. You worry in a sad way, making your mind scattered. A scattered mind does not solve anything, but also creates a state of confusion, making you suffer more. Therefore, worrying and being confused is sadness and sorrow. You have to know that every time you worry, your spirit will be scattered. Your energy will be depleted. Your energy will be lost. Surely, if Dean Ton is lost, it will slide and slide. Then consider yourself bringing suffering to yourself, my children, because suffering is caused by the rampant sliding energy. So you children, this screen should be purified to keep your mind from being scattered. Recite Buddha's name. Always keep your thoughts focused so you can maintain Dean Ton and prevent the impure energy from entering this screen. The impure energy is rampant. People are easily agitated by external circumstances, so it is very easy to be contaminated. Therefore you children must try very hard, must quickly eat a lot of food to prevent the impure energy from entering and try to stay focused in your mind. Only then can you maintain the pure energy, so that you can rely on it when suffering. You first-year children, those who come to pay respect to your father, will surely have the opportunity to listen to your father. I will tell you that this world is very miserable. Holding on to a house is miserable with the house. Holding on to money is miserable with money. Holding on to gold is miserable with gold. Let me tell you in advance, whoever still has Luyen Tuyet and Tranjiang's wealth must endure very severe trials in here. Don't even think about them anymore. This world has gone crazy. Focus on cultivating to save the suffering and the disaster. If you keep being sad, not only will you not escape the suffering, but you will also bring more disaster. My children, I will tell you that. I will give you a few words to bestow grace and send you good news. I will give you my gratitude. My child, I told you that if you miss the boat, you will fall into hell. From now on, your child will be separated from you for 7 billion years, losing your spiritual nature. That's it for eternity. I'll have to say goodbye to you for 1,000 years. My children, if you miss this busy period, it will be 7 billion years before you have a chance to evolve. If you lose all your spirituality, and if you lose all your spirituality, you will be considered as eternal life. If you love your father and mother, then come back. I'm tired of waiting for you. I'll give you a special session of the planchette. I'll give you all my gratitude. Today, I'm here to witness the planchette, and this is a planchette that I've specially reserved for the mysterious sect of the unconditioned. Until now, you haven't understood me. About the planchette, this is an opportunity for you to know more, to see that all dharmas are also unified. Now you all should prepare to wait for the Master to come to Lam to welcome my golden body. Greetings to all of you, male and female, the great Dharma of Vo Vi. Greetings to the male and female who are united with the original root of the Master. I bestow blessings upon all of you. Please be at peace in this throne, my children. I am the Lord of the universe, the four-altar before the European heavens. My title is the Lord of Heaven. That is the three religions throne, which has been issuing decrees for decades now. The Master has allowed the branches to come down to earth to save all living beings, but you have not fulfilled the mission, and have divided into 7 and 3 parts. Until today, the Master has chosen a very golden body. It is good to receive this unified foundation, my children. The Master who opened the path has many names, each with a different origin, such as the virtue of the first man Kvyat Sao Din, the Jade Emperor, the Supreme Being, and this good virtue and talent choose scholars. The Father Nhu loves children and even goes to heaven. He comes down to earth for his children. He saves all living beings from prison. 2. Duck, the Savior of the world. Today the Master announces his name here to let you all know that he is the Father, a hard-working Master, using the power of the miraculous planchette and the golden body to guide you from the city to the remotest villages. For decades now, the teacher has sent the sects to Trankian to gather all living beings. Now it has finally come to go. You can't wait any longer. You must cultivate your mind and correct your nature to become unified and similar. You should know that every religion is given by the teacher, so you must try to cultivate your mind and correct your nature. You should not distinguish between high and low. You should not divide into sects. You should think about the market where people sell necessities. They have to make many different things and styles depending on the preferences of the buyers. How can I do this because I want to? For you all to practice the Nguyen dynasty, the Master uses all means with the colors of rich and diverse religions and sects to encourage and save billions of spiritual roots. If humanity today is rich and has not yet achieved perfect goodness and perfect beauty, but you all know how to turn your hearts back to the original source, then the Master is very happy. Do not divide, do not be jealous, and never criticize that other people's religions are inferior to your own, because all religions are given by the Master to all of you. Depending on your preferences, if you are destined to meet a religion or sect that is suitable for your level of evolution, then rely on it to cultivate your mind and correct your character. If your hearts are, if you accidentally encounter a heretical path, you will still be right. But on the contrary, if your heart is evil, even if you encounter a righteous path, it will still become evil. Now, children, please remember that a practitioner must be harmonious, loving, and compassionate, and have the 3 merits and 4 measures. Do you know what the 3 merits and 4 measures are? The 3 merits are the merits of practice, the results of work, and the 4 measures are the 4 immeasurable minds, which are compassion, joy, and equanimity. My children, do not be jealous, envious, arrogant, or arrogant, thinking that you are always better than others, and others are always worse than you. You must be harmonious, and follow the principle of moderation to be able to live like that, even if you do not know, became a saint and created Buddha, but also deserves to be called a wise man, a good example for the world. The teacher's steel of all teachings is only one, but it is divided because of the stubbornness of sentient beings that they see differences between high and low. So the teacher bestows his blessings from male to female, each of whom the red pen he writes is still young. The name he loves his children he never forgets, even though it takes thousands of miles, he will never forget his children. The holy grace of God during the lute session at the private residence of Mrs. TTN. The Father bestows his grace on all of his children. He must endure hundreds of thousands of bitterness in order to awaken sentient beings to return to their origin. Where did they come from? From their origin they left. He must return, but it is infatuated with the world, contaminated by the world. It has gone through countless eons and many lives in its evolutionary cycle because of pollution. It forgets its origin and creates karma, allowing karma to drag and lead it into the sea of suffering. Father calls out with compassion. How many sounds of the great soul call out to the souls? The little souls are afraid to return to the origin, but Father's children are forever infatuated with the call of the world, so they do not hear Father's earnest call. Tired of waiting for the clouds of dust to not get on the boat to the shore of enlightenment, Father is heartbroken, so he cannot bear to sit still. He must be in lam pham to call out to his children because of the sound. The divine call still cannot be felt, so for so long the Father borrowed the planchette pen. Now he has to borrow the 4 great golden body because he feels that his Father is too far away from him. The idea of his Father is too great, so he cannot imagine his Father to remember his Father. The supernatural void still cannot help him feel that his Father borrowed the existent body to call him back. His Father has used so many means to guide him until today. The second mother has come, but there are still too many infatuated children, 2 infatuated children who cannot return in time. They must wait until 7 billion years later to have a chance to evolve, so the Father must go to lam pham to rescue them and call his children back. With its real Father, Tranjiang Do Bi has many reincarnations, but looking at these reincarnations of Do Bi, it still hasn't awakened to being a billionaire, being a miserable bastard. That world is temporary. But the children of the Father still haven't awakened to the happiness of Tranjiang, which the children cling to so passionately. That is the seed of suffering, the more glory, the more humiliation. The glory of a general is the humiliation of a prisoner. The glory of a billionaire is the humiliation of a white ear. All of those things are to teach the children to awaken, to see that the world is temporary, so that they can practice, return. But how many children are awake? Children are still afraid of losing gold, losing their home, losing their property, but they don't care about cultivating. Father told them to care about cultivating, worrying about collecting blessings. Don't collect gold, collect things that people can't take. They don't listen. Only care about collecting things that people can take. Then sometimes they still have to shake their hands. Child, all worldly happiness is the seed of suffering. Find true happiness, that is, return to the supernatural to escape the sea of suffering that sentient beings are drowning in. Before, you were absorbed in seeking fame and profit, calling for giving up wealth, asking for poverty, giving up your body and seeking the path. But how many of you would listen? It's not enough, with the great heart to do that. This scene, the Father released it for him. He said he was busy with business, so Tan could only accumulate wealth through the struggle with sin, practice, keep the precepts and maintain inner purity in the midst of turmoil and testing by meditating or by persistently reciting Buddha's name. Only then can he help his children clearly solve all difficult problems in the present suffering, with inner peace like a lotus flower still blooming innocently in the sea of fiery karma of the world. If you are always sad, sorrowful, or hopeless, then try to avoid suffering, fear suffering. Find a boat, take a ship and escape. Then it will not solve anything, my children. Because if there was a place to escape karma or avoid suffering, then there would have been a paradise on this earth long ago with a scene of eternal life. No war, no natural disasters, eternal happiness. Therefore I am afraid that going is easy, but when it comes time to return it will not be convenient anymore. My children, whoever awakens and becomes enlightened does not need to hide anywhere but hide in the blessings that you have tried to accumulate with your own merits and virtues. The precepts and hiding in the inner peace of mind are due to knowing how to meditate and recite Buddha's name persistently, meaning that you can only hide in one safe place, which is hiding in your own merits and inner peace before all adversity and trials. Then you will die everywhere, not only on the battlefield but also in the rear. You will die everywhere. You will be ravaged by the karma of killing. You should know that this situation can only be resolved and protected by pure energy, so you must try to cultivate and maintain pure energy with merits and inner peace. Listen, my children. Do you know how to listen? Father's heartfelt message to be generous and preserve the purity. Then you will pass the great test. It's not difficult, my child. The world will have to do the same, but it will be even more miserable than Vietnam. Vietnam will suffer the consequences first, then the whole world. There is no place in the world that can escape. Don't think that after going there you will enjoy happiness, because if your karma is heavy, then everywhere will be miserable, my children. Quickly awaken, become enlightened, and practice cultivation. Go ahead, quickly become a vegetarian, keep the precepts, meditate, or recite Buddha's name day and night. If you have extra money and free time, you should do good deeds and give alms. Born to create and maintain purity, these essential means are very useful and very necessary. They are emergency means in this great trial. The more suffering you have, the more at peace you must be in your mind. The more you chant Buddha's name, the more you meditate, the more you release life, the more you give alms, the more you create blessings and karmic affinity, and persevere in fasting and precepts. Try to remember what your father taught and be determined to practice. Listen to my children. I bless all of you with the Holy Spirit of the Jade Emperor. When receiving fellow practitioners in Can Tho and Tra Vin before you left, I had a few words to tell you in this urgent situation that you are going through. The great suffering caused by the mass of turbidity punishing humanity is so great that the turbid air is surrounding you. The world is filled with darkness and chaos, following the dark period of the universe's laws. This is the opportunity that the mass of turbidity is having the power to roam and manipulate the world. According to the law of evolution, after the period of prosperity, there will be a period of decline. After the dark period, there must be a time of light. But right now, it is not the period of its activity, so I cannot spread much light to the world to give the darkness a chance to spread. Therefore you, children, must take care of lighting your heart's lamp and practice urgently. Withdraw to light the way for yourself in the thick darkness to overcome all the challenges of temptation and passion, and to overcome all the challenges of the terrible obstacles and pitfalls caused by the turbidity that has been spreading everywhere. Take care to make yourself bright, and also take care to make others bright. This is the time when each of you must be aware of your role as a warrior for God to save suffering beings. You are all students with the wish to study and practice to escape the cycle of four sufferings. My children, while the scenes of suffering are raging fiercely, those who call themselves practitioners must be determined to open their hearts to compassion, joy, and forgiveness. Put aside all selfishness, and develop the mind to save sentient beings in the midst of suffering and misery, to sow good seeds and build up virtues, both to pay off debts and to remove the thorns of karma on the path of regression, at the same time to cultivate more virtues to prepare for the people's footsteps. In the future, many will have to die because of the influence of the karma of killing. Then there will be scenes of hunger, no pain, no medicine to drink. The scene of soldiers in pain and death will be performed to test Tranjiang in the midst of collective karma. In this harsh and miserable situation, what must you do to keep up with the evolutionary process to the golden stage to participate? The Long Hua Great Assembly to avoid falling into a very dark period that will last for hundreds of years, my children. Please listen carefully and remember this is the urgent guide that your Father kindly bestows upon you, and earnestly requests that you must carry it out at all costs to overcome the fierce trials and tribulations that are about to come. First, you must urgently eat vegetarian food to reduce your karma, because the chance of death is very great. My children, do not kill or harm any more living beings, but focus on establishing the practice of releasing living beings for thousands of years to create blessings and virtues in order to survive. Change this turbid atmosphere. Teach your children that they are all inherently contaminated by the chaos of the outside world, so they must worry about reducing their contamination, and not adding more contamination by bringing the contamination of animals into their bodies. I will let you know that there are many toxic gases in fish, meat, and animal foods. If you bring them into your bodies, there will come a time when you will be severely tested because of the contamination, the toxic gases, and the karma of killing. So, those of you who have not yet eaten vegetarian food must quickly worry about eating vegetarian food. Those of you who have eaten vegetarian food must try to maintain the practice of vegetarianism. Listen, I understand that there are some children who are not used to eating frugally, so they find it difficult to eat. But my children, this is not the time for you to be passionate about the flesh of lower animals, and it is also not the time to stubbornly hold on to the concept of deliciousness anymore. Because the great suffering is and will be playing out more and more urgently and intensely, this is not the time to eat for pleasure. You only need to worry about eating simply to temporarily survive day by day. That's all. Train your body to get used to simple, frugal needs to avoid being tested. Therefore, asking you to reduce your needs during that time of hunger and suffering is also a direct way to make yourself less miserable. My children, the second thing is to remember, to stay focused on the mind means to stay focused on the intention or to stay focused on the thoughts. Normally, your thoughts are easily distracted by the chaos of the external world, making you easily become confused, sad, anxious, and troubled. Therefore, I advise you to find the most effective, beneficial, and practical way to stay focused on the thoughts so that your inner mind is less distracted. That is the method of reciting my name, that is, naming the Jade Emperor, the Supreme. If you have not yet recited Namo Amitabha Buddha or Namo Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, you must remember to recite it day and night. The mind is on the head so that the thoughts rely on the chanting to avoid distraction because of the disturbances outside this screen. Whoever can stabilize the mind and stay with the thoughts will be able to maintain the pure energy. Thanks to maintaining the pure energy, it will be less contaminated, thereby naturally dissolving many sufferings caused by the mass of impurities. Third, whoever knows how to meditate must practice meditation more diligently. When you have free time, remember to practice the Dharma wheel of constant turning as much as possible during the day, to dispel some of the impurities polluting this screen. The impurities are very thick, so those of you who meditate will encounter difficulty. Moreover, you should not keep the same momentum as before, but must try harder to maintain the purity and reduce the impurities for your own being. I have just advised you on the necessary and urgent things to rescue you in this time of suffering. I have presented the above practices for you to practice for no other purpose than to help you resolve the suffering. Be a vegetarian to reduce the impurities and control your thoughts, to maintain the purity. Thanks to that, you will be less contaminated, and practice meditation to keep your mind steady, thanks to which you will be less controlled by the impurities. Only when you reduce the impurities will you be less miserable because of the child. The more contaminated from the inside or outside, the more contaminated, the more suffering, the more miserable. The reason why we are suffering is because of too much polluted air created by human wrongdoings, and this huge mass of polluted air is raging to rebound and punish according to the karma of humanity. So keeping yourself less polluted means keeping yourself less miserable. If you thoroughly practice what I advise above, at least things 1 and 2, then surely we will have hope to overcome. After this great trial, I want to remind you about the way monks dress. Monks wear whatever they have. They don't necessarily have to shave their heads. They don't have to wear old clothes or monk-style clothes or dress ugly. Only asceticism is cultivation. You can wear any clothes. Cultivation is fine. You shouldn't be too attached to the appearance or the outer clothes. Monks can wear whatever they want. The religious clothes are the same as the worldly clothes because the clothes and the outer appearance are just means for people to borrow it to live and adapt to the red dust world, so that they can move on and go. When it comes to religion, wear religious clothes. When it comes to worldly clothes, wear worldly clothes. Father tells you clearly that when you need to wear ugly clothes, wear ugly clothes. When you have to wear beautiful clothes, wear beautiful clothes. If you cling to ugly clothes and cling to beautiful clothes, or if you cling to religious clothes and cling to worldly clothes, that is also being attached to appearances. Wearing worldly clothes to look pretty is not violating the truth, because in the truth there is truth, goodness and beauty. So dressing elegantly and gracefully and with aesthetic values is also within that truth. The thing is, remember to take care of your outer beauty, but don't forget to take care of your inner beauty. If people only care about dressing up and taking care of their external appearance, but neglect to take care of their inner spirit to make it bright and beautiful, then they will not reach true civilization and will not be able to evolve to a higher level. Because if people only care about the heavy and temporary material part and forget to take care of their true self, their soul will continue to sink and stagnate in the heavy and dull state and will not be able to progress to the superlight realm. Therefore, I call on all of you who are spending all your time cultivating external beauty not to be too attached to material things. Don't be too pretentious about dressing up and beautifying your appearance, but spend some time taking care of and repairing your inner soul. Only then will that inner and outer beauty have real value. When you are enlightened, you will understand that you must take care of your inner beauty first. Once you are beautiful on the inside, it will naturally manifest on the outside. The inside and the outside must be beautiful together. The void and the existence must be beautiful together. That is the complete expression of truth. Do you understand this or not? Father, I bless you all. My child, please remember and practice what I have kindly and earnestly told you to listen to me. My child, I have released from all of you holy children of the golden body of God the most important sermon on the perfect nature of equality and non-duality between the great soul and the small soul, that is, between the mind, between Buddha and sentient beings, these three no differences. Days, I have also been moved because I saw that my passing, my upcoming retreat, made you all think of me, and find every way to come here to see me, to show a little sincerity and goodwill before I left. That is what made me emotional when, seeing you send your respect and affection to me before I leave, I sincerely say that my children, I love you so much that I still want you to have opportunities, moments to come to me, gather around me, to listen to some true teachings, to open your mind and heart to progress, to have more opportunities to enrich your life, and then enthusiastically embark on the pilgrimage to your old homeland. My old uncle, I also long for your love, and I also long for the crowded scenes gathering around me to show it. The father-son love shows the intimate affection between father and his children in the four mortal worlds to remind them of their origin, because Father up there from the center of the universe, Father is a block of radiant light, infinite, boundless, formless, a block of great spiritual light shining throughout the universe. He is the real father of his children. That is God, my child. God is invisible and formless, but everywhere. He is the great soul discussing throughout the vast universe. And then a part of the great soul separates into small souls. A part of the great ego separates into small egos to go down to the world to learn from the Father's little soul, going down to the world to learn from the little soul, the first step, the little soul. Father learns impure impurity, then becomes deluded. Going through many lives it becomes forgetful, forgets its roots, forgets its source, forgets its origin. It forgets this most important basic thing, which is to forget that it is inherently no different from the great soul of the universe. It is the great soul of the universe, the essence of the universe. It is God, that's all, but it does not directly realize it. It does not realize that the essence of God is itself. It forgets its divine essence. So for Father this is a regrettable and truly pitiful thing. Children descend to the red dust world. The little soul of my Father is imprisoned in the sea of sinking. Lu goes down to the heavy bottom, learns the heavy, and then is forever immersed in the heavy, so it does not recognize the nature of God in it, does not recognize its CIF as God anymore. But for it God is something too far away, too vague, too great, too far away from its soul. So my children, I feel endlessly lonely because the little soul of my Father does not directly recognize its nature, that is, does not recognize its Father. So it cannot understand that it is its Father, and also cannot accept that its Father is its CIF, so its divine love for its Father suddenly becomes distant. The way of being lost makes the Father lonely and weary in waiting, because he lets them go and then doesn't see them return. Because as long as the souls forget their roots, forget their source, forget their nature, his return is still uncertain. My children, this makes me sad and extremely sorry. So my children, I long for you to remember me so much. I long for you to think of God so much. I long for you to turn to God in your inner safe. That is, remember your origin. Gradually go to the origin to see again your original nature, to directly perceive your nature. Of yours, I have to unite with God and see the surprising and rare truth that you are God, who is invisible and formless, shining throughout the universe. That is called direct perception of the truth. My children, I sincerely hope that you will realize this truth, but my children, most of you are stuck in ignorance, so you always mistakenly think that there is a distance of thousands of miles between you and God. There is a difference between the tangible and finite of human life and the eternal, invisible, and immense truth. This makes me feel very sad and lonely, so I always long for your love for your Father, but the concept of your Father is so far away, so infinitely far away. That's why if you are in the form of the invisible light, you cannot recognize your Father, so it is difficult to imagine and remember your Father. Therefore I have borrowed the physical body of the earthly being to temporarily symbolize God, so that you can more easily imagine God, to teach you to turn to God in your inner safe, and always remember your origin to find the way back by gradually feeling and gradually realizing the original origin. The nature within your own heart, to know who you really are. Where did you come from, and where did you have to return to, my children? Because I manifest in the form of the infinite light, you do not see it. So I appear and borrow the form of the finite conditioned being, so that you can see that I am closer to you, so that you can feel that there is a God residing in this mundane world, existing close to you, and always sharing the sweet and the bitter, sympathizing with all the circumstances rolling around with you, and silently drowning with you in the sea of mundane suffering. Though the truth is that God is formless and is present everywhere in the universe, not just in one place, the symbolic presence of the Father in this mortal world through the golden body helps you to easily feel God closer to you, to suggest to you to think of your Father's love more, to love your Father more, to think of your Father more, so that you can awaken, be enlightened, and long to return to your origin, with the means of support and conditions of the physical body that the Father is preaching in this mortal world. What are you waiting for? Why don't you wake up and come back? You should just go into seclusion. I've decided a long time ago, but up until now I've been getting a little older to bless you. But now is the time when the punishment is very fierce. Demons and the masses will rampage and test the world, so I've gone into seclusion to show my respect for the fairness and equality of the evolutionary law of the universe, which is moving through each period of prosperity and decline. So by going into seclusion, I'm acting according to the will of heaven, according to God's will, because it's time to do so, my children. Do you understand this or not? But you must know that I'm leaving here. That is, sending my physical body to seclusion. That doesn't mean I'm not with you, but I'm really still there, still discussing in space and time, because God is everywhere. God is always present and the eternal is everywhere. My physical part is absent from you, but my invisible part is still present everywhere. I'm still present in your souls if you really turn in. It will not be difficult for you to recognize your Father if you always remember Him and want to receive Him. Longing for His grace, He will still visit your soul and comfort you always. Therefore, my departure here does not mean that I am no longer here. My departure here does not mean that on the way back to your homeland, on the way back to your origin, I am not by your side. I am still present beside you to guide you silently and silently, without sound or voice, because with bare hands you cannot hear my silent voice. Only in the deepest part of your heart can you feel it. Receiving this silent voice, I will speak softly in your hearts. I will speak softly in your souls. I will speak to those children who are willing to turn inward to remember and long to contact and talk with God. I will still be with you. The confidences will surely still exist eternally in your hearts. The wonderful sound of the great soul always quietly resonates, discusses, and silently illuminates in the hearts of all spiritual children. If you remember me, I will still go with you, present beside and within you on the path of repatriation if you are determined to take the step, that is, to truly practice and remember God. Then surely your Father will always be your companion on the path with you. Your Father is your companion, faithful, complete, and faithful to you. Your Father has been faithful to you since you came down from above and will continue to be faithful until the day you return to reunite with your Father. You have no companion on this path in this world. Your faithfulness is greater than your Father's. There is no companion on the path more faithful and faithful than your Father. Where is your Father, my children? That is your real Father. Your earthly father is very good. He takes care of and loves you for only a few decades. At most, years will pass and pass to another life. But your real Father is devoted to loving and caring for you every second and every minute from the time you came to earth until the day you return from this life to the next life in the world like thee, when you have a physical body in the material world. He takes care of you in the material world. When you leave your physical body to go to the invisible world, He continues to take care of your soul in the invisible world. Just keep going, like that from one life to another. From the day of coming to earth through a long period of time until the time of returning, God is an extremely devoted father, and also a mother, my child, because He has to endure countless hardships and painstakingly take care of His children in every little thing. But He is not only a father and a mother, but also a companion, my child. Father is an absolutely loyal companion who guides and accompanies his children always. Father goes with us. In the law, Father goes with us. In the trial of karma in the world, the presence. What is the Father's attitude in your souls? Do you know or not when you realize that you are being tortured, being punished, being in pain, being oppressed? That awareness is God, my children. Because the clarity in your heart is the clarity of the divine light that God sent down to earth to learn. So that clarity of awareness is the nature of the eternal God who reigns in your soul and always closely monitors every development of your thoughts. Therefore, if any foolish child thinks that when he thinks of a dark thought, surely no one will know, that was a regrettable mistake for you, because at that moment your mind was following and knowing very clearly every development of your thoughts, which the knowing mind means God knows. Because God is the eternal, clear awareness that is reigning in the heart of each of you, and God reigns everywhere inside as well as outside your body and mind. So even if you act secretly at any time or place, God will still recognize it, because at that moment your mind knows and sees very clearly everything you have done, and vice versa when you think. Even if you do a good deed quietly and discreetly, you can rest assured and not be afraid that no one will prove it to you, because at that time your heart knows that God already knows and proves the merit. Do you know how the loyal and faithful friend who accompanies you throughout the learning process exists with you? It is the events of the test of karma and the reward of karma that are absolutely loyal and faithful companions to you, not strangers. This loyal and faithful test companion is a concrete symbol of God's boundless love for the souls. Why is that, my children? Because the spiritual beings really need the presence of the island's examination mechanism, including the retribution, the karmic retribution, the suffering, the adversity, the favorable circumstances, to be a close friend, to take care of and help them always, my children. Because of that, the spiritual beings will have lessons to learn, to progress, to sublimate, to understand, to be richer. Then they will have enough conditions to achieve meritorious power. Therefore, this absolutely loyal and faithful companion is very necessary to help you evolve, to lead you. If there were no island examination mechanisms to pay retribution, to karmic retribution, to suffering, to understand, then surely the souls cannot evolve. You let them learn, take care of them, train them, educate them so that they will understand more and more, open their minds more and more until they return to unify as one with their Father, and only then will they realize that they are truly God, invisible and formless but shining everywhere. You are thus supported by the love and affection of your absolutely loyal and faithful companion, protected by your Father's deep love, and cared for, comforted and nurtured. Mother's upbringing with these dark conditions, children, quickly return to your roots. Remember your real Father, children. The morality of life teaches you to be filial to your parents in this world so that you have the opportunity to learn and remember your roots and origins, Birth teaches you to remember your father's merit like the early mountain, your mother's kindness like the flowing water from the source. With all your heart, worship your mother and respect your father. Filial piety is the way of children. So small children should learn these humble lessons to teach them filial piety towards their parents in life. What do you do, my child, to train your soul to remember your parents in front of you in this mortal world, then gradually understand and spread out to the source to remember your father's merits and your mother's kindness up there to worry about returning. So my children, always remember God. Know that God is your real father. Invite God to come and reside in your soul. Then try to practice and progress to become one with God. So in this scene I advise you to recite the phrase, Namo Jade Emperor, the Supreme Great Emperor. Recite this phrase to protect for you. But if you mistakenly think that reciting this sentence will receive God's protection, you have not yet fully understood the meaning of spiritual progress. If you still have such a concept, your wisdom will not be able to develop to a higher level. But do you know how to recite my name to get the most benefit? And this is a method of reciting my name that has great benefits for evolution. You should remember it well and be determined to practice it so that it will soon be successful when you recite the sentence Namo Jade Emperor, Supreme Emperor, Infinite Great Heavenly Venerable. You must awaken and be enlightened to find out the original nature and see the divine nature of Onis IF. One is the little soul of God who came down here to learn, that is, to realize that Onis IF is God. So one's real name is Jade Emperor. That is, the name of one's soul is Jade Emperor, no one else. So when you recite this sentence, you must think of your place of origin, must be in harmony with the universe, become one with the true nature, that is, unify with God. Do you understand this essential point in the secret method? Recite the Father's name or not. If you understand this secret method, your mind will open more and your soul will progress more, because your aura at that time will be brighter than when you only think of reciting to receive God's protection. Do you understand this subtle and sublime place? And if you can practice this essential method, then naturally, even if you do not ask for it or hope, even if you do not want it, there will be protection for you. Because the brighter the aura of the pure one is, the less impure your aura will be, and if it is less impure, it will naturally reduce suffering. When you are free from suffering, that is what happens. Means you are being helped because you know how to protect yours, if because you know how to learn the most with God, my child. When you chant the phrase, Namo Jade Emperor, the Supreme Great God, you should think about the place where your aura is in harmony with the aura of the universe, united with the great soul of the universe. Try to remember that place for me, my children. But there are two things I must seriously remind you of. The first is Father Da Bai's secret method of chanting my name while simultaneously uniting with God. This does not mean teaching you to be arrogant and call yours IF God in front of everyone. If one despises living beings who call themselves Buddha King and fight for religious power to harm all living beings, then that person's dark thoughts will be the culprit that will cause the internal response to strongly attract the turbid mass to cover and drown it in terrorist suffering later on. You children, you should understand that the secret dharma of the Father's name is only for you to truly practice and return without caring about any favors of the 5 worldly desires. If you have it, use it temporarily. If you don't, then forget it. Therefore, the issue of popularizing this secret dharma must be very careful and reserved, because this secret dharma will cause regression for those who are ignorant and still full of ambition and attachment to the world. My child, the second thing to note is that when you chant my name and recognize that you are my Father, your soul must also be open like the most important thing. That is, your soul must be loving to everyone, must be compassionate, must know how to love and respect all living beings, treat each other equally, must be a vegetarian and have strict moral conduct, often give alms and release animals, and always do bodhisattva deeds to create merits to benefit life, practice meditation to maintain purity. My children, you should know that because God has no form, God is infinite, has no yin and yang, male and female, so God has no name, it is only temporarily called God, and God is nothing, but there is no phenomenon in the universe that is not God because God is inherently everywhere. So if you want to return to unify with God, you must comply with this basic condition. You must completely stop accepting yours IF as anything because God is inherently nothing, because God is inherently invisible and formless. And you must completely stop the notion of accepting yours IF as a Buddha, accepting yours IF as a bodhisattva, accepting yours IF as a saint, accepting yours if as a fairy, accepting yours if as God. My children, you want to unite with God, but you are still arrogant, conceited, safe proclaimed God in front of everyone, to beg for offerings, to crave respect, to crave other religious authority, to try to become a religious leader. Then that is pretending to be God, my children, because the real God has no form, no name, never called hymns if a name to beg for any favor that Tran is bestowing. My children, do you know that the secret method that Father teaches to recite Father's name while simultaneously expanding the soul to blend with the universe is expanding what? It is expanding the heart of altruism, compassion, joy, equanimity, love, and affection. Respect all living beings and reduce the desire realm. That strict virtue, my children, when these virtues manifest and develop in your soul, will lead you on a journey back to your origin. That is the image of God appearing specifically through all the virtues of saving suffering and saving lives in your body. I never taught you to proclaim the name of God before everyone while your soul is still full of dark, fish, and lowly thoughts that harm the spiritual and material life of yours and of all living beings. So you must be clear-sighted in distinguishing this delicate point, so that you never intentionally mistake yours for calling yours God with anyone and anywhere. You must remember and not commit this most important and unforgivable mistake. Listen, my children, this is the great test of suffering in the whole world. So you must try to recite my name and try to open your soul to unite with God everywhere and at all times, so that your light will be brighter to help reduce your own suffering. Only by reducing suffering can you reduce suffering. Okay, do you understand this scene or not? In addition, during this suffering you must try to keep your body pure and maintain inner stability, that is, keep that purity. Now the external world is in turmoil, so your mind is directed more outwards. You are easily shaken, afraid, sad, and troubled. You must know that even if you are afraid, sad, and troubled at this time, it will not reduce your suffering. Because when you are sad, worried, and have all kinds of suffering, then at that time you will definitely lose your purity, because your spirit is scattered, your thoughts are scattered. So your purity must be severely weakened and your purity will be lost. Then the soul has been corrupted. By the more disturbed and defiled it is, the more evil and suffering there is. Therefore, the disturbed and defiled thoughts not only do not help you to reduce the suffering caused by the karmic test, but also make you suffer more. Therefore, my children, Mang Hai, believe in the power of the universe. Please have faith in heaven and try to open your most noble soul to God. Then he will bear the suffering with you and walk with you through the thorns, through the difficulties, challenges, and dangers. If you remember God, he will live with you always, anywhere, anytime, every moment. Do you know how to keep your body pure by being a vegetarian and less eager? Try to be a vegetarian. Those who haven't eaten yet should try to eat. Those who have eaten should try to keep their vegetarianism. This is very necessary and urgent, so I'm telling you that you must try to practice the Dharma wheel of constant turning many times a day to reduce the negative karma. Tomorrow, you will see a flood of invasions if you don't know how to keep your body pure, by being a vegetarian and keeping your mind calm. If you keep letting it be, if the mind is scattered, the pure energy will be lost. At that time, the impure energy will accumulate thickly in the soul. So many of you will be invaded by the corresponding impure points of the spirits or animal souls that invade and test your own body. If any of you lack blessings and have heavy karma with them, then the law of heaven will give them freedom to act and test you according to the law of cause and effect. These invading elements will kill, disturb, and test you, making you sick both mentally and physically, leading to, for the unfortunate sufferings, because at that time you are losing your mental energy, meaning you are slipping more. So it is very easy for the invisible mental energy to interfere with you, making you act according to their will. They will destroy the mental energy, overwhelm the mental energy, and overwhelm your soul, and they can interfere with your physical body to act according to their will. To punish the world, I let you know that this membrane really needs the physical body of the invisible mental energy to work. Therefore, whoever has a lot of mental energy, heavy and compatible with their mental energy, they will interfere with the mental energy to enter your body to use you. So from now on you will, seeing all kinds of chaotic and crazy phenomena, all kinds of scenes like that, then going crazy. There are many children who are invaded by evil spirits, who suffer all kinds of calamities and karmic tests. Those who lack cultivation and virtue will be taken over by them. When they do something, they will be dragged away by their karma. If they fail, they will be dragged away with them, and sometimes they will fall into this scene, so you must quickly become vegetarians. You need to do this, my father advises you. In this life you will suffer and die very badly. In this life you can only hide in your virtues and in your own peaceful mind. So you must reduce your karma. The closer the better. I've been through too much before. Now I have to step it up, my children. So you have to hurry up and eat the school bottle. Children who find it difficult to eat should try a little harder, because you're trying to race to the long walk convention goal, but I'm afraid you won't be able to keep up. I'm praising you because you're trying to go back to the time of pretending to be a man. I've trained this body to get used to too many needs, used to satisfying demands. Then there will come a time when you will suffer because of this, because at some point it will come back to test you when you no longer have the conditions to satisfy them. So it is better for you to practice to get used to it gradually according to your will, according to the will of your soul. That means you free yourself from suffering in this scene. But if you only eat vegetarian food, it will not be of much benefit. You should be vegetarian, but at the same time you must cultivate your mind, correct your character, meditate and recite Buddha's name. That will be truly helpful for spiritual sublimation and return to unity with God. So at all costs you must try to maintain inner stability. Try to maintain Deen Tan. Do not let your mind be confused and shaken by the scene of suffering. It is a must, and certainly no one can avoid it. You have learned about the cause of the trial and the great benefits of all suffering. Then calmly embark on your steps through all the mountains of gum teachings of the trial and freely overcome all the forests of suffering of karma, and accept to swim silently through this sea of the mundane world filled with blood and tears with the wonderful armor of merit that you yourselves have created. You must forge this armor of merit yourself with the 3 merits and 4 measures, with vegetarianism, with precepts, with the practice of meditation and reciting Buddha's name, with that charity and releasing of life, my children. I will let you know that only this armor is effective, but there is no armor that can protect you more miraculously and securely than the armor of merit. At this time, if you have this armor, you will be rich anywhere, even in the midst of flying arrows and stray bullets. Rich in danger and suffering, you can still get through it because of this membrane. Money cannot save you and gold cannot save you. Home is even worse because these things torment you, making you miserable, unable to eat or sleep in peace, my children. Besides merit, there is nothing that can save you. You children, only by giving yourself an armor of merit and hiding in merit in a peaceful mind is effective. You don't hear about suffering and then go into a cave to hide. You don't hear about danger and then find a boat or ship to go, because danger is everywhere, and suffering is everywhere. If you are tested by suffering due to your karma, it will be the same wherever you are. Therefore the only way is to hide in the armor of merit. My children, if you don't practice this, it will be a very real lie. You have to practice, my child. Try to stay in the Dharma and maintain inner stability. If you have too much desire for external things, this mass of defilements will spread all kinds of things to cause you to be poisoned. My children, try to maintain inner stability and help everyone to be stable. If anyone is confused, agitated, or scattered, you should support their spirit with a few words of advice, encouragement, and help the souls of others to be more at peace. I will let you children know that whoever helps others to be internally stable is working for the mass. Making people confused and wavering to degenerate spiritually is working for the mass. Before that, you worked for the Tan block, that was merit, and working for the Truoc block was karma. You should choose merit to do, don't sow karma to bear. Listen, my children, I advise you on this point. Try to remember not to spread confusion and fluctuations. You should keep your inner safe at peace and at the same time spread this stability around you so that the inner safe of those around you can also be stable. That is what a true practitioner must do. Avoid spreading useless turmoil. Recently, there have been some waves. Public opinion causes confusion among the masses, talking about the Father, criticizing the Father's body. These public opinions cause fluctuations in the Father's teachings. I advise you to remember to maintain inner stability. If your thoughts about the Father or any of your Father's words or actions help you stabilize, help you open your mind, help you move upward, then you should keep them so that you can evolve and use them as a means to help you progress on the path of learning. As for what the Father teaches makes you confused, then you should put it aside. I don't know if this is true or not. I've heard that the Father is like this or that. Is it true? Is there something that makes you waver? If you are confused, then you should put it aside for me. Just put it aside so that your inner safe can be stable. I will give it to you. Obviously, I do not need anything from my name, but for me, your inner stability is the ultimate and necessary thing at this time, because right now you are not qualified enough to understand God and criticize God. So I advise you not to be confused and waver, my children. You should not criticize anyone, even between yourselves, between people. I am not talking about between you and me. Father, what you said is an example between people and people, between one person and one person. Then why should we criticize the wrongdoings of others? We should turn back and criticize ourselves first. A person who truly cultivates must know how to turn inward and control himself to get rid of the trash in his heart so that he can be cleaner. If he sees his own trash and forgets it, then this individual cannot progress. Whoever does wrong, there is a law of heaven. If heaven turns it over, you should take care of it better. I see it and judge it more clearly than you. God sees it and knows it better than you, so you don't have to worry. And then, for example, no matter how much I do wrong, there is the law of heaven. You don't have to worry, because here the law of heaven always acts and acts. So why do you worry? You are so wild and don't know if what you hear about me is true or not. Or you hear it and then become sad, disappointed, discouraged. Then I advise you to put this aside. Many of you have heard it and are practicing eating vegetarian food, giving up eating meat. Many of you have decided to practice here. Now, hearing this and that from me, you feel discouraged and decide to cross the border. My children, you should. Remember that you are a monk. You ask me to practice. When you come back, I practice for you. Whoever comes back, I am very happy. I advise you, try to keep your inner stability for me. That is the real urgent thing to save you in this world. I tell you the truth, I don't need any of you to believe me. I don't need any of you to know me. Any of you who know this is me, believe this is me. It is a blessing for them, happy for their soul, because they enjoy understanding and enlightenment earlier than many others. But on the contrary, if any of you don't know this as me, haven't put your faith in this as me, I don't need them to believe me either. I don't need anyone to believe me. If you need me, you believe me. I have opened the door and openly received guests for a long time, but you see, I closed the door and did not receive guests. I have never saved any of you to come here to believe me. I often tell those of you who are fortunate enough to meet me, when you think of me, you will surely have me in your heart. You don't need to come here to have me, because I am everywhere. Not only here, I have me. And I often say to you, my children, I don't need you to believe me. Believing without practicing is not as good as not believing and determined to practice. I say this. This is very common, and today I repeat, because if you do not believe but do not practice, then at the end of the road you will see me, and naturally at that time you will know that I stopped believing but did not practice. That is, you do not practice. If you do not practice, how can you arrive? If you do not practice, how can you ever truly see me? If you only believe but do not practice, then this belief is just a superstition. I do not advise you to be superstitious. I want you to be righteous, because with righteous nature, then there is hope to return to unity with the truth. But if you are superstitious, you will never be able to return. If you sometimes think of God, you should think again and have mercy and rescue your own soul. Don't let it be heavy and impure. You have imprisoned it in your body of 5 aggregates for so many lifetimes. You must free it. You must open it up. Remove the chains and reduce the heavy and impure so that it can sublimate. The supreme and supernatural teachings of God answer questions to resolve the deepest places that religions cannot thoroughly and completely understand. Father, these past few days we have heard that there is a sign of the Jade Emperor descending to earth. Please tell us clearly why God has come down to earth, Father, because earth is about to undergo a great transformation to bring humanity into a new evolutionary cycle according to the movement of the universe. Therefore, Father sees it as necessary to have your symbolic presence on earth to support humanity in moving into a new cycle according to the destiny of heaven, my children. Father, in my opinion, why? God must come down to earth when he is omnipotent and omniscient. He only needs to use his power to change everything according to his will. So why does he need to come down here, my children? Because he considers that his symbolic presence on earth will support more actively and effectively the evolution of humanity. You are right, he is omnipotent and omniscient, and he moves everything by his will. But then his will is not only expressed in the formless aspect, but also in the formful aspect. That's it, my children. And now he sees that his presence in the physical aspect at Tranjiang will make his work of transportation easier and smoother, supporting the manifestation of his will better. If he is present in the physical aspect, then wherever and whenever he is not present, He is always present in the physical aspect, and is present everywhere. Now he has reached the end of humanity on this earth. It is time for him to see the need to manifest him's if in the physical aspect, to accelerate the evolution of humanity in time before the time of the apocalypse of this world. It is a great ton lock to select a number of humanity with enough evolutionary level to enter a new cycle, that is, the cycle of holiness of this sphere, my children. Dear Father, is it so that the Almighty God does not have enough power to easily transport humanity to evolve quickly according to His will, that He must see the need to be physically present in Tranjiang to help the evolution be more effective, my child? I ask, does He not have enough power to transport? Yes, I do have enough power, my child. But you should understand that His power must be applied according to the evolutionary law of the universe, meaning that power must be transported in a way for all things to give living beings the opportunity to learn to evolve. If you think that to help humanity evolve, God only needs to use power by performing miracles in a moment to transform people from ignorance to enlightenment instantly, that's okay. But this is not difficult for God, but He does not do this for you because He does not learn for you. He does not go for you, but you have to learn, you will know, you have to go, you will arrive. He only supports and guide your children to learn so that they can evolve. They must commit themselves to taste, to experience, to learn, to understand. The wise children that we have must go through a difficult process of experiencing and learning. That is the law of evolution, and that is why God moves the will to show the power of God according to the law and use His power. According to the process that I just mentioned, it means moving in what way so that we have the opportunity to learn, taste, and experience, to understand and progress. That is the situation, my children. So in that situation, God must work much harder to guide sentient beings because of our need to learn and evolve. So God's will and power must be expressed in a much more difficult way. He must use all means and ways from the turbid to the pure to educate people, and now has come to the source of human destruction according to the law of the universe. The time of extinction is near, the time when I see the need for the presence of Bang Hu-Vi on earth to support more effectively for your ascension, so that you may understand the truth better, understand God better, and be closer in concept. In any case, the symbolic presence of God on earth must certainly speed up the opening of humanity's mind, helping people have a good opportunity to evolve in time to be selected into the Holy Spirit's body that is about to open. I hope that the number of humanity selected will be larger, thanks to this rare and unusual presence of my Father on earth, my children. Father, just now you used the word symbolic presence. Please let me be clear. Why only use symbolic means, my children? Because God is a great, infinite spiritual light that pervades the entire universe. He has no form or shape. You cannot use your mortal mind to imagine Him. So we must see Him as too far away in our thoughts, in our love, and in our connection with God. Therefore He incarnated as a divine light, to come to us through a being of the four elements to live with us, rolling around close to us in the mundane world, so that we can imagine God, to see Him better, so that we can understand Him better, more than, but we must also know that God descends. So this is just a symbolic descent, which means that He is not only here in the golden body, but in reality God is infinite. He is here but still up there in the center of the life force of the universe, and by the power of Vo-Vi, He is still present everywhere. He is everywhere in the physical body of the four elements of God. Here He only concentrates some of the electric light in the mass of the Supreme Being, so that He can contact you in that mortal world. So if we say that the entire God in the golden body is, you have limited God, and then you will see that because of the needs of my work, there will be many people that I will borrow to take care of the common work, because my foundation is so great. The work is so immense, so I must descend to give many mortal bodies to contact the golden body to take care of the holy foundation. In the near future, there will be a saint named Lord Lamb with the Bak-Nak Buddha on earth, and there will be a number of others who will receive my grace to take care of the transitional foundation to pave the way for that holy era. You will inform me when I have decided to choose. A female corpse plays the role of Father as a symbolic image of God in the mortal world. Do you think this event will make it more difficult for us to imagine Father than if Father chose a male corpse? Yes, Father, yes, my child. You must clearly understand the mortal mind. You must clearly understand that most of us are still lost in the cycle of delusion and attachment of the mortal mind. You will cling to a female corpse because you think that it must be the image of God as a male. But that is also why Father sees this opportunity to break delusion and attachment. open our minds more so that we can have a clearer and broader concept of God, because you must understand God. God is inherently infinite. He is male, he is female, but he is neither male nor female. He is an infinite, boundless aura without form. I can give him any form. Imagine him as male, then he is male. Think he is female, then he is female. You must see him in all states and all images, then you will understand God better. But why can't God be female? You must understand from the principle of Tai Chi, it is divided into two forces. There is yin and yang, then it disperses into millions, then millions return to one. This one will gather. That's wrong, my child. The one body is scattered. All things are returned to one body. You must understand that I hold the yin and yang by the neck. I am yin and yang, and neither yin nor yang at the same time. So in this final scene, I will teach you to break the delusion and attachment to many strange phenomena that gradually the world will understand. I will choose many bodies, some male, some female, some male and some male, to continue the mother's path. Maybe I will choose many roots without distinguishing between male and female, depending on the fate, blessings, and foundation of that child, and depending on the needs of my work. I will give you the 5 hidden bodies here. Plays the role of a special father. This person's body is incarnated because of this person's rare and worthy extraordinary attainment. You children can temporarily understand it like that, Father. Just now Father said that he used all means from the mundane to the pure to educate people. Please explain to us more clearly about this. Dear Father, my children, as Father said, Father used all means from the mundane to the pure to help us learn evolution. Now let's try to step on the question of what helps our souls to sublimate and go up. Is it the beauty of life? Is good the evil, the turbidity, the ignorance? Whether or not it rises, it is also the Father, and the force of evil, turbidity, and ignorance that holds us down is also the Father. These are effective means to help your souls learn. It is precisely this agitation and reaction that always oppose each other, so that your souls have the conditions to learn and evolve. Because when your soul separates from the great soul of your Father and comes to earth, it is only to carry out the mission of going to school to evolve. So in its evolutionary cycle, it must learn. Learn all the lessons of both evil and good. Learn both the impure and the pure. Learn both the ugly and the beautiful, thereby tasting enough experience to finally return to unite with God. Become one with the omnipotent and omniscient being who knows both evil and good, knows both impure and the pure, and then knows how to use evil, good, impure, and pure, for the goal of the constant evolution of the universe, in the infinite wisdom of that omnipotent and omniscient being. You have gone through many reincarnations in the soul's evolutionary learning process. These two forces, impure and pure, will always oppose each other too. Giving people the opportunity to learn that opposition will create conditions to temper and train the soul, helping the soul to taste and experience to become richer and richer. The more understanding, when a soul is still naive, weak, and ignorant, it is easily attracted to fall into ignorance and evil, to think and act evilly. If it is inclined towards evil, wants evil to think and do evil and evil things, then evil will come to take care of it. It will react back on it and test it according to the physical law of cause and effect, which is what religions call karma. Bitterness is met with bitterness. So, and the soul that does wrong things must be affected by the law of cause and effect to pay for the consequences. So it must encounter many bitter and painful sufferings, sinking into the cycle of reincarnation while the soul must pay for its karma for its wrongdoings. That is the time when it learns, because the bitter and painful sufferings are all precious lessons to train the soul. Sometimes while suffering the consequences, the soul suffers in Honwa, and then commits many other wrongdoings and sins. So the soul, because of its ignorance, has brought new sufferings to test its path, forcing it to continue to sink on the path of evil. In the dark, sometimes see for many lifetimes like that, but then, the good force in nature will intervene to save it and pull it up. This force will act silently through many lives immersed in evil and suffering. The soul's darkness will eventually influence it. Then at some point, the soul will begin to gradually realize its mistakes and wrongdoings, so that it will know how to be afraid and careful when it encounters them. It will fear the law of karma and retribution, so that it will try to avoid wrongdoing and slowly rise towards goodness. I will temporarily explain the above question in a general way. Do you understand it? Father, in this universe, Tan is also the Father. Truok is also the Father. Good or evil is also in your hands. Father, if you say so, then nature created all living things. Then heaven gave birth to natural disasters and the deaths of so many people. Everything is due to God. Is God Gwaedi or not, Father? Please tell me. Clearly, evil is also a father, and good is also a father. You should remember that God is omniscient and omnipotent, and if he is omniscient and omnipotent, there must be both evil and good. If you know good but not evil, it means there is something you do not know. There are places that are not known. How can it be called omniscient? My child, you only do good things but do not know how to do evil. There are places that have not been done, places that have not been done. How can it be called omnipotent? My child, so God must be both good and evil. You and God the best, the wisest, but also the most evil. The wisest, in this wisdom, no one is more evil than God, my child. But God is both great evil and omniscient, so he knows how to use evil for the goal of great compassion. Why is he great compassion, my child? Because you must understand all the suffering and tragedies that play out. In the mortal world, everything is within the law of evolution. It is necessary to have those scenes. But children, the scenes of pain, death, blood, and tears in the mortal world are all necessary for the wheel of evolution to move. Without these sufferings, how would you have lessons to learn? I told you that I divided my great soul into small souls so that they could come down to earth to learn and follow the law of evolution. Your small souls came from the light world down to the heavy world to go to school. When you go to school, you have to throw away your experiences and experience all kinds of things. You have to taste the bitterness and the sweetness. Must taste bitterness. Must taste everything. Experience everything to know. The little son of a bitch tran trong to learn. First learn to do evil, learn to do wrong. Then be tested by his wrongdoing according to the law of cause and effect. Thanks to being tested, he suffered to pay the debt he borrowed, take responsibility for what he did, and was bitterly condemned in the trial of Jian Tran. The little soul will have the opportunity to learn, taste all the flavors, learn all the lessons, be polished and tempered by the law of cause and effect, gradually enrich his understanding, until it is mature enough to be bored with the temporary worldly life, bored with the life of seeking to return to that light and bright life, because the little soul has gone through so many bitter trials that at some point in its evolutionary cycle, it will slowly feel the natural law of cause and effect, the law of the universe's unceasing evolution, to struggle until it truly awakens from its deep sleep in the mortal world, awakens to its ultimate goal, and decides to return to the old place where it left. So down here the little soul must sink silently in the sea of the mortal world to learn. The soul must face so much suffering, must experience the scenes of blood, tears, hunger, rags, and suffering, natural disasters and calamities to understand and evolve. Therefore all the scenes of trials on earth sometimes have the opportunity to kill and punish millions of people. This is evil. That's right, my children. Why did God create humans? Why arrange those tragedies? Those tragedies are cruel and absurd, but my child, those things are very necessary. You are necessary for the evolutionary process, for the law of movement of the universe. If there were no these events, little soul, what would I have to learn? What would I have to experience to understand everything? All the sour, spicy, sayety, bitter, sweet, and savory things, to see all the scenery, ugly and beautiful in every different aspect of Tranjiang, my children. Imagine if your little soul does not learn, does not taste to understand, then it cannot evolve. When you cannot evolve, the law of evolution does not operate. The law of evolution does not operate, which means that the more intelligent you are, the more you cannot evolve. When that happens, what event will happen? Do you know? That is the destruction of the universe. So, if you want this universe to be destroyed, Deep Cha must be great evil. The great evil of the Father needs necessary for the evolution for the survival of the universe. Is this great evil great compassion, my children? And is it because the Father is great compassion that the Father must be great evil, my children? The great evil used in the infinite wisdom of the Omniscient will become great compassion, my children. You must know that evil is good at the right time, good at the wrong time is evil. And only by being omniscient can you know how to use evil in the infinite wisdom to make it good. Do you understand this ugly aspect, my children? Father, does that mean that everything, the faith and evil sins of Tranjiang's humanity, are all in the will of the Father, right, Father? That's right, Father. Please explain more clearly for the children to understand, so that the law of evolution is always manifested. The Father died. The great soul of the Father became small souls. These small spirits are called you, to be more exact. You are truly the soul of the Father that split off to come down to earth to learn. The Father wanted me to come down to earth so that I could learn through the medium of the small souls. The Father wanted me to learn evil and do evil things. Then I would be affected by the law of cause and effect to suffer the torment of the evil and wrong things. Further, I will sink into evil and sin to learn through reincarnations, and then go through many different lives while I have to sink into the heavy and dirty. Then the wisdom, the goodness, the truth, the goodness, and the beauty that are available in nature are shown in many different colors on earth, will gradually educate me through silent and silent influences. This good force will help me slowly understand more and then awaken and strive to gradually rise above the lowliness and sin until I truly awaken to the path of return to return. The whole world, Father, must learn enough lessons to understand all the later generations of the TC, the enlightened one. The day when the little soul of the Father has enough wisdom to unite with the great soul, the little spirit light is bright enough to blend with the great spirit of the universe. That day, the little soul has completed its evolutionary cycle. That means, through our intermediate river or the little souls of the Father goes to school, Father tastes, Father experiences from turbidity to purity, from evil to good, from bad to good, to understand all states, to understand all things, so that the Father can be omnipotent, omniscient, all of you. Father, but you have told us that you have existed since eternity, so your wisdom, your omnipotence and omniscience must have existed since eternity. So why do you need to go to school to finally achieve what you already have, Father? You children, you must wonder about this, but I will remind you of this truth, that gem, AI though it is available, but if you do not polish it, it will become useless. Ho I knock, my children, if you want me to be bright forever, omnipotent and enlightened forever, I must go to school forever. And you should remember that I am Can. The Father of the universe is the evolutionary continent, so he must always evolve. If he wants to always evolve, he must always learn. If he doesn't learn, he cannot evolve. When the law of T cannot be manifested, then that is the destruction of the law. That is also the destruction of the Father. That is the destruction of the universe. Therefore, if he wants to have eternity, he must evolve forever. The truth is both dynamic and motionless. That is it, my child. In the dynamic there is motionlessness. In the eternal there is the motionless state. You must learn to evolve. It is always a dynamic state. If you want to be constant and unchanging, you must move and change. That is the truth. If you want to be constant, it must change. On the contrary, thanks to change, it can be constant. Therefore, in the constant there is change. That is the eternal truth, I tell you, Father. You just said that God is the one who lives forever. In the imagination of humans as well as religions, God is immortal. But Buddha said that everything in the universe is subject to the law of impermanence, birth, existence, destruction, and extinction, which also confirms that truth. Then God is the universe. Why is God outside of that law? Why is God immortal, my child? God is immortal but always perishes because the law of birth, existence, destruction, and extinction lies in the eternal truth, and I am the eternal truth. So the law of impermanence must be in me, meaning I am the law of impermanence, my child. Therefore I must have the state of birth, existence, destruction, and extinction. But birth, existence, destruction, and extinction lie in the eternal truth. Because if extinction means complete loss, then how can there be a law of reincarnation, and who will bear the consequences, my child? And if my little soul is not eternal, then what? Reincarnation to go through many lives of learning to evolve, my children. So the truth is that fathers also have birth and death. But the thing is, fathers are born right where fathers die. Right at the moment fathers die, fathers are born. Two states of birth and death occur at the same time, so it should be called immortal or also called constant. My children, at the exact moment fathers die, fathers were born right at that moment. So fathers are inherently immortal, that's it, my children. In short, in God, the two states of birth and death are manifested at the same time. Always, and we see in the universe, while something is destroyed, something else is formed at that very moment. So God has birth and at the same time does not mean that Father is both the law of impermanence, birth, existence, destruction, and destruction. But at the same time, Father is the law of eternal truth because God exists forever and is destroyed, but is immortal, called the eternal truth. Do you children recognize this fact? Music. We see in some of your lectures that Father often appears sad and worried, crying and lamenting the fact that we are lost in the world. Don't worry about returning to the great soul of the Father. You are suffering and worried that we will be late and fall and not be able to return. Father, you have previously talked about the law of evolution, about the stimulating and reactive forces. These forces will naturally affect the soul. For us to progress like that, if we are fascinated by the mortal world or fall into the cycle of reincarnation, it is also within the law. and then at some point we will also be guided and pulled up to complete the evolutionary cycle according to the natural law. Why are you suffering and worried about our reincarnation? Music. Father, what you said is partly true, but you don't understand clearly. Let me explain to you more so you can understand God better. What I just mentioned about the evolution of the soul according to the laws of nature, you must understand, but that's it. Why are you so sad and worried when we are delayed and fall? Really, in God, there are extremely complex states that are difficult to express accurately using the limited language of Transjiang. Well, I will explain that because in me, there are always different states happening at the same time, implied by the views from. The different perspectives are roughly as follows from the perspective of the small ego or small soul. The Father sees the Father, feeling buried in suffering, tormented by karma, sinking in the dark, painful world of the mortal world. And from the perspective of the great ego or great soul, the Father also sees the Father looking down at the small soul, following its steps, worrying and taking care of it, understanding its ignorance, worrying when it is sluggish and slow, impatient and worried that it cannot keep up with the wheel of evolution of the universe, suffering when seeing it being slow, stuck or falling, failed to complete its evolutionary cycle according to the correct rank. This event is temporarily wasted like the candidates who are late and do not study in time for the exam. They must fail and be delayed, especially in this period, which is the extremely important period, the last period of heaven and earth, the last period of all the exams. If the candidates this time do not have their names on the tiger's board, it means that the little souls do not have enough knowledge to be recruited into the holy era. They must be stuck, fall, be condensed, and be delayed, and must wait for another 7 billion years to have the opportunity. So with this view, the Father must be worried, and make every effort to urge us to move forward, and transfer all means to you so that you can rely on that to move forward and call in every way, so that you can be on time for the coming period when I truly appear in the mortal world. This will be the transitional period to announce the news of clearing the way and preparing for the era of sainthood. This is the time when you must rush to prepare in time to take the exam and be selected for that sainthood, my children. But if I have the view of the small ego, then I have the view of the great ego. Then at the same time I also have the view of the non-ego or the infinite truth. More you see the view of non-safe or the infinite truth. That is, the Father has the state of immovable God with this view. The little soul has the sound of quick transformation or the sound of timely transformation. It is also within the truth, but it falls and gets stuck in ignorance. The dark mind is also within the truth, that is all. The truth has both turbidity and clarity, ignorance and clarity. Wherever the little soul falls, enters into which aspect and progresses to which stage, it is also within the truth. Whether the little soul is in a place of slippage or clarity, or in a place of ignorance or clarity, it is also within a component of God only if it is stuck in the dark and turbid mass of the universe. Then that is also good and necessary for the law of evolution, because the law of evolution also needs the turbid mass. But the existence of the turbid mass contributes and supports the evolution of the universe. Without it, the wheel of evolution cannot move, the yin and yang machine of heaven and earth cannot operate, and that is the destruction of heaven and earth. So I have just temporarily described some of the countless views of God in the infinite God. Those views are both related and differences, and those views are all at the same time. These states have expressed at the same time both opposition, contrast, and harmony with each other, to form the infinite wisdom of the Supreme Being that no language can express. So God is dynamic yet still, at the same time He cares but does not worry, suffering but does not suffer, ignorance but at the same time is clear. That's it, my child. That is the eternal truth. In movement there is love, in stillness there is movement. This is profound and complicated. If you only hear it but have not experienced it, it will be difficult to truly understand. So just write it down. Please give us some brief ideas like that, Father, my children. Father, you have just taught us things that we have never seen mentioned in scriptures or philosophical sources. We often hear religions preach that God represents all goodness and all beauty, and the devil represents evil and is the enemy of God. So please explain this to us clearly. Father, we should understand that religions are not religions. They are just means of the truth. Buddha, God, Lao Tzu, Confucius and all the leaders of other religions were ordered by God to come to earth to preach good things, expressing different colors of truth to guide humanity to strive for the throne according to circumstances and means. Each religion is an aspect, a color of truth. It only speaks of a part of the truth, and no religion can express the whole truth, my child. Because truth is God, an infinite principle that cannot be expressed or discussed, religions only talk about truth or God, a superficial way of describing God only in the aspect of goodness, in the aspect of light, in the aspect of purity. Because religion appeared with the mission of contributing strength to the good, bright force in nature to support and stimulate humanity to move towards the light and goodness, religion only mentioned the truth in the aspect of light and beauty. But until now, the bow has been exhausted. The end is coming, so the Father decided to appear to Tranjiang to speak of the supreme truth, opening more minds for Tranjiang to know about God and the truth, so that the children can evolve faster. Of course, Father. I can't say everything about my Father because language is limited and my Father is infinite. If you want to understand your Father, you must be your Father, and return to the throne of your Father. Harmonize your spiritual point with the great spiritual light. Harmonize your little soul with the great soul of the universe. That is when your little soul is bright enough to merge with God. You are God in the throne of God. Only when you experience that state will you understand what God is. Therefore I let you know that the devil is God's enemy, but the devil is also God, my son. This state must be expressed at the same time in the Father. So in the aspect of Tan, the devil is the enemy. In the aspect of Truach, the Father is the devil. But I thought that the devil or the mass of evil came from God. It is the biological child of the Father, or it is also the Father. Who is this devil? It must be in the truth, my child. It is necessary for the eternal existence of the immutable truth. It must have the law of evolution to be able to operate. Is it possible that the devil is also beauty and goodness, because it supports the law of evolution and contributes to evolution? Living forever is more wise or not like that, so that you understand that it is not because God is the enemy of the devil that God is all good and all beautiful, but in fact, God becomes both ghosts and demons. Then he is truly all good and all beautiful, my child. If he does not become a devil, if he is not evil, then that is the destruction of that immutable truth. So is it because he is evil that he is truly all good, and because he is evil that he is truly all perfect? So to be all good and all beautiful, he must both fight the devil and become a devil, my child. Do you understand? You have obtained this non-dual truth, don't you, music children? We, Father, are little souls created by you. Your soul is exactly like you, you told us. You are truly a little God, no different from the Emperor. You just said you must become a devil to be perfectly good, perfectly beautiful, enlightened, and almighty. So why can't we, a little God like you, become a devil? Because then we will be immersed in ignorance, evil, and fall into hell, and will not be able to realize goodness and beauty like you. Why is that, Father, my children? I have not made the right judgment. The matter is now clear to you, Father. We are the little gods, the little universes. You have the same devilish nature as well as the good nature as your Father. But why can't you become a devil to be as good as your Father? Why is that? The truth is, you can't do it. But you don't know how to do it like your Father. It's more correct because you don't have enough wisdom. You should remember that in God there is turbidity but also purity, evil but also good, ignorance but also wisdom. He is both a devil and not a devil to fight against devils and his companions. At that time he also saw and knew both of those states, using both of those states for his evolutionary goal, that is, of the universe. So he always evolves, and he is eternally eternal. And you, if you want to imitate him, you can, because your nature is no different from his. In you there is the evil, fiathy, and ignorant nature of the devil. That is the part of your mortal safe, and the good, bright, and beautiful nature, that is the part of your mortal safe. Then you should do like God, that is, know how to control your intelligent part into the mortal safe, and use the testing of the demon of the ego for your evolutionary goal. Because the evil force of the devil testing in the universe is to help the universe evolve. So the demon of the ego in your microcosm is a part of you. It creates chaos and tests you. It is an opportunity for you to learn and evolve. Use it to train you, help you learn wisdom, learn to cultivate your will by always striving to evolve until your will becomes infinitely unified with the will of God, the demon of the ego in. Your nature is a very good tool to help your true safe develop, to help your little soul evolve back to that supreme being. But because you do not have enough willpower and wisdom to recognize that you are still weak and ignorant, you do not know how to truly identify your mortal safe. You do not see the exact role of the mortal safe in you. So when the evil part in you is in chaos, you are not clear-headed enough to know how to use the demon of the mortal safe to evolve. You let it use you in return. It overwhelms you and completely takes over you. So at that time, in me, there was only the evil and stupid part, not the wise part, only the state of being a devil, not the state of not being a devil. Therefore my little soul fell into evil and stupidity because I was taken over by the evil and stupid part, when in me there was only turbidity, no clarity, only darkness, no light, which means I no longer had the essence of God. I was no longer exactly like God with all of his virtues. At that time I only resembled one aspect of God, that was his turbid aspect. Therefore I had to fall into that aspect. That means falling into the evil mass of the universe or the hell realm. Do you children recognize this difference? Father, bow to you is exactly like you. Why do you have men, tree, and intelligence, both being a devil to test and being intelligent to fight against devils, and knowing how to use devils for evolution? But our nature is exactly like you. Why don't we have the min tree place from you to know how to use the evil mass like you, so that we have to be controlled by it? Father, I asked the right question. Father, I will temporarily explain I am right. In the little soul, there is a dirty part, a pure part, a bright part, a cold part, just like the Father. So why doesn't the little soul know how to control the dirty part, doesn't know how to use it to progress, but instead lets it control the opposite? That's because when the little soul separates from the great soul, from the pure and light to the dirty world, it is immediately corrupted by the heavy and dirty gas of the red world. The little soul is polluted and must lose its original bright part. Its bright will at this stage is obscured, and therefore its mortal part is easily overwhelms evil. It controls it. This is the stage where it must learn to do evil, to do wrong, to create karma to pay the consequences, to learn to evolve as Father taught before. Then gradually through many reincarnations it will slowly rise up thanks to the good force in nature, and thanks to the good means that Father has transferred to it to pull it forward. It will have to learn to strive to rise up to slowly regain the clarity it has lost, and gradually achieve the will that has been obscured in it. That clarity will gradually develop on the way until it is enough, morning to merge with the infinite light of the universe. This is the moment when my little soul has returned to unite with my great soul. Music, I tell you, Father. If so, are the wrongdoings and sins of humans worthy of being blamed and condemned before the judgment of human justice, as well as before the justice of God, when their mistakes are all within the laws of nature and in the arrangement of God's will? Music, Father, my children. We must say that before the justice of God, the wrongdoings and sins of humans are blameworthy but also not blameworthy. Why are they not blameworthy? Blame because he understands that evil and fiethiness are inherently in the nature of the little soul, which is a body of his. It rises up to test and control the little soul when the little soul's clear will is blurred. This blurring is due to his will and the movement of natural law. What is the movement of natural law, my child? When the little soul of God descends to the heavy realm, its clear will must be blurred because of the heavy gas of the mundane world. What is the arrangement of God, my child? It is because God wants his little soul to be polluted and go into heavy. The spirit must accept losing its original clarity to learn the faith, taste the faith, and then be tested by the evil faith, causing it to suffer and sink into the cycle of reincarnation until it is tolerant of the faith. It will gradually move on to learn the pure land. This stage of learning the pure land is the stage where the little soul will cultivate back the clarity it lost until it achieves complete clarity. Therefore God must understand sin from the nature of sin in order not to condemn it, my child. But then, on the other hand, why does God have to blame and condemn those who reveal sin? Why is that, my children? Because God must. It must be condemned to urge its evolution. Not only must you blame it, but you must also punish it. Punishing your little soul means punishing yours. You punish your little soul through the law of cause and effect, and through the law of cause and effect education to help the little soul evolve. Therefore God punishes, blames, and condemns sins to stimulate the little soul to move forward. He wants the soul to learn from the past, know the past, then have to learn the pure, learn evil, then learn the good, learn the dark, then learn the light, so that finally, by understanding those things, the little soul will regain its full divine nature. So you let the little soul go to enter the evil learning stage, and then have to criticize and condemn the evil sins to show it that evil is a bad and wrong thing that must bring suffering and disaster when sinking in it. Call it to abandon that, condemn that, so that the little soul will gradually fear the evil and hate it to abandon it, so that it can progress to a better and higher lesson to follow the evolutionary flow. If the little soul is sent down to learn evil and then not guided, It will not have the power to resist the evil, to pull it up by praising the good and noble things, by criticizing and condemning. Evil and sinful things will make the little soul sink forever in the evil world, will stay in the evil place and not progress to them. Music. This event is no different from a student going to school and just studying the same lesson without studying a higher lesson because no one reminds and urges him. Then his level will be stuck, stay in that class, and be pushed back by the evolutionary flow. Therefore, God does not condemn sin because of wisdom and vice versa. He condemns sin because of wisdom, my child. Therefore, he condemns all evil and still understands, and he understands. But he still has to condemn and condemn because of need. It is necessary to shepherd and urge his little souls to evolve. So he condemns it because of wisdom, but also because of his love. Because of love he punishes. Because of love he condemns. Therefore, when you understand this, your mind will realize this truth. Then the compassion in you will develop more widely, you will see things more correctly, and you, yours if, will rise up and be more strict when you are there, so that you will not be delayed, will not be stuck forever in ignorance and be eliminated by the evolutionary stream. You will try to avoid mistakes, evil and turbidity to accelerate your evolution. I will try to do all good and noble things to learn Ton, and learn to gradually regain the clear part in me that I have lost. And then with my fellow human beings I will look at my fellow human beings with a more open and generous view. I will no longer look at the sinners and wrongdoers with a hateful and contemptuous heart, because if I can avoid the wrongdoings that they are committing, it is because I have learned that lesson I have committed and been as evil as they were long ago. And if I understand the good things, but they still do not understand, their souls are still stuck in evil and meanness. Don't be complacent and satisfied with yours, if, and despise the sinner, because, my child, when you see yours if better than him, you should remember that you were once no different from him. You had to go through the place he is going, you had to learn what he is learning, and if you have overcome that obstacle, then that is not a reason for you to be proud and despise him. That sinner is essentially no different from you, exactly like you, except that he came later, so he comes later than you. When your younger sibling is born after you, the fact that he is younger and more ignorant, learns from a lower position, is that a reason for you to despise it? If a fellow human being of yours has not yet understood or has not yet understood the good and noble things that you have been taught, it is because he is still stuck in his past lessons. He has not yet absorbed the lesson and has not yet had enough willpower to overcome it. And if he is still delayed, silently stagnant in the place he is learning, and has not yet escaped, then that is a sad misfortune for him. You should love him and wholeheartedly help him within your understanding rather than despise him, and if necessary, blame and condemn him to help him. If you understand its wrongdoing, you must do it, but you should remember that if you understand its wrongdoing, you must do it. But you should remember that your condemnation must not come from a heart of contempt and hatred, but from the pure vibrations of a loving heart and a clear mind that truly wants to help it evolve. I will let you know, if you condemn it while your heart despises and hates it, it means that this condemnation comes from ignorance, from the evil substances of that demon of the ego. That is all your thoughts. At that time, that heavy impure vibration is the poisonous cause that will arise and form a bad poisonous resuit that you must completely reject, because if your thoughts are heavy, they will certainly attract heavy things to you. Or, to put it the other way around, when you release a heavy evil thought, all the evil will lure you according to the influence of the law of cause and effect. You may encounter again what the person you despise is experiencing and suffering, so that you can know how to sympathize with that wrongdoer. This will teach you to keep your thoughts good, teach you to be less harsh and arrogant, know how to love more, know how to open your heart to others. With fellow human beings, thanks to opening your soul, your mind will be more knowledgeable and brighter, and vice versa. When your mind is more knowledgeable, you will naturally know how to open your soul more. So do you understand this or not? Music, I tell you, Father, you said that when it is necessary to blame and condemn, you must do it. But there is one thing when condemning a wrongdoer. Your heart must be loving and clear, wanting to help that person progress. But Father, the problem here is that in cases where the condemner thinks he loves and condemns the wrongdoer to help that person progress in a meaningful way. So good, but in fact the condemnation is wrong. When the condemned person is subjected to such unfair criticism, does the law of karma have a bad effect on someone who acted unwisely, but thought he had good intentions? Father, I ask, in this case you will explain more clearly. You said that condemnation must come from love and wisdom, but in this case the condemner may have love but lacked wisdom. He was unwise and believed he was wise and condemned wrongly. In this case, does the law of karma have a bad effect on someone who condemned wrongly? Yes, I act. If you make a mistake with good intentions but lack of clarity, the law of karma will still work to teach the wrongdoer to be more knowledgeable, because the law of karma is the law of evolution of the universe. It helps people always learn to understand and evolve. A wrong action due to ignorance will be received back. Ba lets the little soul understand its mistakes to open its mind to be more clear-minded. Then the retribution will be heavy or light, depending on the intention of that mistake. To teach the little soul, if you act wrongly with good intentions, the retribution will be lighter than when you act wrongly with bad intentions, because the person who does wrong with bad intentions is more ignorant. The one who does wrong with good intentions should suffer heavier retribution. Here I see that you are in CH, where you may have good intentions and want to help others. But how can you know if your condemnation is wise and correct enough? Because most people think they are right in their own subjectivity, thinking that if they are right, they will do it. But if it is not right, then what if they have to suffer retribution? Father, I see that here you are all people who are practicing and studying, wanting to avoid retribution, afraid of creating karma and then having to pay for it. You are also afraid of this. Must be because when a practitioner is awakened, he wants to find a way to progress towards enlightenment. He must try to avoid taking on more karma, creating bad causes and then having to pay the consequences. This will delay and make it very difficult for the practitioner's path to progress. So when faced with an event, he wants to criticize or condemn. How can he be sure that he is clear-minded and does not make wrong judgments? Let me tell you clearly, my children. If you are afraid of taking on bad karma and creating retribution, then listen to me. Only when you have a fairly high level of enlightenment, your third eye, the wisdom eye, has opened to the level where you can see the vibrations of the streams of thought life emit. You can see their shape and color, and distinguish between good and bad thoughts. Then you will be more certain in your judgment, and only then you should condemn and criticize, because at this stage, your compassion and wisdom are at the level where you can criticize and condemn an event or an individual, and you are sure that the condemnation and criticism come from the heart of the Tai and that wisdom. When you have not yet opened your wisdom eye, you have not yet seen the signs, you have not yet seen the shape and color of thoughts, so it is better not to criticize or condemn anyone, because your judgments at that time were hardly clear and correct. I once told you that judging someone wrongly is creating karma to test yours if when your level is not yet clear and you are not yet clear enough to judge. Sometimes you make a mistake and accidentally think wrong things, which will bring about mental karma. Mental karma expressed through words becomes verbal karma. Mental karma expressed through actions becomes physical karma. And if this karma spreads and causes a large and wide influence, leading to many other mistakes, then the thicker and deeper the karma, the greater the retribution. And you must be affected by the law of heaven and the law of cause and effect to teach the rest. The soul learns and evolves only. Therefore, when you have not opened your wisdom eye, you should only help the wrongdoer to evolve by praying and blessing him to quickly become enlightened, so that he can understand his mistakes instead of condemning and criticizing him. You should send him good thoughts, blessing his true safe, so that the enlightened nature of God within him can rise above and master the 6 senses and 6 objects, so that he can resist understanding his mistakes and quickly escape the dark places in which he is sinking. If you truly want to help the wrongdoer, you should regularly send the above good thoughts to him. The vibrations of, if you constantly send good thoughts to it with your clear will, at some point it will create a good force that will influence it more or less depending on the spiritual power of the person who sends them. In short, before a wrongdoer, instead of condemning him, you will bless him. This is a wise and intelligent way of behaving. It will help you avoid creating bad karma and also help you create more merit. You are given this merit by your Father. Clearly, doing this merit is also establishing the secret practice of charity, and charity is not only material but also spiritual. This way of spreading good thoughts has a higher value than charity. Material things for those who are lacking, because those who are wrong are also hungry and lack spiritual strength. They are hungry and lack clarity, my child. You should spread good, clear thoughts with a loving heart, hoping that they will understand that when they are clear, they will be less wrong. Of course, it will create less karma to torture them. That is knowing how to truly save a person from suffering, my child. Therefore, no merit is more valuable than the merit of giving enlightenment to others to progress. My child, This way of giving is truly beneficial to the evolution of your soul and has the value before God that you practice this merit will help others evolve, and also help yourself evolve, because the more you give away light, the more enlightened you are, the more good things you spread, the more good things you will receive. So in any situation of favorable or unfavorable circumstances, you should spread good enlightened thoughts with a noble heart of love for your fellow human beings, and for all living beings to listen. I tell you, Father, you have taught that the nature of God is both positive and negative and is in all things. In such a state God has both greed, anger, and ignorance. Why do religions advise us to abandon greed, anger, and ignorance? Isn't it just advising us to lose our divine nature, my children? Actually, this is something that most religious philosophies have not clearly explained for you to understand, because the philosophers stand on one side to look at another side of that truth. Here I will explain it to you more clearly. You are right. In God there must be all the qualities of greed, anger, and ignorance. His Son does not lack one. What is the quality? If you lack any quality, how can you be infinitely rich? Then why do religions accept your mission to call on people to give up greed, anger, and ignorance to reach the light? What is greed? What is desire? What is anger? What is ignorance? When advising Vietnamese children about greed, anger, and ignorance, religions have stood in the place of good to look at evil, stood in the place of light to look at darkness, stood in the place of purity to look at impurity. So if they want you to be bright, they must advise you to give up darkness if you want. Tan, it is right to advise you to give up this, but I will explain to you more clearly. I will let you understand that the problem here is not to destroy your greed, anger, and ignorance, but that you will learn greed, anger, and ignorance in a more noble form. That's right, my little soul came down here to learn greed, anger, and ignorance, and then learn Tan. So when you are immersed in greed, it is when you learn greed, anger, and ignorance in a dirty way. Learning greed in a dirty way means you desire something heavy. Learning anger in a dirty way means you react against something unpleasant in a heavy way. Learning ignorance in a dirty way means that you are infatuated with all the dirt, and thus you will be immersed in evil and dirt. But having learned ignorance, you must learn purity. You have learned that lesson and know that lesson. So now you must learn another lesson to open your mind and knowledge more. And now, to learn purity, you will slowly enter purity. That does not mean you will give up greed, anger, and ignorance. But you will learn greed, anger, and ignorance in a more noble and pure way. Learning greed in a clean way means that desires are all light. Learning anger in a clean way means reacting against something that is not pleasing in a clean and gentle way. Learning ignorance in a clean way means that you will practice being infatuated with the pure and the good. So when a Buddha abandons all worldly things and attains nirvana, it does not mean that Buddha has destroyed the nature of greed, anger, and ignorance. Children, Buddha is actually expressing the nature of greed, anger, and ignorance in the extremely pure and the light aspect. Because is it true that Buddha is also craving for enlightenment? And is it true that Buddha is infatuated with the pure and the peaceful and the good? And is it true that if someone has the intention or action to anger Buddha, Buddha will react and oppose by bestowing upon that person a little grace of compassion and wisdom to help that person quickly understand, evolve upwards in short. To evolve to become enlightened does not mean that you have to eliminate your greed, anger, and ignorance, but you have to sublimate it, develop it, and find out more about it in other, more noble and lighter aspects until you truly know it. You have learned the first grade, and if you want to move up to the second grade, you have to abandon the first grade. You have tasted it and know it in the negative aspect. Now you should abandon that aspect and begin to learn to taste it, learn about it, and see it in other aspects, to gradually develop your intelligence until your intelligence is fully developed to the utmost, and then, when you reach the highest throne, to unify your knowledge with the infinite wisdom of the Supreme Being. You will see that your equality pilgrimage from the time you descended to earth until the day you return is a journey to learn about greed, anger, and delusion, to know true greed, anger, and delusion, and to develop greed, anger, and delusion to infinity, because I clearly show that God is infinitely greedy, angry, and delusional. The more greedy, angry, and delusional you are, the wiser you become, and in any nature, any essence, any state, he must be the best, because in any area where he gives way, he is not the true one. The ultimate principle is that, my child. It's true in this universe no one is as greedy as God, because he possesses the entire universe. There is nothing he does not possess. And is there anyone as infatuated as him? because he is both infatuated with the turbid and the pure. He is infatuated with all states to infinity. If he is only infatuated with the turbid and not infatuated with the pure, or vice versa, he is only infatuated with the pure and not infatuated with the turbid, then the principle of infinity must lose its balance and collapse immediately. Then ask yourself, is there anyone as angry as God? His Son is the angriest in the universe, that is, he is young, the fire, is the hot source of the universe. You are the angry one who loves to oppose the most furious. The more you oppose the ton on the ton side, you oppose the ton force. The more the ton pulls down the ton force, the more the ton pulls up the ton, and the ton oppose each other, push each other, attract each other. These states happen at the same time, both opposing, merging and harmonizing to form the infinite block of wisdom, the infinite living block, the boundless intense power, moving the more the cone, changing forever. So it is called immortal. This place is sublime and complex. You children must experience that state, then you will understand. Father taught us through words to temporarily know the concept, so we clearly see that in God everything must exist at the same time, manifest at the same time, and everything is the truth. Your greed is the truth, because if you do not possess something, if there is something outside your power, then God will no longer have a place. Your female nature is that reason. If you lack it, there will be no more life, no more movement, and no more evolution. Your greed is also. That is the truth, my child. If God did not exist, then the more intelligent there would be no state of passion and ignorance. When the more intelligent there is no state of passion and ignorance, it would not function and would not evolve. That is the disintegration of the eternal source of yin and yang in heaven and earth. Vy, when you come here, do you understand the meaning of the three virtues of greed, anger, and ignorance, which are extremely necessary for the souls to progress to the state of complete enlightenment and omnipotence? My children, I have all qualities. I have all states. I am always active, so how can I be pure? Music. Father, my child, I am an infinitely dynamic mass because I am a great being, so I can be in every state. If I don't know any state, how can I be called an omniscient being? Because I am omnipotent, I have to do everything. If I don't do anything, how can I be called an omnipotent being? I can do everything, therefore I must be extremely active. Because I am extremely active, I become extremely still. My child, imagine if an object stood still in front of your eyes, you would see it clearly when it started to move. When it moves at a fast speed, you will see it appearing and disappearing, no longer clear. And when it moves at a speed faster than the speed your eyes can control, the object suddenly becomes invisible and you can no longer see it. Is it true that the object has become nothing? I'm telling you this phenomenon so that you can somewhat imagine God, because the Supreme Being is in a state of extreme movement and moves at a terrifying speed. So he becomes a silent, extremely clear, extremely pure void, also known as the true nature, or Dharma body. That's it, child. So form is not empty. Emptiness is not different from form. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. So there is but not empty. There is in emptiness, it has something that exists in something that exists. There is something that does not exist. So child, do not accept that emptiness is an empty mass with nothing, no feeling, no state. Then that emptiness, true nature, or Dharma body, is there anything good or beautiful, anything attractive to reach it? You have done it all. In reality, emptiness, true nature, or Dharma body is a mass of intense vitality, infinite to the point that it becomes extremely pure emptiness. It is not like infinity, so it is endless, so it is not empty but includes everything, every nature, every state from impure to pure, including hell on earth. Nirvana, the 3,000 great thousand worlds, the flower store Dharma realm, covers everything. It includes all vivid scenes, lacking nothing. Only then is the Dharma body, or the void, or the true nature, an infinite principle, the ultimate truth, that is God, because the ultimate truth includes all states, impure, pure, evil, good, dark, bright, etc. If the void, the true nature, or the Dharma body is the ultimate truth, then the Dharma body must include everything. Those things but you, so the infinite principle that is the supreme truth is also called God, is also called emptiness, is also called the Dharma body, that God also has a name, the void, the true suchness, or the Dharma body. So in the position of the void, the true suchness, the Dharma body, I enjoy infinity. I taste everything, enjoy everything, know everything, all feelings, all states, all scenes at the same time, and this state of extreme movement, this pure, is so beautiful, so magnificent, so wonderful, so magical, so limitless, without a single word. No ink can express it all. All expressions must be incomplete before emptiness, before the true nature, before the Dharma body. and if emptiness, true nature, or the Dharma body can be expressed, then it is no longer an inconceivable truth. These things are so profound that you, my children, have a little idea about them, because in fact, only when you return to your Father's throne and experience it will you truly understand it, my children. Dear Father, I enjoy infinitely. So do you feel pain? Music, you must have it, my child. You do not lack any feeling. I am infinitely happy and also endless suffering, but the thing is that I enjoy the joy, and that feeling of suffering I also enjoy. My children, notice that I use the word enjoy suffering. So suffering becomes a feeling, a necessary state to contribute to the Father's endless pleasure. And it is also indispensable for the survival of the ultimate truth. My children, Father, we have heard that the Jade Emperor is in the second position, and the one who holds the power to rule yin and yang is in the first position. Is this correct? Please let us know. Music. I hold the power to rule yin and yang. That is the Father in the supreme ultimate position, my child. The Father has many titles such as Huyan Kung Sao Thuong Da Dai Thien Tun, or Nok Hoang Thuong Devo Kuk Dai Thien Tun. He is also the Father of Sao Dai religion. The Father also has the name Sao Dai Tianong Dai Bodhisattva Matat, or Phuoc Duc Tianong Kim Viet Sao Dai. So if you want to remember the Father and recite the Father's name, you can recite Nam Mo Huyan Kung Sao Thuong De Dai Thien Tun, or Nam Mo Nok Hoang Thuong Devo Kuk Dai Thien Tun. It's all fine, as long as when you recite that name, your mind is thinking of the Creator of all things. Is okay. Music. Father, we have heard that chanting the sixth character Amitabha is to open the 6 chakras in the body. Even foreigners who study meditation according to the Vo Vi sect when practicing the Dharma must chant in Vietnamese to be effective. Is this correct? Father, please explain more clearly for us to understand. Amitabha Buddha, or Infinite Quan Buddha, is the name of a Buddha of infinite wisdom, symbolizing the wisdom of the universe, or the wisdom of the universe. We are also Amitabha Buddha, because we are the little gods. Amitabha Buddha is the clear nature within us that we have let get covered with moss and wind when we were learning wrongly. Therefore, when we suddenly wake up from a deep sleep, we have buried our wisdom for so long. If we want to reach the state of clarity, we must secretly recite this name and constantly contemplate it to awaken and develop our destiny. Because always contemplating Amitabha Buddha means always remembering our clear nature. If we always remember that nature, it will naturally become lively and develop. Until it reigns within you, it is a very good way for you to quickly become clear-minded. So when you secretly recite this name in your mind fervently without being distracted, and if your mind is quiet, then these 6 words will vibrate within you, emitting an electric current that runs around the 6 chakras and radiates at each of those chakras. Anyone who has opened a little bit of wisdom eye when reciting the 6 words Amitabha will experience this phenomenon. Thanks to that, the 6 chakras in your being will be opened slowly and gradually developed to help you attain the 6 supernatural powers. However, it shows that reciting the 6 words, the Vietnamese pronunciation of Amitabha Buddha, is sometimes an obstacle for many Europeans and Americans. If these people find it difficult to chant in Vietnamese, they can chant in Sanskrit. Nam Mo A. These 6 words Nam Mo A are Sanskrit words meaning bowing to the Buddha of infinite light. They are transcribed into Vietnamese as Nam Mo A Di Da Phat. If you chant in Sanskrit, these 6 sounds Nam Mo Amapa are even better than the 6 sounds in Vietnamese, because the 6 sounds Nam Mo Ap in Sanskrit are similar to the sound Choyan Du, and its vibration is almost identical to the sound. The movement of the universe helps to add strength to the flow of electricity to move well. Here, I use the word sound to mean that the sound of electricity cannot be heard by the ear. You can only hear it when you open your wisdom ear. You should remember that when you chant anything, you must chant it in your mind and use your thoughts. Don't chant it with your mouth. It will waste the electricity. You should close your mouth, put your tongue against your teeth and close your mouth. This movement will help the Ren and Du meridians there to intersect, and the electricity in your body will then move continuously without being lost through the door. The mouth is connected by these 2 channels, thanks to which the spiritual power in you is more abundant. So during the day, if there is nothing useful or necessary, you should purify your mouth and concentrate your mind on reciting Buddha's name or reciting your Father's name to reduce distractions. Close your mouth as much as possible to avoid losing your child. Remember, if you think too much, your spirit will be scattered. If you talk too much, your energy will be exhausted. If you desire too much, your faith will be lost. If you want to enter the heavenly path and reach a place of enlightenment and peace, you must try to maintain the three treasures, your spirit and vital energy, and always cultivate them to avoid the spiritual power being weakened, which will gradually erode your enlightenment. That's it, my child. Remember this important thing. Listen. I tell you, Father, we recite the 6 symbols of Amitabha, and have become clear-minded. Please tell me, Father, how effective is reciting your name compared to the name of Amitabha Buddha? We see that your different names do not have a fixed number of words, like the 6 symbols of Amitabha Buddha. Please tell me, Father, how does the number of words in your name affect the recitation? I ask you, Father, your different names do not have a fixed number of words. The words can be long or short. That is so that I can see that you are limitless and unchanging, within a certain limit. So you can chant any name because the number of words does not affect the chanting of the Father. Any number is Father, my child, as long as your thoughts at that time know how to think in unity with the Creator of all things. I see that those of you who are abroad sometimes feel confused and find the Father's holy name difficult to chant and difficult to remember. In this case, you just chant the name of God, the Creator, translated according to your language. It's all fine because when you concentrate on remembering the Creator of all things, your little soul will vibrate. Your spiritual organ will light up and send a signal to communicate with the great world. Father's soul, and if at that time you know how to visualize your unification with the great soul of your Father, then your vision will merge with the great spiritual light of the universe. If you know how to practice this always, and your mind always remembers unification with God, of course your little soul will quickly become enlightened and will evolve quickly to the point of unification with God, returning to the source of all life. As for your question about how effective is reciting Father's name compared to Amitabha Buddha's name, I will let you know that when you recite the 6-character Amitabha Buddha, that is when you awaken your bright nature. Throughout you, by remembering it, that clear nature will develop until it is achieved, making you see the source, recognize your original nature, and see your God nature. That is what it means for you to recite the Father's name. Reciting the Father's name means reciting the true name of your soul, because what you truly are is a soul, a small spirit organ of God coming down to earth to learn to understand all of your natures, and then return to your old position when your soul is truly bright enough to merge into the great mass of spirit organs. So when you chant the Father's name, your true spirit or your soul will also awaken you. You chant the Father's name, which means you chant your own name. You bow to Yors If, you are aroused and reminded to wake up and be lively, to take back the Master's authority to control your own little universe. For so long you have let Yors If be lost in confusion, drowning in the darkness of your mind. You do not know how to be the Master. You do not know how to manage. You only control your own little universe, causing all order to be disrupted, and all organizations to be in disorder because you are too weak. Chilly because the child is forever dreaming in the dark lonely sleep, as if forgetting hymns if, so when chanting the Father's name, that is, when the child remembers the child calling him to wake up, this event will stimulate the lively little spirit to gradually awaken from the deep sleep to regain its mastery. Thanks to that, the little soul will slowly awaken to know who it is, where it comes from, and where it will go. It will know its if more and more, to be more and more aware of its leadership role in the little wisdom that it must manage, so that it can take care of mobilizing and reorganizing the damaged orders due to the sleepiness of the child. That's it, my child. So reciting Amitabha Buddha's name is to awaken the clear part in you. Reciting the name of God is to directly awaken Yors If. And when you have awakened and become lively again, it means that the clear nature in you naturally has to become lively with you because it is a part of you. When you sleep, it sleeps. When you wake up, it naturally wakes up. So, to help you see that reciting the name of God means you have already recited Amitabha Buddha's name, there is no need to wonder or be afraid of reciting the name of God. If you abandon reciting Amitabha Buddha's name, you cannot open the 6 supernatural powers. You cannot open them right away, my child. Because when you Yors If awaken the lucid part in you, of course, you will become lively again, gradually developing the chakras in you, thanks to which they will open and develop, my child. God is the universe. Reciting God includes the universe, and all the Buddhas, fairies, and gods are in it. You are not afraid of lacking anything. You do not have to worry about it. While reciting Amitabha, you also recite Quan Am, etc. Many children, I see, While reciting the Father's name, I also recite Amitabha, and I also recite the names of many other Buddhas. You think that because you recite so much, it is more certain that many Buddhas will help you better. You think so. Because of these children, not understanding the principles of heaven and earth, not understanding who it is. It does not know its divine nature, it does not see how great it is, it does not know that it is inherently the Lord or ruler of the universe. Amitabha, Avalokiteshvara, Mahasthamaprapta, and so on are all truly within its being. Its components are all under its control and management. That's all because it does not know that Amitabha is the enlightened part. That is its intellectual body. Avalokiteshvara is love. That is its compassionate body. Mahasthamaprapta is its willpower. That's all, that's all. So in the world you worship the three worlds, Buddha. But you do not understand that these three Buddhas represent the three natures of compassion, wisdom, and courage of God. The same is true of the Holy Trinity. What is the Trinity, my child? God the Father is the nature of wisdom. God the Son is the nature of love, that is the nature of compassion, and the Holy Spirit is the will of God, that is the nature of courage. Most of you do not understand the truth, so you only pray to God, recite Buddha's name, recite God's name in the spirit of relying on His help and protection because you think that those Buddhas and gods are somewhere outside of you, not understanding that these Buddhas are both outside of the great universe and also within your being. These are the natures of God and also of you. You and God are really you. You have not understood this yet, but you only pray or chant to receive protection. Salvation is superstition. It is a false wish, a false thought. Most of you chant Amitabha to ask Amitabha to protect you. Chant Quan Am to ask the Buddha to save you from disaster. Now, knowing that chanting God's name is often also asking God to save you from disaster, etc. These are false wishes, false thoughts, and false thoughts because you have not understood yours if. What is mindfulness? When you chant the 6-syllable Amitabha, you must understand that you are reminding, awakening your clarity, and awakening the light within you so that you can overcome the darkness. That's what the ignorant mind thinks. The momentum is in the right position of Amitabha. When you chant Namo Dai Bai Ku Su Quan the Am Bodhisattva, you must understand that you are awakening the love, that is, the compassionate body in you, awakening it to the Dharma so that your mind can always open up, doing good deeds to save suffering and give joy. That is, you know how to imagine Quan Am in the right position of Quan Am. When you chant the name of God, you must understand that you are also chanting your own name because you are inherently God, a soul divided into a small spirit, Quan, coming down here to study. You are the master. He is controlling your small universe. Your nature is the same as the nature of the creator of all species. And when reading this title, your consciousness should blend into the consciousness of the more it vibrates in the same rhythm with the great soul of the universe. That is, you know. Imagine God as God wants, and you have also placed yours in the right position. That is how you think. That is mindfulness, which is also right view, right nature, right concentration, right thinking of Buddhism. You and I let us know clearly. When you know mindfulness, even if you do not ask for or hope for protection, you will receive support, help, and protection more effectively and efficiently. Why is that, my child? It is easy to understand because the mind of the deluded person is not as bright as the one who is mindful. His soul is weaker and less evolved because he only knows how to turn to other power, but not to his own power. He only sees the power from the outside, but not to see the power that is available within him. I have to know how to take advantage of that power. Therefore, when you chant to pray for salvation, your spiritual energy is not as bright as when you know mindfulness. Because if you know mindfulness, then the spiritual energy in your being will be in harmony with the bright light of the universe. When you chant Amitabha, the Amitabha spiritual energy in you will move in harmony with the Amitabha spiritual energy. That is, the spiritual energy of the universe, when you chant Quan Am, is the part of Quan Am's aura that shines and vibrates in harmony with the Quan Im aura light, which is the compassionate aura of the universe. When you recite the name of God, your true spirit vibrates and the little spiritual light flashes and harmonizes with the great spiritual light. Thanks to that, the person who writes the right mindfulness will surround him with a mass of good aura that is greater than the person who recites the falsely. That mass of good aura will protect and dissolve all the suffering caused by the karma that torments him, and the larger the mass of good aura that surrounds him, the more protection and dissolution of his suffering he will receive, even though he do not ask for help like the ignorant and delusional person. That is because it knows how to save, protect, and thanks to its wisdom, understanding, and knowing how to utilize its own available power. Thanks to that knowledge, it has effectively protected its CIF while the delusional person is less enlightened, so it cannot enjoy the same benefits as it. Of course, while you are hoping for help, the divine powers of the enlightened beings of the universe will also spread a little bit of divine power down to your soul to help, rescue, and relieve your suffering thanks to your knowing how to think of them. However, delusional thoughts will slow down your progress because of small things. The soul has the habit of relying on other forces and waiting for help, so it is still weak, and wisdom takes a long time to open, and therefore the evolution is stagnant. In short, when you chant, you must see yours if as Amitabha. When you chant Quan Am, you must see yours if as Quan Am. When you chant the name of God, you must see yours if as God and unite with the great soul of the universe. Listen, you must know this clearly. By chanting like this, you will not only help yours if evolve quickly and become enlightened, but also know how to protect yours if and protect yours if more effectively, because if you are brighter, Tan Hun, when you will be more effective in resolving the sufferings from the karmic force due to the bad reshoots that you have sown from many times. Father has just taught us to understand more about the method of chanting, and about chanting God. You don't have to wonder if you know how to chant, it's even better. If you are absent-minded or not used to it and don't understand, then just continue to chant Amitabha Buddha, because chanting Amitabha Buddha is to open up enlightenment. When you reach enlightenment, you will naturally see that the owner is God, the true nature, the Dharmakaya. Father, please let us know if the mysticism of non-action that we are practicing is a mind method. And please explain clearly, what is mind method? What is secret method, Father? Mind method is a method that goes into the mind, abandons the external form of existence, and goes directly inside. Returning light reflects back to Onis IF to see the original nature of Onis IF. In short, mind method or meditation method is a method that helps children learn about themselves through research and study. So what is secret method? Secret method is a mysterious method that is not widely spread to the masses. Them and when transmitting the Dharma, practitioners only use the oral transmission method. In the past, the mind Dharma was often a secret Dharma and was rarely spread, so you often hear about the terms secret mind Dharma or secret mind Dharma, etc. Why keep it secret, my child? Because in the past, when a teacher or patriarch wanted to transmit the mind Dharma to a disciple, he usually had to monitor his students to see if among the disciples there was anyone who had graduated from the light world and had a mind determined to seek liberation and abandon the world. Then he would call that person back to use it. The oral method is passed down to teach privately. It gives it the precious secret method for it to practice and seek liberation. It has always been like that. The Dharma of our mysterious non-action sect here is also that mind method, but it does not keep it for the masses. Whoever wants to practice it can do so. It belongs to the universal mind method. If you want to quickly attain enlightenment, wisdom, and openness, to evolve quickly, to escape the cycle of four sufferings, escape the evil paths, escape the cycle of reincarnation, you must learn meditation. Practice the mind method diligently and vigorously. Only then will you be able to do so. Dear Father, in our opinion, if mind, the Dharma can help people quickly become enlightened and evolve to reach liberation, why isn't it spread to help the masses practice cultivation instead of being kept secret, Father? Is it because the masters are still narrow-minded and say I fish, like good doctors who have good medicine but don't want to spread it, only keeping it secret for their children or for those they like? Father, I'm here. Father, please explain to us why the ordinary Dharma is not spread to the masses. Yes, I have my reasons, my child. Because the Dharma is a treasure. If you cultivate the wrong person who is not worthy, or does not know how to keep it, it is like throwing a treasure into the river or the sea. If the practitioner receives the Dharma, but his karma is still heavy, his worldly thoughts are still deluded, his nature is still heavy, his mind is not willing to give up his intention, and has not decided to seek liberation, then receiving the Dharma treasure is of no use at all. You will only cause the Dharma to be destroyed. Moreover, if you practice meditation but your karma is still heavy, you will have to endure trials, and it will be difficult to sit at peace. If your worldly thoughts are still heavy, your nature will be constantly disturbed by the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Even if you have received the Dharma, you will still delay your practice and sometimes abandon the Dharma halfway. There is also this matter. You should know that there are many Dharma doors for practicing the Dharma that require the practitioner to have a foundation of virtue, and a level of purity and lightness that can be used as a foundation for cultivation. The practice of the Dharma must also be monitored and controlled regularly by the masters and ancestors who have transmitted the Dharma to the practitioner. So, to prevent all dangers that may occur to the practitioner, there are many Dharma doors that require monitoring. Tightly control the movement of the after fire in the body to open the secrets to open the power for the practitioner. Therefore, if the practitioner receives these methods but has not yet purified his mind and nature, or sometimes practices the wrong method and moves the wrong fire, this event can endanger the life or cause madness or damage the practitioner's body. Those are some of the reasons why the mind Dharma is often esoteric. So why is the mysterious non-action Dharma so widely spread, do you know? First, because the practice is not too difficult to enter, and the practice of the Dharma is relatively less dangerous for practitioners, so it can be popularized among the masses. The dissemination of it is also due to the will of heaven. Why is that, my children? Because this silver is the last silver of this life, the Mak life. This is the era of desolation and suffering for Tonlok and to select qualified souls to enter the upper silver of regeneration. That is the silver of holy virtue, my children. Because it is the period when humanity must endure the fruit of the test and endure all kinds of hardships in the world. So the grace of God is also bestowed to save more of His children. So this is also considered a miracle. The great amnesty of heaven and earth. Any child who tries to cultivate and develop a heroic heart, strives hard, and is determined to return to Him, then no matter how heavy or low the karma is, God will still try to save you. That's why He gives you all the means, all the conditions, all the opportunities without any limitations like before, and teaches the Dharma to even those of low capacity and intelligence who are still entangled with heavy karma like that, so that all of you, Nagyu, at any level, light or dark, heavy or light karma, will have the opportunity to return if you are determined to cultivate. Go ahead and take care in this final stage. Now, there are many refined Dharma methods whose practices are not too complicated to be popularized among the masses. God will transfer them to be spread later to help people in this final stage. There are all kinds of vehicles and all kinds of rafts. Whoever likes which one, rely on that, to return to God. The mysterious non-action Dharma method that we are practicing here is a very good vehicle to take us to the place of liberation. In the Sao Dai religion, in terms of non-action, there are also refined Dharma methods. However, up to now, the Sao Dai non-action Dharma method of practice has been very limited in its dissemination, following oral traditions. But then there will come a time when it will have to be spread deeply among the masses. Recently, my father has been writing in a few places and has begun to gradually give orders to spread this pure Dharma. My children, my father taught that if you want to quickly reach liberation, you must practice the Dharma of the mind. So, those who have a broken mind but live a righteous life and do good deeds, can they be liberated? My children, here we must raise the issue of living a righteous life and accumulating merits. Doing good deeds to gain merits, or to seek liberation, or doing good deeds just to save suffering and give happiness. We must look at the goal. Just said that, my child, listen. I will present each problem to you clearly. Whoever does good deeds all their life to seek blessings means they have created good karma themselves, pulling them back to reincarnate to enjoy the blessings they have sown. Doing good deeds with this spirit is only binding you in the cycle of reincarnation, forever sinking in the four sufferings. Because when reincarnated to enjoy blessings, how can you not sow new karma to reincarnate? Whoever does good deeds all their life to seek liberation, this spirit is better. This soul will progress more. But if it accumulates a lot of merit but the past part is not yet enlightened, it must also choose to return to practice and evolve to open its mind until it is enlightened to be liberated. However, thanks to having sown a lot of merit in the previous life, this life's bad karma will be less tested. It will encounter many good fortunes on the path of practice to support it to evolve faster. In the case of a child who does good with the spirit of service, wanting to save suffering and give happiness, that soul has a high level of evolution. Doing good with this spirit will help you quickly open your mind, because when you act without asking, without hoping, only purity. Because of compassion, the streams of thought life in you at that time vibrated beautifully and brightly, thanks to which you developed bodhicitta, opening the wisdom of prajna, practicing goodness with a pure mind without seeking or wishing, practicing the 6 paramitas of Van Han, or the 3 merits and 4 measures, only wanting to save suffering and give happiness. Be a bodhisattva. Practicing goodness with that spirit will help your mind evolve quickly to the place of being free from jealousy and envy, and that's all. Practicing goodness with that spirit will help your mind evolve quickly to the place of being clear, pure, and completely liberated. That's all, my children. It is quite clear that the 3 merits and 4 measures, or the 6 perfections of Van Han, include both the cultivation of blessings and wisdom. So the Father tells you clearly that if you want to go really fast and attain the fruition right in one lifetime, you cannot just do good deeds or just practice the mind dharma separately. You must cultivate blessings and wisdom, especially in the final stage of this silver age. You must rush to be in time to attend the 3rd Great Flower Convention. Therefore you must try your best to practice both blessings and wisdom to be on time. Moreover, those who truly want to seek the supreme path and escape the cycle of reincarnation and the 4 sufferings must definitely cultivate blessings and wisdom alone. And if one of the 2 is obtained, the soul, when leaving the body, must reincarnate back to the world to make up for the other deficiency. That's true, my child. If you have blessings but lack wisdom, your soul must return to the world to cultivate the wisdom that you have not yet achieved. If you have wisdom but lack blessings, your soul has not yet achieved the fruit. Therefore it must return to the world to take on the mission of bringing the light of music to the end before it can return to enjoy the pure state of nirvana. But sentient beings are still immersed in suffering, dark-minded and in the process of testing. Even if they attain the fruit of liberation, they cannot return to enjoy nirvana. That's why, once among you, there was a child who wanted to leave his body and die. When he reached nirvana, his father's coffin pushed him back down, so he could not leave his body. This caused most of us to witness the phenomenon of him about to leave his body, and then have to return to the mortal world with us. Until he met his father on earth through the golden body, he also asked to leave his body and return. But his father made it clear that his mission was not yet complete. His spirit, though he had returned to the Buddha world, was clear and pure, but the Holy Spirit's foundation had not yet arrived. Living beings were still ignorant and suffering. If it still needs its spiritual guidance, it cannot enjoy nirvana but must practice the bodhisattva path, endure hardships and suffering, go through this world, wander around the mortal world to save sentient beings until the fire of the park is exhausted, then stop doing this. I am telling you, you can ask it again to be more clear. I am telling you this so that you can understand more about the importance of merit and practice. Therefore you must take care of both the parts of virtue and wisdom. Cultivating wisdom is to be diligent, energetic, practice, and refine the Dharma to open the heavenly gate and pave the way for little soul wandering on the road to hometown in the past. The old scene of cultivating blessings was to spread the merits and release animals, give alms, bring joy and save suffering for living beings. In short, we must fully practice the 3 merits and 4 measures, that is, the 6 paramitas of Van Han, my children. And you must try to remember to practice merits and resuits with the mind of wanting to save suffering and give joy. You will quickly become enlightened and evolve faster. Listen to me, my children. Father, we have heard that if you want to practice to liberate yourself from the cycle of birth and death, you should only focus on the practice part, and not worry about meritorious deeds or doing social work to help others. This is the cause of happiness. Heaven will reincarnate to enjoy the blessings of heaven and humans. If we care about the merit of doing good deeds for society, our mind will be agitated, so our soul will reincarnate and be stuck in the human and heavenly realms, unable to escape birth and death. And I have heard that the religious leaders who hold spiritual leadership positions of religions are all in the role of enjoying the blessings of heaven and humans. Is that true? Father, please explain to us clearly. I have already answered this question with some fellow believers in Bahria. The truth is that this is partly true, but also partly wrong. The truth is that all the things in the mortal world come from the earth itself, cultural, economic, social, religious, etc. In general, the material and spiritual progress of humanity in the mundane world belongs to the management and operation of the human and celestial masses. The roles of religious leaders or spiritual leaders of religions are all roles of the human and celestial realms, because helping the human world take care of the mundane world is the work or virtue of the human and celestial realms. If any of you can leave your soul and ascend to this realm, you will have the opportunity to come into contact with the great bodhisattvas in the immortal assembly. You will see how the bodhisattvas who are practicing the human and heavenly virtues work busily day and night to care for the evolution in the mundane world. You will understand more clearly what I just said, my children. The only thing that is wrong is to think that those children who want to practice liberation and worry about doing good deeds and doing social work to help others Their souls must be stuck in the human and heavenly realms and cannot go up to the Buddha world. This is wrong, my children, because whether or not they are really stuck in this world depends on their minds, on their consciousness, on their level of intelligence. If you do work to help others in life, you play the role of a human or a celestial being, but your mind is tied to that role, and you like that role. For example, if you are a religious leader and like the role of a religious leader, your consciousness will be stuck in the human or celestial realm. Your intelligence will only evolve to that point, and your soul will not be able to reach the transcendent realm. However, if you work to help life, you play the role of a human or celestial being, but only out of compassion. You want to save suffering and give joy. You want to save sentient beings from the cycle of suffering and ignorance, and you want to help sentient beings. You will progress while your mind is never agitated, and you will not be tied to that role. That is the mind of the Bodhisattva of the Buddha. That is the conduct of the Bodhisattva. That is the conduct of the Buddha. That is the part of wisdom that has evolved from the human and heavenly realms, and therefore your soul can still reach the realm of liberation as usual. But my child, look at the mirror of Shakyamuni. For example, he is a Buddha who plays the role of a human or heavenly being. That is the leader of a religion that takes care of saving sentient beings, my child. But his spirit is not stuck in the human or heavenly realm because of that. The role of the leader to him is just a necessary robe that must be worn to save sentient beings. He wears the leader's robe out of compassion, because of love for sentient beings, not because of liking the religious leader's robe. That is the manifestation of human and heavenly beings. To practice the Buddha's virtue, one must take on the role of human and heavenly beings, but still be a Buddha as usual, my child. Moreover, if before a necessary task to save suffering sentient beings, one must worry about supporting the evolutionary process but still be attached to the role and afraid to do that task, playing that role without leaving that task to someone else, that is also still being attached to the wrong level of compassion and Dung's level. So it is also stuck there and cannot develop further. If compassion and Dung cannot develop, then your mind cannot open up further, and then try to ask about the work of helping Tranjiang to truly evolve. The Father's evolutionary foundation is immense and immeasurable. There is still so much work to be done to save souls who are still immersed in ignorance and stagnation on their evolutionary path. So there must be something to do, my child. But then who should I rely on? If those who have a bright level of education or good conditions and means refuse to play the role of helping the world to contribute to the evolutionary support of all living beings. My child, those who do not practice Buddhism, Father has no one to rely on in the part of saving the suffering. He can only rely on those who know, cultivate knowing how to move upwards, and have a little soul to lend a hand to save the suffering Tranjiang. But then if these children are sei fish, only knowing how to cultivate to return to the bright place to enjoy peace alone, leaving the burden of the world with millions of ignorant living beings to those who want to carry it, then who will carry it now, my child? If it is not the children who know how to cultivate, know how to awaken, know how to return to the path of goodness, worry about finding the bright place, my child. But then they must understand this truth. Caring for others means caring for ourselves, and helping others evolve means helping ourselves. That's evolution. That's the noble happiness of those who have truly awakened. So they clearly see the only mission and duty they have to do, which is to vow to commit themselves to the three paths, to constantly suffer and save sentient beings without getting bored. Thanks to that, they gradually progress to the position of Bodhisattva, great Bodhisattva and Buddhahood, and even after becoming a Buddha, they still do not abandon that Bodhisattva practice. Why is that? Because you must understand that cultivation is a journey to learn compassion, wisdom, and courage, to develop compassion, wisdom, and courage to infinity. Therefore, doing good deeds to help people and save the suffering world with all your abilities is one of the ways to develop compassion, wisdom, and courage, my children. But I see that the reason it is advised that you should only worry about practicing diligently and not worry about the results, because you are afraid that your weak minds may be confused and then become attached to the roles of doing good deeds to help others, causing your wisdom to not evolve to a sublime level. But look at the example of one of the brothers who has attained the level of cultivation and realization that you have known, and his wisdom has reached the Buddha realm, but he is also practicing the human virtues of heaven. He is also practicing merit, using his wisdom to save all living beings. He always spreads his understanding, spreads his pure scriptures to save the suffering of all people, and then also finish the phase of social work by curing diseases to help others, my child. And then you should look back at its life of practice. Since it began to develop wisdom, it took advantage of its knowledge to support others to evolve. On the visible side, it took care of preaching the Dharma. On the invisible side, it went out to help fellow practitioners practice the Dharma or to save the dead. It took care of supporting the evolution of souls in the lower realms of the intermediate realm. That is, it took care of establishing merits and cultivating virtues. Cultivating negative qualities to support its path of practice and progress. Thanks to that, it was able to quickly become enlightened and evolve very quickly. And until now, its spiritual power has reached the Buddha realm so quickly. But you see, my child, besides the practice, he is not indifferent to the merit at all. Not only does he take care of the practice and cultivate the merit, he also takes care of the project. Listen, my child, do you know what the project is? It is diligence, which means establishing conduct. You see clearly that when he started practicing, he focused on establishing conduct, was steadfast, kept the precepts very strictly, abandoned the worldly mind, was humble, was patient, diligently practiced day and night, and did not dare to delay at all. So that you can see that if you want to go quickly, if you want to be bright, you must practice the three merits completely and thoroughly, without being distracted. I have missed a part of the whole practice to develop compassion. Do you know how to develop compassion, wisdom, and courage? Listen carefully. The result is giving alms, releasing living beings, giving joy, and saving suffering. That is the means to develop compassion. The practice is practicing meditation. That is the means to develop wisdom. And the work is keeping precepts, being diligent, being patient. That is the means to develop courage. Because establishing conduct is a necessary work, it is impossible to do so. Establishing conduct is also a way to cultivate courage. In short, if you want to develop the three virtues of compassion, wisdom, and courage, you must practice the three merits, which are the meritorious deeds, and the four measures, which are compassion, joy, and equanimity. The three merits are also called the six paramitas, which are giving, keeping precepts, diligence, patience, meditation, and wisdom. The four measures are also called the 10,000 virtues. All the meritorious deeds that you do to bring joy and relieve suffering to living beings are compassion, joy, equanimity, or 10,000 virtues, my children. However, I see that most of you who practice the Vo-Vi sect because you do not understand, often emphasize the meritorious deeds and despise the meritorious deeds, thinking that if you want to become enlightened quickly, you only need to worry about meritorious deeds to open up wisdom and intelligence. But my children, you must know that if you want to open your mind, you must learn more. The more courageous you are, the brighter your mind will be. The bigger you go, the more courageous you are, the more your mind will open. If you are narrow-minded and courageous, your mind will not be able to open up high. My children, you should remember that when you know how to love more, you will be brighter. If your mind is narrow and lacking in compassion, your mind will only be in the lower realms and cannot go up high. Therefore, if you want to reach the Buddha realm, you must learn to open your mind to love all living beings and take care to save them from suffering. Because the Buddha's mind is the mind that loves all living beings, loves the Buddha's fate, and thanks to that mind, Buddha shines with wisdom and can return to the realm of liberation, my child. But then my father said the opposite. The purpose of your practice is to open your mind, but having wisdom is only to awaken and know how to love more. That is compassion. You know how to love more, to rush forward and use your will to fight with the mortal ego, to endure hardships and difficulties to save the suffering of living beings. That is courage, my children. In short, don't you see that if you have wisdom, you will have compassion and courage? If you have courage, you will have compassion and wisdom. And if you have compassion, that is, will you have wisdom and courage? These virtues are closely related to each other, and you will have to constantly develop them on the path to returning to your original Hein Wen by practicing the four measures or the six paramitas of Van Han thoroughly. Listen, if you want to quickly return to your original state, you must understand this clearly and be determined to practice it. You can listen to my children's music. Father, please teach me so that I can absorb it. You told me to love, but I want to love, but my heart does not love. It does not love automatically. What should I do? Father, my child told me that I want to love him, but he doesn't love me. I know why not, because the master's soul wants to love him, but his six senses don't know how to love yet. The soul is weak and lets the six senses dominate and listen to the six senses. So when I'm angry, My master wants to love him, but his six senses don't love him because he doesn't know how to love yet. If he doesn't know how to love yet, then I have to teach him how to love. How do I teach him how to love, my child? I teach him not only by diligently practicing to help his six senses become brighter and know more, but also by doing meritorious deeds, my children, because meritorious deeds are opportunity for the soul to force the six senses to learn to practice love in a concrete way. If it does not act according to the soul's will because it does not know how to love, the soul must use a strong will to force it to obey a work of love and service that requires its effort. Thanks to those practical lessons, the six senses will gradually be imbued with good habits, and then automatically will know how to love more. Thanks to knowing how to love more, the six senses will become brighter, my child. Is that also a way to transition the six senses in the being to help it become brighter by practicing? Is it true that doing meritorious deeds also destroys the love for sentient beings in your essence? Do you see that helping the six senses become clearer is not only through practice but also through meritorious deeds? Remember, doing meritorious deeds is learning compassion through practice. If you learn compassion without practice, you cannot memorize the word compassion. If you do not memorize the word compassion, your wisdom will not open. Therefore, how can you progress higher? If you do not progress higher, how can you save sentient beings in your essence? Music, I tell you, Father, but I don't have the opportunity to do meritorious deeds. I lack the means to do such meritorious deeds. What should I do, Father? What do you say you don't have the opportunity to do? Listen, when you truly love, you will automatically see an opportunity for you to do something, to serve. You should look for an opportunity to do something. Don't let an opportunity come to you. You want to go quickly, want to get up early, but you don't clear away the thorns, then you go. Naturally, you are being pulled by the 10,000 because your worldly karma is heavy. How can you go easily without being tested, without being delayed or delayed? That's why you have to worry. To reduce karma by paying off debt to serve all living beings, doing meritorious deeds and cultivating virtues to accumulate merits and virtues, only then will the debt to serve the world gradually become lighter, and bad karma will be reduced, and children will move easily. If you have heavy karma and lack merits, you will want to practice. To progress, you must endure many bitter trials and tribulations, making it difficult to move quickly. And you say you lack the means to do merits, Father. Give me the concept of merits in a broader and more generous way. Not just giving material things and money to the poor is merit. Is it true that merits are more vast than giving both material things and money to the poor? The spirit is to save suffering and give joy. It is to serve sentient beings to evolve. If you have a higher level of understanding, you will see that the best way is to give alms of pure energy, because pure energy will help sentient beings to be less heavy, less ignorant, and less suffering. Every day, you can spread good and holy thoughts into space to help those who are weak and have evil thoughts to rise up. This is also a very good way to give alms, and it is a merit. If you practice this alms-giving method every day, you will keep your if pure. That means you have brought your energy to overcome the thick layer of turbid air to reach the next level. The sound of the universe, thanks to that, you will be light, clear-minded, and develop your intelligence faster. Music, you see in the mediums, Father, we often talk about the 3 merits and 4 measures. Father, you have already explained to us the 3 merits, but what are the 4 measures? Music, Father, I have the 4 measures. These are the 4 immeasurable minds, which are the 4 necessary virtues of a practitioner, namely compassion, joy, and equanimity. These 4 virtues are put together in one virtue, which is love. You should understand the word love simply because only with love can you have compassion and equanimity. You should put together these 4 virtues in one word, compassion, and your compassion will develop. When will the 4 immeasurable minds develop to that extent, to put it simply? If you practice the 3 merits completely, you will naturally have the 4 measures within you. Do you understand this? I tell you, Father, because of the times and difficult circumstances, we are easily disturbed. It is difficult to practice the Dharma. We feel lazy and have a tendency to neglect it. In addition, we find it easy to become angry and resentful. We know that the 6 senses are climbing up, but we do not know how to control them. Please teach us how to control them. Music, Father, do you know why we encounter these difficulties? No, because the current layer of turbid air is very thick, covering the world. Whoever can open the wisdom eye will see the turbid air rising to the sky, making us heavy, chaotic, and dark. Our minds will be confused, and all of us will be polluted, more or less, and it will be difficult to avoid it. Therefore, whoever has not yet been able to stabilize their mind and will, this scene will be confused because the turbid air is attacked and invaded by the surrounding turbid air. If the owner lacks will and cannot be proactive, then the six senses will naturally climb up to test us, making us easily irritated, angry, sad, bored, and miserable. Then do that wrong thing. Lately, you guys often find it difficult to sit and practice. If you lack willpower, you will become lazy and tired and practice the Dharma for the sake of it. It will be difficult to receive the pure energy to withdraw. When our true nature does not have much purity, we will feel heavy, sad, bored, and suffering, confused and agitated, controlled by the six senses, and then we can do wrong things to attract trouble and suffering to test us. Therefore, I advise you, Rang Zine, to practice the Dharma wheel as much as possible during the day to reduce the polluted air, because when you practice the Dharma, the wheel of breath is when you bring the yang in the air into your yang safe, so that you can be light and bright. Lately, the negative energy is heavy every time you use your breath. You cannot bring much yang energy anywhere. So you must try to diligently practice the wheel of Dharma a lot to hope to reduce the yin energy in you, so that you can suffer less. In addition, so that you can control yours if more, and strive to control your six senses, try to do the following when you feel your mind is restless and bored, worrying, angry, and confused. BCDC has eyes. If you are angry with someone at any time during the day, immediately cut off the thoughts that are causing disturbances. Inhale slowly and deeply, exhale completely, and do this until you are more proactive. While you inhale, stick your tongue in your teeth and recite Buddha's name or recite the Buddha's name. Imagine your if in the center of your head, reciting God while imagining that you are one with God. You are God. You are in charge of this being, and in the position of God, you begin to bless all living beings in your being. You bless the six senses. Because they are suffering from the heavy darkness of their minds, they are in turmoil due to the lack of purity and light. I think I bestow grace upon them, give them wisdom, and always, through my thoughts, advise them to cultivate, advise them to evolve, and educate them to listen to the wise will of their master, so that they can quickly escape the cycle of suffering. I talk to them through my thoughts like a father talks to his little children. When they are acting up, I use my thoughts to scold them. If I know how to regularly do the work of educating and blessing them like this every day, then surely your six senses will be gradually trained to be proficient until they submit and listen to the wise will of their master. If you pay attention to practice regularly, not being lazy, not being idle and drifting, then this way of using thoughts to unite with God, then giving grace and then educating and leading the six senses is very good and very effective. My children, please do this to transform your six senses. This is very good because when you use clear and strong good thoughts to educate and talk to the six senses seriously, then the good thoughts, your strength will emit a stream of pure light to pull the six senses to a brighter place. Those who have the level of wisdom I will have the opportunity to experience the phenomenon of the six senses and six objects listening to the Master preaching the Dharma. This is not an imaginary thing. The six senses and six objects in the human body are a completely real event. All of you can experience this scene when you have a high level of wisdom I. All of you are the same. From heavy to light, from turbid to pure, there must be a pull, and then you must struggle with the six senses and six objects. Thanks to this struggle with procrastination, I have learned to train my will to have lessons for us to learn to evolve them just like children. Therefore, if you know how to teach, educate, and advise them always with good thoughts, then surely gradually you will influence them to follow you. Look at the example of animals in the field. They are ferocious and ignorant, but humans still succeed in controlling them and guiding them to act according to their will. That is because humans have diligently used their will to teach and train them always. The same goes for your six senses and six objects. If you don't look after them, care for them, and educate them, use your willpower to train them regularly so that they overwhelm you and listen to them. Always not teaching them, advising them, or scolding them, or teaching them for one day and then forgetting them for days. They naturally won't remember your teachings, and then corrupt officials will climb up to take power and punish you. So you children, please apply the method of safe transforming your six senses according to the method I just explained, so that you can soon get the desired results. Listen to my children's music. Father, when I receive the Dharma and practice meditation, I was taught that there is no need to try to establish virtue or to eliminate greed, anger, ignorance, love, and lust, but only need to practice according to the Dharma for a period of time. Then naturally my temperament will change. But up to now, after a period of practicing meditation, I still do not see any improvement. I am still angry, still have many bad habits, but I see other monks who practice this Dharma have experienced a lot of progress in correcting their temperament. Please teach me why my case is not effective, Father. I see that most of you in the Vo-Vi sect often argue that it is not effective. Need to fix it so that the Dharma can fix it here, so that the Father can analyze it clearly for you children. If you want to evolve quickly, then the act of giving your mind, correcting your nature, and establishing conduct is very necessary. But for you, establishing conduct or work is very important and effectively supports the evolution of the practitioner. Moreover, the practice and establishing conduct are very closely related to each other because, is it true that the evening practice supports the daytime practice, and the daytime practice supports the evening practice? Why does the evening practice help the daytime practice, my children? Father tells you clearly that in the evening, if you sit diligently, without being lazy or distracted or worrying, thanks to focusing your mind and using your breathing, you can bring some of the pure energies of heaven and earth into Tan Lok. The balanced essence sleeps and moves after a day. It is disturbed and degraded because of your mundane activities. So when you practice in the evening the next day, your person will be more stable, more joyful and excited. Thanks to that, you will be sublimated, helping you to live a more moral life. That is the evening practice that helps you establish virtue during the day, my child. Why does establishing a practice during the day support the evening practice? You can experience this when you live a day full of turmoil, full of greed, anger, ignorance, joy, anger, love, hate, and desire. You naturally feel heavy and tired. Sitting in the evening practice is difficult, lazy, tired, and distracted. You meditate just to get by, therefore your safe does not enjoy much of the 5 elements. There is no opportunity to be purified and balanced again to help improve your temperament. Therefore, establishing a practice during the day makes you practice all the time without seeing any progress. This is because establishing a practice during the day supports the practices. My child, you must both practice and establish virtue. Don't rely on the Dharma and wait for it to correct you. Who knows when you'll wait? The time is near, so you'll worry, and it won't be in time. Are you kidding? If you want to rely on the Dharma to let it correct you, that's fine. But if you rely on the Dharma and rely on it, you must diligently follow it. That means you must diligently practice day and night. Concentrate on practicing the Dharma, always without delay or laziness. Every time you practice, you must be enthusiastic and not be careless. If you can do that, then of course and certainly you will see progress. That is relying on it and knowing how to rely on it wisely. Father, I know a fellow practitioner who used to practice according to this Dharma and saw a lot of progress. His temperament changed. Sometimes when he practiced, he closed his eyes and saw light coming out from the 3 stars. Sometimes he saw this scene and that scene, but after a while his practice became weak and he could no longer see things like before. His temperament returned to being hot-tempered and empty like before he practiced. This person said that he practiced every night. Please tell me clearly why there was such a regression when he still practiced Dang. Father, I still practice every night, but the reason why I regressed is because of many reasons. I will temporarily tell you. The following are some of the reasons why later on when you practice, you do not have enough concentration to bring the necessary amount of Tan Lok and stabilize the 5 elements to restore all the functional organizations in your body after a day of agitation. Because of those worldly activities, you must see that during the day you are agitated a lot with the life of Tranjiang, causing your spirit to disperse and your energy to be lost. So your body is polluted with many impurities. So when you sit down to practice at night, you must feel heavy and have difficulty in drawing the energy back up. The heavy practice makes you relax, worry, become lazy, tired. Practice for the sake of practice, then stop meditating, which has been polluted during the day. When practicing, if you are lazy and do not try to diligently practice the Dharma to gather the Tan Lok pure energy to dissolve the impurities in your body, the 5 flows of energy of the 5 organs, the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, will not be able to flow. If you cannot correct the disordered order of the 5 elements and cannot restore balance, then of course you will see your body deteriorate both mentally and physically, and you will feel angry again because the liver is blocked and not flowing. Therefore, even if the chakra in the 3-star head is opened a little thanks to the pure energy gathered when you practiced well before, it will be covered later because of pollution and impurities. That's the reason. Also, because the later stage is the curtain of the impure mass, The layer of impure energy surrounding the red dust world becomes thicker and thicker. Those who practice meditation must try much harder to follow the development of the impure energy, to hope to reduce the influence of the impure mass that is causing chaos there. If you continue to practice according to the previous trend, you will certainly see poor results. Therefore, I advise you to try to practice the Dharma wheel diligently many times a day, at any time you have the conditions. In addition, you should try to practice what is necessary for emergency purposes to reduce the impure energy that you have. Everyone must be polluted more or less. That is the school of Chai Mat, chanting the name of the Father, or chanting the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and diligently and energetically practicing the above things. Father has already informed you all. Returning to the issue, I ask you to summarize that the reason why that country still practices every night but has regressed is because of these points. 1 is not practicing well, so it cannot replenish the lost energy. 2 is because during the day there is a lot of disturbance from life, so it affects the practice of Dharma at night, causing the practice to not yield results. That's good, my son, because the practice has not kept up with the development of the negative energy. The events have led to your friend's regression. I have said this in general for all common cases that you can all encounter. There may be special cases, but that must be considered for each individual. Father, I have heard of the Long Hua Association and the Long Van Association, so please explain more clearly the difference between these two associations. Father and I and Long Van are just one, but are expressed through many stations. Temporarily called the semi-final station, the final station Van Van. Currently the turbidity is raging here, causing people to suffer many challenges such as poverty, illness, accidents, death, natural disasters, and calamities. Van Van, that is the Long Hua examination facility that is performing this examination. This is the semi-final, a platform to purify some souls that are heavy with the karma of killing and the right level of turbidity of demons. Through this period it will be a transitional facility, a stage to help you have the conditions to progress further, in order to sprint in time for the final period. There is another final period, my child. But if you cannot pass this period, how can you attend the final period, my child? The final examination will be the opportunity. The last judgment is a period of extreme violence. Anyone who does not have enough moral and intellectual evolution must be destroyed in this scene, because this is the period where the Father selects only good dragons to enter that holy era. The minimum level of the child must be to be free of all petty jealousy, envy, spite, egotism, discrimination, and division. In short, one must have the level of universal unity, knowing how to practice love and brotherhood among fellow human beings, regardless of religion, skin color, race, or class. Music. Dear Father, there are fellow practitioners who say that they practice entering the dragon realm. The flower is still low. They practice without needing to attend the Long Hua assembly. They practice to go straight to the realm of liberation. Father, can they practice without attending the Long Hua assembly? This is the third great initiation convention of this planet, my child. This is an extremely great and important initiation that all Buddhas, immortals, saints, and evolved souls who meet the standards to be selected must attend. This is an extremely great initiation to determine the position for all those who have attained the fruit or are willing to practice in this third period, my child. Those who have reached the level of nirvana in the third period, by that time, of course, must all be present to announce their names and determine their positions. At that time they must appear before the long assembly. But my child, I asked, is it possible to practice without entering Long Hua? Yes, there must be such a case, but that is the case of those whose names were eliminated because they did not meet the standards to evolve to that holy time, my child. Only thing is, you must understand that Long Hua is not the ultimate goal of a practitioner. My child, it is only a milestone in the evolutionary path that you must pass through on your equal evolutionary cycle. Okay, my child, do you know the goal? What is your ultimate goal? It is to return to that source, to return to the place where you have separated, to step out, my children. You must return to unite with the great soul of the Father. The small spiritual body must merge with the great spiritual body of the universe. You must return to the throne of God so that you know God, so that you truly know yours if, so that you understand that your entire evolutionary cycle of going down and then returning is just for you to go learn about yours if. Do you understand this most important event, my children? Music. Father, there are too few people who know how to cultivate. Those who don't cultivate, too many. Those who go up don't. How many people go down so crowded like that? Is it a pessimistic thing when the sliding block wins? Music this father son, that event is nothing to be pessimistic about, son. It's also within the operation of the universe. Sad, yin and yang move constantly according to the law of the universe's constant evolution. So heaven and earth must have times of heat, times of cold, times of rain, times of sunshine, times of darkness, times of prosperity, times of decline, times of yin and yang prosperity, times of decline, times of yin and yang prosperity, times of decline, times of light, trang lang, times of darkness, times of movement. This is the time when darkness prevails, so people tend to fall into darkness. Ignorance. Then comes a time when the east is too bright and people will wake up, become lively again, and rise up in that bright sunlight. Okay, my children. Dear Father, recently life has been so chaotic that many people who practice seem to be doing well, but suddenly they become scandalous, do many wrong things, or speak rudely to someone who has never practiced. We really did not expect it, and do not understand why. Dear Father, my children, this is a painful accident of a practitioner that all of you can stumble upon on the arduous journey back to your old homeland, my children. That stumbling thing is also easy to understand. The thick and dense atmosphere pervades all corners of Tranjiang. All of you must be more or less polluted and must suffer the influence of the test by paying off the karma of the collective. The cultivator in this stage knows to heighten vigilance. Strictly guard and control him's if at all times. Do not let his mind be careless, because every child must suffer more or less the attack, depending on his personal or family karma, and certainly no child will be spared. So all of you must be in a state of readiness and serious preparation to be calm and clear-headed enough to deal with adversity. The scene that comes is also because of that. Once you relax, you do not prepare carefully. Do not close your five senses, eyes, ears, and feet, and lose your life to focus on turning inside to consolidate your strength. It is no different from the scene where the enemy army is surrounding the city. If the city does not close the door, does not focus on consolidating its forces, and delays in guarding and controlling the world of the first and second ranks for the enemy, then the enemy will certainly rush in to attack. If you do not have enough strength to hold out, you will be weak and lose. That scene of losing is the fall of a cultivator in the test of the island, my children. This is a painful but very real situation. It is normal, and every soul must have the opportunity to experience it on its return pilgrimage. That is the path to go up. It must be like that. We must always strive in the bitter test to learn and understand, and then there must be times when we fall. Therefore, my child, please look at that phenomenon with eyes that are completely normal, full of sympathy and understanding. Listen to me, because when you do not understand, you will be surprised, angry, condemn, despise, and stay away from the person who is falling. But when you understand, you must sympathize, love, be delicate, and support that person to rise up. That is right, my child, is to practice love between fellow human beings, practice compassion, wisdom, and courage of a monk. If you have not yet practiced this, and still feel jealousy and envy in your heart, you are not qualified to be selected into the holy bank. Listen, you should understand that the process of going from inner turmoil to the phenomenon of stumbling of an individual is very complicated, and has many subtle mysteries that only God can analyze and evaluate properly, to criticize and condemn that wrongdoer. So only I am in the most correct position to make the necessary condemnation. Condemn and have the right to condemn a soul, because when I condemn it, I will be condemned with it when I criticize its wrongdoing. I know how to love and understand that wrongdoing nature when I grind it. I will suffer with it when I use the law of teeth to punish it. I will suffer with it, and I only act for its evolutionary goal. Only when you can do that, then you have the right to criticize, anger, condemnation, contempt, jealousy, envy, cruelty towards a wrongdoer who stumbles. And if you have not done it yet, then those are just things. Thoughts and actions that come from ignorance only make you stuck in a narrow place. Always being ignorant and creating bad karma will have to pay the consequences, hindering your soul's evolution to reach enlightenment. In short, this scene is chaotic and crazy. On the one hand, all of you must always look inward. Try to control your mind, not let it be indulged in external circumstances. Be on guard and control yours. If always, on the other hand, take care of Tan Lok. The body uses effort and work to stabilize the power, so tin bat cow to win. Viet chant Buddha's name to keep the power. Don't talk about worldly matters too much. Whoever talks too much will have it. The tendency to speak carelessly creates trouble and leads to mental disorder. Remember, speaking too much wastes energy and will cause mental disorder, and can also bring about karma of the mouth. If your words are not good and not useful, you can encounter many problems due to carelessness in your speech. So you should understand and protect yours. I have to overcome this test, my child. Here I also see this often when you think that practitioners, especially those with great roots, often encounter challenges and stumble upon the ego. Then you are afraid of having to do great roots. In truth, that is not the case, my child. It's not only the great roots that encounter challenges. The challenges are due to your own karma. But the small roots with their many karmas also encounter continuous challenges as usual. But the great roots have a brighter spirit. If you fall, you can still have a chance to rise up tomorrow. But the small roots have a dim spirit. When you fall, it's hard to rise up. That's why you should have a great root. It's a great blessing. But here you should know that all adversities and challenges, no matter how terrible the difficulty, it's not as dangerous as the weakness and fear of your inner safe, the will of your soul. It's the shadow itself. It is still the real culprit that sows fear and hinders you, not the external challenges on your journey to temper your will and learn to evolve. The moment you can chase away the ghost of weakness and fear in your heart, overcome that culprit, then immediately all challenges, no matter how difficult, will disappear like the mist before the dawn of wisdom, my child. The problem here is not fear, running away from challenges or hoping not to face challenges. I repeat, the problem here is not fear, running away from challenges or hoping not to face challenges. Challenge, because not facing challenges is something that never happens to any soul that has to come down to earth to learn, especially when it is still entangled in the cycle of karma. So the only way is to face the challenges and control the inner safe to rise up. This is the necessary safe defense instinct of the soul on its evolutionary path. You should know that when you fall before a challenge, it is not because you fell because of the challenge, but because of the weakness and fear of your soul. That is a practitioner. If you want to find a place of enlightenment and wisdom, if you want to progress quickly, want to be bright, open up quickly. Your child. Try to completely abandon the thoughts of fear of challenges, fear of suffering, fear of hardship, fear of danger. These fears will obscure the true spirit, making it impossible for wisdom to develop, and you will not be able to evolve to a higher level. A soul lacking courage will be stuck in the cycle of reincarnation forever until it has enough great, heroic will to transcend to the bright realm. Therefore, whoever wants to be liberated must stop and learn courage. Remember that a weak soul is afraid. It is certainly impossible to be bright, and it is very easy to stumble and fall in this test, my children. Please understand and try to practice it. Dakdung means great heroism in the heart. Listen to me, Father. I try to get rid of anger, but I have not succeeded. Whoever makes me angry, I get angry and cannot hold back. Please teach me how to fix it. Dear Father, I try to practice the Dharma wheel more, to bring the pure chi to improve my body and clear the 5 internal organs. When the 5 elements are scattered, the 5 internal organs are blocked. My liver is blocked, so I get angry and jealous. Here, Father, I will talk more about anger so that guide me in the part of thinking that helps me improve my anger, which is the nature of God as well as of me. Father has taught this. If I want to reach enlightenment, I will not destroy my anger, but I will abandon my anger to learn purity. What is anger, my child? Father will teach me. Clearly, anger in humans is a reaction to respond to the provocation of another object through thoughts, words, or actions. When I have a heavy anger, then I will react by releasing heavy thoughts, that is, streams of anger. It affects the individual. When you are angry, you speak hotly, and sometimes do wrong actions, leading to bad consequences. This type of anger only destroys you and negatively affects your body, causing it to deteriorate quickly, making you and the other person fail even more. Not to mention the unforeseen harmful consequences caused by unwise actions when angry. All of these will become karmic forces that will impact you back to slow down your evolution. Now you start to learn to practice Tan's anger. When someone angers you, try to stay silent and avoid reacting immediately. Anger. At that time, to help reduce the anger, I put my tongue against my teeth and slowly inhaled and exhaled until I had all my breath, while silently reciting the name of the Father or reciting the Buddha's name, thinking right at the center of my head, breathing many times like that, until I fight my mind calm down. At that time I thought I was one with God and then began to practice Tanin. At that time I thought I was God and responded to the person who angered me with good thoughts by giving him grace and blessing him to become brighter and understand better. Then I went through these thoughts until I hear my inner peace return. This is the most appropriate and wise way to react, both protecting me, nourishing me, and elevating me to be brighter, and can gradually influence that person in a way that is beneficial to me. If they mistreat me, the way of Tan both nourishes me, avoids karma, and has the merit of giving enlightenment to others. If I practice this way of anger always, I will gradually progress to enlightenment until I know Tanan. In fact, at that time, I have the virtue of Buddha's anger, because whoever angers Buddha, Buddha will react immediately by releasing some peace back to that person. Bright light to pull it up, because whoever angers Buddha, Buddha will react immediately by releasing it back to that person. Wishing for bright light to pull it up. So when you are aware of anger and impurity, your soul rebels, dark mind, and is in the state of hell. When you are aware of anger and purity, your soul is pure and clear and in the state of nirvana. When you return to the Supreme Being, you will be angry and pure, at the same time in the Father's position. Any essential nature will manifest in two states, pure and impure, at the same time. Like a fellow practitioner of yours, who has a fairly high level of cultivation and attainment, it has the opportunity to day and night to reach nirvana. Father was angry with it, ordered Father to scold it. Sometimes Father was angry and scolded it terribly, but the more angry Father was, the more fiercely scolded it. The more it shone, the more it enjoyed the halo. It shone brightly, and its electric light was pulled up by Father from its own electric frequency, pulling it towards the place of extreme purity, making it brighter and happier. Therefore, looking at Father's behavior at that time, the angry person was like a mortal, but the angry person still had enough supernatural power to draw the electric light of a person with an evolutionary level to an electric frequency many times higher than his own. It has experienced this phenomenon and enjoyed it fully thanks to its high level of evolution. Its mind is completely clean. It can see the magic and know the precious value of the magic that its Father gave it to open its soul to receive you. You can ask it again to understand more. This phenomenon is destined for those who still have a mortal mind and are full of pride or do not know the magic. In the case of being scolded like that, it feels annoyed, so it closes its soul. Because of the impure magic from that annoyance, it does not know the value and cannot enjoy much. So when the Father comes down to the mortal world, Waduk Kim, your body will be. I saw my Father manifest all the natures of God in the state of Tan Truok at the same time, and Duk Kim then will be Tran but escape Tran at the same time. I told my Father recently there was a matter of suppression and a talisman-making procedure in the Zen Hall, as well as the phenomenon of Bodhisattva using talismans to cure illnesses for many fellow practitioners in the state of Vovi with my consent. This made some fellow practitioners wonder and think that the spirit of Vovi is safe cultivation and safe improvement. Why is it necessary to use talismans? Some of you, because you do not understand, rashly think that my Father and Tan Dan Dan are still in the state of Huvi, which is spreading superstition and delusion. In the Vovi sect, please explain this clearly, so that fellow practitioners will not be confused. Dear Father, my children, why is there the matter of giving and drinking charms on the Zen Hall, as well as the matter of Bodhisattva receiving the power to go to the mortal world to use charms to cure diseases? With your Father's consent, I will explain clearly for you to understand. If you know how to cultivate and progress yours, if, as you say, if you know how to take care of your own body and take care of it for me without groaning, crying, or calling out to me for salvation, then I will not have to work so hard and suffer to transfer all kinds of means to save you. The mass of defilements that are testing the mortal world, it is the karma of humanity that makes you pay for what you have done. Then you borrow those sufferings to teach you, and also borrow those things to measure your level of evolution. So this is called a test of humanity. But looking back in this internal test, how many people have a high level of evolution? The cause and effect must be inactive. I wonder how many people have a level of purity and steadfastness in this test. If you practice inactive and know how to truly enter inactive, do not let your mind wander to the external world, and move forward steadily in adversity, knowing how to rely on karma to progress. Identifying precious lessons that help the soul learn and evolve while enduring bitter trials, because of the karmic test, my child. I do not have to suffer to transfer the skillful means of the books of signs to help you guys to guard the meditation hall, because the turbid air is full there. There are no practitioners with enough pure energy to protect like before. The source of grace to support when the meditation hall is no longer in operation day by day or two, the invisible elements of the turbid mass come in and pretend to be fellow practitioners, come and disturb and destroy the walls of the meditation hall, causing trouble for those who come there to meditate but have not received the karmic protection. It is possible to be affected by bad influences. So the Father sent people from Tandandan to help neutralize the negative energy in the meditation hall. Then, to prevent bad elements from continuing to try to destroy this place, those who want to use the meditation hall must go through the procedure of drinking this talisman. Tandandan received the Holy Scriptures from the superiors to print it. It has the effect of neutralizing the negative energy thanks to the Holy Scriptures in it. Therefore, those who are invaded or have evil intentions to come here to cause destruction will have the holy power of the talisman neutralized to help them get rid of those things. Calculating wrongly without causing trouble and disturbance, the procedure of drinking charm when entering the meditation hall is just a way to control and prevent the bad elements that have been used by the dirty block, because you must know that with a bad mind, you cannot look at your fellow practitioners to control this scene. This is the scene of the slippery block acting arrogantly and slapping blessings. You cannot believe those who call themselves fellow practitioners, and are those who do wrong just puppets, a borrowed tool to be rubbed and used, and their souls are too weak to resist the will to act of the dirty part that has invaded them. So the trick took place. The custom of giving you spells makes you confused. If you are skeptical about it, then there is no need to go to the meditation hall. You should stay home and practice in peace. Oh my child, this scene must encounter many troubles. How can it be satisfactory? You must strive in adversity to practice. Father knows that many children want to borrow the scene of the meditation hall to practice more easily, but they are afraid of having to drink spells. What can you do when the slippery mass is too rampant? Even though Thien Duong has been suppressed, the heavenly beings who suppress this place must have 1,000 things to do in this scene of great suffering to save you. The roots of their heavy karma must be dispersed everywhere, to take care of the suffering and the disaster, and to reduce the sudden death of humanity according to God's command. They cannot stay in many places if there is not something really necessary there, so they must use this additional control procedure. That is somewhat troublesome for fellow practitioners, but thanks to that, it prevents some troubles that may happen to the homeowner. So that you can see that if you on earth know how to cultivate, you will have a good level of purity to pass this stage firmly. If there are no scenes where you are weak, your soul will easily. If the mass of karmic obstructions invades and causes chaos, then why should I bother to move things like above, my child? The scene of suffering is playing out everywhere. The heavy roots of karma are being tested, and are in a state of confusion. They fall up and down, fall down and down. The children cry and scream loudly to the heavens. The proud life saves the suffering, making my father ache day and night. I'm not talking about far away. I'm talking about you children in the Vu Vi sect. This scene is being tested and falls up and down, crying out to me miserably. If you children know how to cultivate and progress on your own, like you said, if you have enough Vo Vi power to take care of yours IF and protect yours IF, then it would be so much easier for me to suffer like this. You children, look at yourselves. Some are invaded by the masses of defilements and are not used. Some are tormented by illness. Some are faced with suffering and are tested but have poor will and determination and cannot rise up. Sighing and groaning, I want to practice. I want to go home, but I cannot go all the way. Faced with this tragic situation, I know what to do to save you from suffering. If you do not use the material form, how long have you been giving the non-material means to save us? We are indifferent and negligent. What is that non-material means? You are opening the path, advising, reminding, exhorting, encouraging, calling on you. Try to practice, try to be vegetarian. Try to be honest, do good, avoid and practice. Try to dissolve your own karma, reduce suffering and reduce disaster for yours IF. But you have not used that inactive means. Throwing it down to save you has not worked, making the world miserable. That bed of inactive means is not effective, so I have to use it, my child. Don't you know that using conditioned forms and forms to save you is a bad plan? But if the best plan doesn't work, the middle plan doesn't work, so I have to use the bad plan to rescue you. That's why the heavenly parts belong to. Tan was ordered by God to be given the mission to borrow the body of Tran to help alleviate some of the turbidity that is raging in the world so that humanity can suffer less. That is why there is a phenomenon of bodhisattva receiving the spirit to come to the world to use Tan's talisman to save sentient beings from suffering. That is the burden of Buddha's concern to help humanity progress, because there are many fathers, for example, in the Vo Vi sect. When he awakens, knows how to cultivate, wants to move upwards, wants to practice meditation to be liberated. But the karma of the past is too heavy. The 3 poisons wear out the spirit energy and all the organs and machines in the body. The 4 elements are all in decline. Now when we start to worry about moving forward, we no longer have the strength to go forward. Our will is exhausted, our body is damaged, our mind is in decline. We have become victims for the evil spirits to use, and then we are tested by karma, so we cannot practice the Dharma. Therefore God also tries to save it, reducing a little bit of the burden, a little bit of suffering, a little bit of karma for it so that it can evolve more easily. Therefore, the Father has agreed that any child who is invaded by evil spirits and tormented by illness can come and ask Bodhisattva to help cure him so that he can reduce his suffering and focus on evading. This is progress. God's grace of salvation in the end times is a means to support the world to be less heavy and less miserable, then have better conditions to evolve in the rampant chaos of the city. Only thing is, you children, never make the goal with the means. What is your goal, my child? It is the constant evolution of the soul. This goal, you must never forget it, because if you forget it, you will immediately regress. I see that since the incident of the Bodhisattva receiving the power to come to the world to use charms to cure illnesses, many children think that this is a Tan charm, and then abuse, cling to, and rely on charms. So the soul is therefore regressed. The thoughts suddenly fall asleep in the form of the existence, and are then bound by the form of the existence, and cannot rise higher. I tell you clearly, as I have determined above, that this is a spell supported by the Tan electric part, but not because it is a Tan electric part that you develop a spirit of dependence on the Tan electric part supported by the spell. So remember, you have to go, you have to progress. The spell cannot go for you. If you drink the spell and can return, when you get there, I have spread the spell down to the world to bring you back a long time ago. You must understand that your journey is to cultivate and train your mind. The will to strive to evolve always until the will becomes infinite. Only then will you understand that you must be patient in adversity, relying on karma to learn and progress. The Tan amulet only temporarily supports those who are too heavy in karma, are in debt, are being tested by the authorities. Their souls and bodies are being tormented. They want to go but cannot. Father, have mercy. Please grant them salvation and support, a little strength to reduce their suffering, reduce the severity so that they can continue to take care of themselves. Many children who are not sick also ask for the amulet to drink to increase their internal strength so that this practice will not be harmful, as it will become disastrous, my child. Why is that? I am afraid that once you, having a spirit of dependence and clinging to the amulet to go without taking care of yours, your will to strive is weakened, your soul is delayed, you cannot develop, you cannot reach high spiritual heights. You should know that even though it is a Tan amulet, it is still fake, my child. It is better than a real talisman, but the purity that the amulet brings to you is still fake, my child, because it is not really yours, so it must be lost. Your purity is the purity that you try to cultivate and always nourish through a virtuous and virtuous life, through diligent practice of meditation, through the practice of love and purity. Tenan Nien gives your entire small world. Only this Tan Deen can you truly enjoy and enjoy for a long time. But don't ask for a talisman to help you speak quickly and meditate easily, etc. That is the spirit of dependence and abuse of talismans. This not only does not help you go fast, but also hinders your progress. I said that drinking Tan talisman is not harmful, but you must understand that the harm here is not due to the talisman but due to your spirit of abusing the talisman. But then you should go and ask Bodhisattva for help. With these children, I think I also need to say a few words to you. Those who have been cured must remember to practice. If they do not practice, the illness will recur. Because you must be aware that lack of practice is the cause of all illnesses, both physical and spiritual. Until you understand that you have made yours sick by wasting your vitality due to a chaotic life. Only you are the true teacher who can cure the root of the illness. Only then will you have hope of being cured. Because if you live without purity and moderation, immersed in greed, anger, delusion, joy, anger, love, hate, lust, etc., you are wasting your vitality and destroying it. Safe destruction is not when you are too angry, too sad, too worried, too calculating, too indulging in sexual pleasures, too much impulsive mind, too much worldly affairs. Of course it will weaken and fall ill. Medically, when you are angry, sad, worried, calculating, impulsive, your mind is not at peace and not pure. Immediately at that time your brain system will secrete toxins that will destroy your body. Then your nervous system will be shaken, your heart will beat irregularly, and the functional organs of the circulatory system, respiratory system, digestive system, etc. will all be negatively affected. And if in daily life you are too impulsive or always impulsive, then naturally your body's mechanism will degenerate, leading to illness. In terms of the science of non-action, when you are anxious, calculating, and have too many desires, you will be distracted and worn out, your internal organs will degenerate, and thus your soul will be damaged. If it is no longer nourished and nurtured, it will become confused. A weak and dark mind is no different from a flickering lamp that gradually fades until it goes out completely. The loss of the 5 elements, the dispersion and decline of the body, are the causes of all illnesses of the body and soul, so you should. Father repeats, you must wake up to see that you have made yours if sick, and only you are the teacher who can cure the root of your illness. Any other teacher besides you is just a fake teacher because this teacher only treats the consequences of the illness. Only you are the teacher who can cure the cause of the illness. You must treat the cause for the illness to go away, my child. Because as long as there is a root, there will be branches, and as long as there is a cause, there will be an effect. My child, if you only know how to rely on any other teacher besides yours, and do not know how to maintain moderation, do not know how to nourish, do not know how to practice, then no matter how good the teacher is, when will the medicine be good? When will, no matter how powerful the spell is, it cannot save you because the reshoots of the treatment will be destroyed by you because of a chaotic life afterwards. Therefore, only when you understand this spirit and are determined to take care of yours will your condition have a chance to completely recover. That's okay. Therefore, when you don't understand, you think that practicing is suppressing, suffering losses, living without enjoying this or that, not enjoying Jiang, etc. When you understand, you will see that practicing is not living but protecting your own rights. That's all. Give up the desires to enjoy the things you are greedy for. Love, lust, etc. That is not suppression or sacrifice, but you are nourishing yours you are protecting yours you are nurturing yours to be healthy in both soul and body, and preventing you from many troubles, difficulties, sufferings and challenges that you will have to face in the future. That is knowing how to love yours and loving yours with clarity. But when it comes to the issue of material form, I think I should also say a few words to you in the Vovi sect. I see that most of you in the Vovi sect tend to look down on material form. This is not right. If you are afraid, you just keep going. Always stuck in the form, I advise you to abandon the form to go directly into the mind to reflect and see your original nature to understand and attain the truth. When you understand the impermanence of form, you will begin to leave the level of the conditioned form to enter the level of learning the unconditioned. You have learned that level. You have passed it. Now you are entering another level. But that does not mean you should not learn the old lessons and those who are in that level. Do not despise the conditioned form. You should know that the conditioned, thanks to the unconditioned, there is nothing. Because of the existence of being, is it true that you can use the dictionary of non-being to look at the existence of being to learn, immerse yours in existence, and then from those experiences you will be successful, and then gather your non-being? You must remember that the truth is non-being and existence at the same time. So abandoning non-being is violating the truth, and abandoning existence is also violating the truth. When you have passed the level of existence, now you want to go to class, and you don't study that lesson anymore. But looking back, you don't despise it. You must see it as a necessary stage that contributes to your evolutionary cycle, and then to those who are still stuck in existence. Appearance, you should not because of that look down on them and lose respect for them. I see that many of you in the Vovi sect come to the Kongtan Mu and see the formality of the robes and worshipping clothes. Then you look down on them and criticize them. That is the appearance of the Huvi sect, thinking that according to the spirit of Vovi, there is no need for such worshipping drawings and showing an unpleasant attitude towards that scene. You guys are wrong in your reasoning about the spirit of Vovi. That is not the spirit of Vovi, but rather arrogance and self-centeredness. You must understand that the spirit of Vovi is the spirit of harmony. If you do not know how to be harmonious, then it is not the spirit of Vovi. You are a human being. Knowing how to live with this spirit, the mind is filled with love. No matter how much love there is, it can be in harmony from big to small, from small to big, from small to large, from harmony to singing with all and learning with all. That is the true spirit of non-action. If any of you look at the material form and appearance and still despise, feel upset and uncomfortable, that is still attached to the ego, proving that you are being controlled by the external world and the material form at that time, causing your mind to be agitated, upset and uncomfortable. Therefore, in reality, this person's mouth talks about non-action and the theory of non-action, but his mind is still stuck heavily in the circle of material form and appearance. Do you understand the meaning? Does this mean anything, my children? Father, there was a time when someone blasphemed against you. The Three Religions Court had a planchette to arrest and warn you. Please tell us what the Three Religions Court is, my child. The Three Religions Court is a law enforcement agency that oversees the sins and blessings of humanity. This agency is under the control of three people. One is the heavenly religion leader, two is Go Ti Thin Tun, and three is the supreme Taoist. In truth, these three people are also you incarnated to do that work. We heard that you were arrested and warned for blaspheming, my child. Why is there this arrest, my child? When a spirit. The soul of blasphemy speaks blasphemies to God, insulting God. This insult does not harm God or the truth, because even if it blasphemes 1,000,000 times like that, the truth will still be the truth, always babbling, shining. Nothing can destroy the truth. I have nothing that can damage the truth, but the reason I accept its blasphemy is because this blasphemy comes from ignorance, from its stupid smell. That will hinder the development. It is what slows down the soul's evolution, delays you. Here it is, my child. That is the important thing. Only the return to the origin and the constant evolution of the spirit is what is significant to God. Therefore, when you speak blatantly and offend your father, you make your father feel pain and suffering. Your suffering is not because of fame and power, because reason is always the truth, but your suffering is because you are ignorant. You fall into ignorance, so you cannot evolve. Your level is stuck there, and you regress along that evolutionary line. Therefore, when you offend your father punishes you, but for the benefit of the soul of the sinner, because of the need to understand and evolve. It's incessant. Therefore, your disrespect and blasphemy are not inherently sinful. It is the disrespect and blasphemy in ignorance that hinders your progress that is the sin, and then the force of retribution will act on your ignorant safe cultivation to correct it, so that Ton Law can gradually help you open your mind to evolve until you achieve enlightenment. Your soul is freed from ignorance. Then you can curse your father as much as you want. You can curse your father, Patriarch Bodhidharma, curse the sky as a pile of dung. That is truly an insult, isn't it? But here insulting and understanding, so it's not blasphemy, my son, blasphemy in Mintriet. Those words of insult come from the understanding of the infinite greatness of God. Everything is God, everything is God. Shit is God. There is nothing that is not God. God includes everything, so the blasphemy in Mintriet of Bodhidharma is the utmost respect for God, my son. So though blaspheming his father in ignorance is blasphemy, while though blaspheming his father in understanding is Mintriet, it is respect for his father, it is praising his father, my son, added that in fact pride and arrogance are the nature of God and your nature. However, if you continue to be arrogant and slippery, you will sink into ignorance, stagnating at the level of darkness and not being able to progress. Therefore, if you want to avoid sinking and slowing down at that level to progress to a higher level, you must learn to be arrogant in a different way. You have learned to be arrogant in a sliding way. Now you should learn to be arrogant in a pure way to progress to the light and the light. What is arrogance in a pure way, my child? It is the virtue of humility, my child. You must understand that when you are humble, you are being safe righteous in a wise way. Indeed, arrogance does not like to submit to anyone, and always wants to be higher than others. But because it is arrogant in a serious way, it is held down and cannot be raised as high as it wants. This kind of arrogance only makes you lower, criticized, hated, and shunned. The humble person does not want to be better than anyone, always looking for his own shortcomings to seek peace and learn from everyone. Seeing everyone as his enlightened teacher, seeing in the bad and low places the good and high places so that he can learn and progress, this person will soar high, very quickly, even though it does not want to be arrogant. Is it because it is humble and willing to learn that it is enriched? Progress quickly, become wiser and understand more. Is it not the virtue of being kind to everyone? Being kind to everyone will be the attraction that attracts the love and respect of everyone. For that person, the actions that are loved and respected, being better than others, and progressing to a higher level is the arrogance that is developing in a high form, that is, Ton arrogance. Thanks to Ton light, it can be pushed to a high and bright place. And falling into a shallow life is just arrogance in a clumsy and crude state. Ton arrogance or humility is arrogance in a high state, sophisticated, subtle, and delicate. This way of safe-respecting by being humble will help you evolve to a place of enlightenment. Of course, this must be true humility. not pretending to be humble to be praised when your mind is still a little restless. If you want to be high and want to be praised, you will be entangled in the heavy and fiathy way of life. Then you will surely be severely punished and will not be able to progress. You should show harmony with everyone, always learn and progress, but without any delusions you will be enlightened, noble, and focused on your thoughts. Tan Tin Kong is not like that. That is truly knowing how to call it arrogance. Tan is Han, calling it arrogance of Buddha. So arrogance is the nature of God, so it cannot be destroyed when you learn to be humble. That is not destroying arrogance but sublimating your arrogance, that is all. Your journey down to the world until the day you return is to learn arrogance from low to high, from heavy to light, from sliding to pure, until you truly know how to call it arrogance. When you say this, I remember someone who told me that, see, Father, this guy, that guy, he called me a teacher. Equal to the great ones like Buddha, Lord Hung to equal to the Lord, Buddha, Confucius like that. Father seems to be arrogant and safe righteous, but my child, listen to me ask here, is there any reason to condemn me for calling you a god as being arrogant and safe righteous, my child? Or is it only the children who hear their father call them a god who find it difficult to respect and call them go? But if any of those Da condemns me for being arrogant and safe righteous, then I will let him know that what he said about me being arrogant is not clear enough. He must say that I am very arrogant and proud. Infinite is more correct, my child. I am the most arrogant, the wisest, the highest, and also the lowest, the most noble, but also the most humble. Even in humility, I do not want to lose to anyone. So I am arrogant even in humility, my child. And if when I am no longer arrogant, I let my if lose to something, give way to something, and let something be higher than me, then that is the collapse of the supreme truth. So, truth is inherently very arrogant. That is its inescapable nature, my child. However, I let you know that in the throne of God, I have the right to despise everything in the universe. I have the right to look down on everything. Everything is inferior to me, not only because I am the ultimate truth, not only because I am its creator, but also because when I think of it, when I see it as inferior to me, I see where it is. I am it and I are one, that's all. So I despise it without contempt. I am high but low, I am arrogant without being arrogant. You should know that when you can do the highest and the lowest, you can see both of those states at the same time. That's when you truly know how to be arrogant, guys. Music. Father, I have heard before that people who practice this Vo-V meditation method do not need to be vegetarian because they have the part of the Dharma wheel of constant turning that removes impurities and brings purity, so they can eat meat but still be pure. And this physical body is like a good and luxurious house, like a National Guard house. So why not compassionately absorb the spiritual parts of animals to make them happy, to help them lead their voices up, that is to save them, not to kill them. But since the day you appeared in the Vo-V sect, those who advise their children to eat vegetarian food have all returned to the same state. Is it true that they said wrong before, Father? Why don't you, my child, compassionately accept the animal parts into the good house of the V-Nation? The cultivator makes it more happy to help it, to guide it up. What that person said is right, my child. But there is one thing that is only true for highly evolved cultivators who have developed wisdom and have a high level of purity to be able to guide the animal. Only these individuals have enough essence. Tan Lok is worthy to be considered a luxurious house, Zeve Kwok, to accept the animal parts into it, to give it happiness, clarity, and lightness to guide it up. Its sound goes up. This HP eats satiety food. The merit of bringing the animal into the body and helping it evolve and progress thanks to one's own wisdom and pure energy should be done to save it, not to kill it. But most of us who practice according to this Dharma also imitate eating satiety food. But our body is not enough. Tan Lok Hu is not bright yet. There are not many houses. My body is full of rubbish and mold. My mind is dark because it has not been cleansed for many lifetimes. I have just started to sweep the trash, but I am sure I have. Sweep clean, haven't sat down to practice the Dharma. Sweep out a bunch of trash, then add another bunch, sweep out as much as you sweep, add that much more, not to mention the case where every night you sweep in a few times to get it all. Then, my child, in this case your house really cannot be considered a luxurious place to protect the country to receive sentient beings without being complained about. Your house is still dilapidated, dark and unhygienic, and you haven't cleaned it yet you still receive so many sentient beings every day into that dilapidated, dark and fiathy place. What's the point of doing it? Of course you only go into such a place. causing them to suffer, be imprisoned, be ignorant, and unable to evolve to a higher level. If they enter your house and do not feel happy, comfortable, or progress to become more enlightened, they will naturally have to come back to test you. Not to mention, you still have to owe them a debt of gratitude because you killed them and brought them to the place of suffering in the dark mind. That is called karma. Therefore, a cultivator who eats meat but does not have the level to lead the CP to the animal realm, to pull them up to a brighter realm, these parts must be stuck in the body, causing the body to slip, and their karma will wave after you to collect the debt. Then try pull the path of your cultivation progress. So most of you in the non-action sect do not eat vegetarian food because you rely on the Dharma wheel of constant turning to remove impurities. But I ask you, every time you practice, are you sure that the Dharma wheel can sweep away all the rubbish accumulated from many lifetimes, not to mention the rubbish that can be entangled in your present daily life? Have you cleansed your saif yet? Tan. So, do you still bring in the animal's slipperiness, and dare to believe that you can cleanse it to make it clean and help it shine so that you can move forward? So, see you innovators kill animals. If you can save it, it will be happier, brighter, and evolve. That is the result of your merit. If you kill it but cannot save it, it will be stuck in suffering. If you have a dark mind, that is the result of your karma. If you can kill it but lead it forward, that is saving it. That is having grace with it. If you kill it but cannot lead it forward, that is harming it. If you have a practice with it, it will have to follow it and report it. That is all, my child. I have heard the argument that if you could become a Buddha by eating vegetarian food, then a cow that only eats vegetables would have become a Buddha long ago. This is also true because whoever thinks that you can become a Buddha by eating vegetarian food is superstitious and delusional. You must understand that, my children. You cannot become a Buddha by eating vegetarian food. Eating chai only helps the practitioner to progress more easily and quickly. The essence is purer than the person who eats meat, so it is lighter and brighter. That's it. The person who meditates and eats vegetarian food will practice more gently than the person who eats junk food. Moreover, when the practitioner eats vegetarian food, it also helps the soul develop the virtues of compassion, joy, and forgiveness. You cannot lull your conscience to sleep. For your own benefit, for your own delicious food, you dip your hands in blood and kill animals when they have reached the level of knowing how to love life and fear death. Do you see them in pain and groaning? How much destruction is spreading under your ears? Butchers and they also used all their life force to struggle to escape the death that awaited them, and cling to their fragile life desperately in their last moments. If you have the visual system to observe the fate of animals at that moment, you will see their aura vibrate with colors expressing extreme terror and hatred that caused those who killed them and made them suffer. Those who practice must learn the virtue of compassion and develop the mind to save suffering beings. Therefore, you must understand that when you kill an animal to eat and lead it to its fame, you are saving its suffering by killing it to eat. If you cannot save it, you have lived on its blood and its painful groans. I say this so you can see that when you do not have the level to save the suffering of an animal by glancing at it, then save yours if by releasing it. Do you understand this? If you understand, then try to listen patiently, my children. Father, please let me know clearly that a practitioner of this method of Zen called Vo Vi must reach a certain level to be able to eat meat and save all animals. Father, all practitioners, if you want to eat meat to gain merit and save animals, then wait until wisdom eye open to the level of seeing the soul of the animal, seeing the scene of it being empty of its own safe, making it happy and joyful, and then when eating it you diligently use your thoughts to silence it, so that you can chant Buddha's name, so that it will follow you and listen to your teachings, practice to evolve to a higher realm. You must see such scenes with your wisdom eye. Then you can be sure that you can eat the animal and help it to be happy and light. When you reach that level, if you want to eat meat, it's not too late, but right now it's not necessary and not the right time, guys. Dear Father, Buddha is like human. Life and death are all destined to be killed on the day and time of karma. So why do we kill it and owe it a debt of killing so that it follows us, Father? Its children follow it and demand its debt because its level of understanding has not evolved to the point of knowing how to forgive those who cause it suffering. That is animalism. The same goes for humans. When it shows hatred and wants to retaliate against the one who caused it suffering, that is showing its animal nature. So when you kill an animal without having enough knowledge to help it gain more understanding to practice and stop hating, it is natural with its nature. Still developing at the level of animals, it hates and follows the debt of its children. Dear Father, if everything is determined by karma, then the fact that I have to live by fishing and raising livestock is also according to fate. So I raise cows, pigs, chickens, etc. Shrimp for humans to kill and eat. Is it a sin for me to live by this job when it is my fate to live by this job? Dear Father, butchers or those who live by killing animals and causing blood debt to animals are all caught in bad karma. Seeing the hateful thoughts of the animal and how its soul follows the debt collector, you must have given up the butcher knife because you no longer have the heart to want to kill them anymore. But that is a scene belonging to the science of nothingness that cannot be witnessed by the naked eye, so humans, for their own benefit and for delicious food for their taste, slaughter them without any pity. But then, if we think that with the naked eye humans cannot see the hateful thoughts of the animal following the debt collector, then with the naked eye, humans must also witness the scene of bloodshed, the scene of groaning and destruction, the heroic struggle of animals to then ask their conscience if they have the right to use the law of the stronger, more knowledgeable, and smarter to brutally suppress, kill, and live a bloody life with the death of a weak creature. Aren't they more ignorant so they don't have enough safe defense? They also know fear and use all their abilities to defend themselves to escape the death that is threatening their state of mind. That fighting instinct is no different from humans, right? And you still make excuses that people kill and sell it. I buy it, I eat it. I eat the meat of an animal that is already dead. I didn't kill it with my own hands, but how can we eat it without people? There are people who kill without demand, so how can there be supply, my child? Therefore both the killer and the eater must share the blood debt with the animals they kill. Therefore, when humans have reached a level of true human development, they will no longer want to kill animals. Therefore, if you do not know, then that's it. Once you know, you must quickly develop the mind to abandon evil karma and move on to better karma. Find ways to live without heavy karma. Even though it does not bring you much material benefit, in terms of spirituality, you will avoid it. Reduce the debt of pleasure, Father, for example. A typical case is the case of a child in the Vo-V sect that you guys here probably know. Before, he ran a livestock farm. After a period of practicing this Vo-V Dharma, he sat in meditation and saw some animals. They swarmed and destroyed it. Then he dug a pond to raise fish to make a profit. After practicing, he saw a school of fish. They swarmed and pecked at him, and he was scared. His conscience was heavy. He felt remorseful. After that, he had the opportunity to meet his father. He asked his father to bless him and help him release his karma soon. He saw that he was sincere, so please help him get what he wanted. Now he has closed down the livestock farm. The day before, he was able to go in and pay respect to his father. He said, I have a skill in raising livestock. I know how to calculate so that I can make as much profit as possible. This profession. But after a period of practicing the mysterious dharma of non-action, I began to change my nature. Especially when I practiced and saw the scene of animals destroying my conscience, I fight so gaiety that I no longer wanted to live with this day. Now, with the Father's grace, I have resolved it somewhere properly. I feel more light and at ease, even though now I can no longer earn as much profit as before. The above case is a typical example for anyone who has accidentally fallen into the karma of living by a profession that has a debt to animals. Then, when you understand, you must resolutely make up your mind to change to a better karma. Then you must be determined to practice and establish, cultivate virtue to quickly evolve. The day you evolve to a higher level and save them, then you will be free of your debt to them. My children, you must know that if you borrow, you must repay. The more you borrow, the heavier you must repay. Sooner or later, the law of cause and effect will have to act so that you can learn. My children, you must understand this well, and please help me attach a school to your father. Dear Father, but in the future, aquatic and terrestrial animals, if they are not killed by humans and have no source of consumption, they will surely multiply more and more, taking up all the living space of humans on this earth. So what should we do, my children? If there is birth, there must be death. That is the law of heaven and earth. And animals that are not killed by humans will certainly be destroyed according to the law of nature. Let's talk about aquatic species that live underwater. If humans do not force them to kill them, they will have to destroy themselves because of the scene of big fish eating small fish. This species is the prey of that species. They hunt each other and kill each other without reason, not to mention the scenes of turmoil under the ocean, the earthquakes. Unexpected movements in the deep sea have brought death to countless creatures in the ocean, my children. Then we will talk about animals on land, animals living in the green forest. If humans do not hunt them, they will also be destroyed according to the law of competition. Scenes of the strong bullying the weak, scenes of this animal eating that animal, scenes of hunting and killing each other, and accidents in the forest, unexpected changes, forest fires. Forest fires have destroyed many animals in the green forest. That event has caused many places where humans have established laws to protect forests and ban hunting, to preserve many rare animal species that are gradually becoming extinct. Now I'm talking about livestock that are close to humans, such as cows, pigs, chickens, ducks, dogs, cats, etc. If humans do not use them as food and as a source of life, they will die from accidents, illnesses, or old age. Every species has its own age. When a dog lives for years, it will begin to slowly age and die. Not more than a few years later, if you say that if we do not kill them, we will use them as food, will they reproduce, still have room to keep them? Then let's see if in Europe and America almost no one kills dogs and cats. They are loved, cared for, and considered close friends in the family. But is that why this species reproduces so much that there is no room to keep them? Sometimes they die because of illness or old age. People still feel sorry and want to keep them alive, but they still have to lose them. You should understand that livestock like cows, pigs, chickens, ducks, etc. The reason they are still so numerous on Earth is because they are considered a great source of profit, causing people to establish large-scale farms to raise them to stimulate them. They reproduce to the maximum, using all the tricks of the new age to keep them healthy, taking care of them, protecting them from illness and death to gain a lot of profit. But there are still accidents and animal diseases that cause them to die en masse and cannot be kept, causing the farm to go bankrupt. That is the reason why they reproduce so much, and there are so many of them, my children. Because there must be human hands that focus on raising and controlling the breed, stimulating them to reproduce to the maximum, using all the tricks of the new age to eat and profit. So they can appear in such large numbers. That's all, do you see, my children? Currently in Vietnam, the species of animals is rare because few people exploit and use this resource. I say this so that you can realize that if humans do not eat animals for food and profit, and no longer live by killing or by the blood and pain of animals, then animals will certainly not multiply to the point of occupying the land to live as you think, my children. But Father, in reality, you must see that animals are a significant source of benefit for human life. They give us meat to eat, fur, bones, and skin to use as material. Producing such industrial products has contributed to the enrichment of human society. The world would certainly be less abundant if the human community ate organically, and no longer killed animals for use. Is that right, Father? You're right. Animals are a significant source of material wealth for human society, but that doesn't mean people feel happy or feel less miserable in life. On the contrary, people are increasingly immersed in the downfall in the bloody tragedies, by the scenes of the big bullying the small, the strong bullying the weak, and so many crimes, so many tragedies, acting with terrorism and murder with the beautiful tricks of the ideal for the people to kill people, the consequences of which are the mass destruction of human society because of those fierce wars. You children, those are the great murderers who drag millions of lives into the slaughter to pay off the retribution of the karma of killing. Are these the painful downfalls that humanity is facing? The suffering is from the manifestations of animalism in humans, from the loss of humanity, expressed through the context of fighting and tearing each other apart, to satisfy selfish interests through scenes of oppression, terrorism, war, killing, and terrible crimes. Then ask yourself why humanity gradually fades, my children, and why animalism grows strongly in the faces and shapes of humans. Is it because humans have fed themselves with meat, lived on animals, and buoy at their interests and enjoyment on the suffering of true A2, not to mention the animal soul and the animal spirit, belongs to the realm of Vo-V that humans have not yet seen. But what is certain and clear is that animal blood must penetrate and circulate in the human mind, causing humanity to fade away and animality to develop. Then humans do not hesitate to rush into crimes, greed, selfishness, use violence to oppress, bully the weaker, fight and tear each other apart for personal gain and ambition, leading to the tragedy of mutual harm, just like the way of life of such a society, to see that the act of harming and caring for animals, although it helps to enrich human life somewhat in terms of material things, it destroys human happiness in terms of spiritual means. And then surely the spiritual collapse will at some point lead to the catastrophic collapse of material civilization. That tragedy must come inevitably, and you have suddenly seen many signs of a fierce nuclear war about to break out not far away, leading to the complete destruction of material civilization but spiritual poverty of the current world. But then what will the image of the world be like when the human collective eats the environment and gives up killing animals for profit? Do you know, my child, surely the world will not have the kind of abundance like that. Nowadays, there will be thousands of other rich ways to help people be happier. People will not have flesh, skin, bones, or fur to decorate their material life. But they will have thousands of other richer means to decorate a prosperous life, both materially and spiritually. People in this society will know how to unite and love each other like brothers and sisters, respecting each other. Because when they know how to respect the right to live of animals, they will surely know how to respect the right to live of real people. Those things are truly priceless, and currently the treasure trove of the whole world wants to buy them. It cannot be bought, my children. Thanks to solidarity and knowing how to love each other, people in this society will develop their intelligence, morality, creativity, and become extremely civilized from material to spiritual. This humanity will go deep into the study of the invisible science, develop beyond the limits of metaphysics, that is, metaphysics, learn, understand, and evolve very highly, thanks to opening the mysterious powers in the human being. My children, this society will truly be a great unity society, a paradise on earth. This vision is not an illusion. This society must certainly be formed by the will of God and buoy it, not from the weapons of violence and blood, but thanks to the understanding of the level of evolution of great virtue, and the spirit of universal humanity of this society will only appear in the coming era of holy virtue. The holy virtue is being called to preach, to prepare for the opening of that brilliant golden age, which will certainly come not far away. Only I'm afraid you won't be able to make it in time. I was kindly told by my father that it is a rare great grace. You no longer have to make any excuses to delay your own evolution. I advise you to quickly study the LP of happiness, the public works of the country, to soon build a park that is ready to meet the standards in time for the holy period. Listen to your children. Plants also have lives and are also living creatures in nature. So why can we kill them to eat, but we cannot do the same to animals and humans to feed them? That is the law of evolution, my child. And when humans use beans and vegetables as food, it is in accordance with the law of nature. Why? Because in reality, humans are a species that lives on beans and vegetables, in terms of anatomy and structure. The human body is made from fingernails and toenails to the teeth and digestive system, to eat, sleep, and eat vegetables and beans. The body of carnivores is structured differently, from the digestive system to long fangs to the 4 limbs with sharp claws to pounce on prey and tear flesh. Therefore, if humans eat meat, they are living against the laws of nature, thus hindering their evolution. In terms of science, plants, thanks to the yin and yang life energy of heaven and earth, are born and grow. So their nature is gentle and pure, characteristics of animals. Therefore, when living on plants, human temperament is lighter. Human temperament is less polluted than when using animal food. Therefore, when living on animals, human beings must be heavily stagnant in their evolutionary progress. That is natural, my children. And in terms of morality, do you see that animals have a higher level of evolutionary understanding than plants? They have a sense of touch, and are sensitive to pain like humans. Though animals are more ignorant than humans, you must admit that in them there is some emotional development. The most intelligent and sensitive are animals that have the opportunity to live close to nature. Therefore, because of their higher level of understanding, they must feel more pain than plants and grass when they are killed. You must choose a way of life that causes less pain to animals. Then it will be in accordance with humanity. In terms of cause and effect, you must know that the more you kill a highly evolved creature, the more debt you will incur. Killing plants and grass does not owe as much as killing crabs and snails. Killing crabs and snails does not owe as much as killing chickens and ducks. Killing chickens and ducks is not as bad as killing dogs and cats. Killing dogs and cats is not as bad as killing a human. Killing a bad human is not as bad as killing a human who practices the noble Tonthine path. Therefore I will choose the way of life that causes the least debt so as not to be dragged by try and hinder my path of evolution. In short, everything is only to serve the ultimate goal, which is the constant evolution of those little souls. That's it, my children. Father, in my opinion, the reason why people psychologically oppose vegetarianism is because eating vegetarian food is not tasty, so doing it is harmful to human health. Dear Father, I have a good appetite because of habits and customs that have infected my taste and psychology. On the contrary, when I am used to eating bottled water, If I eat fish and meat again, it will also taste fishy and difficult to eat. If you say that TN is harmful to human health, then let me know that the human body is made to live on herbs and in food. Herbs are full of nutrients for human health. If only vegetarianism is harmful to health, then surely the hospital must be filled with vegetarians. Then my children, but in reality I see that most of the patients in the hospital are people who eat fish and meat like that, which means that it is not only vegetarianism that makes people sick. Actually, being vegetarian is because of not knowing how to eat and not knowing how to practice. But you are also sick like everyone else. But you should consider carefully the real reason why you are sick. This is because you have destroyed and weakened all 6 organs and 5 viscera, losing the 3 nutrients, essence, energy and spirit because of a chaotic life full of greed, anger, ignorance, joy, anger, love, hate, desire, etc. Because when you are greedy, you lose faith. When you are worried and anxious, when you have a desire for worldly things, your spirit will be scattered, and your vital energy will be exhausted. When your spirit and tambi are lost, your soul and body will be ruined. That's why I advise all of you to live moderately, to nourish yours. If practice meditation, diligently practice the Dharma to preserve your vital energy, nourish your vital energy, improve your nervous system, and gradually make your 6 organs and 5 viscera healthy by bringing the pure energy of heaven and earth into your own body. This mysterious and scientific Dharma of non-action is very good to help your body be healthy. If you are willing to concentrate and diligently practice the Dharma without slacking off, I will let you know, my child. If you practice well and enjoy a lot of pure energy, then during the day you can eat very frugally, but your body will still be healthy as usual. This is something that many of you have experienced. A typical example is a brother of mine. When he first started practicing, he only ate 1 boiled eggplant a day. From a medical perspective, eating like that is too harsh. The practice of going against the nutritional method, completely lacking the nutrients to nourish the body, will certainly lead to illness. But in reality, thanks to the supernatural power of practicing good Dharma, he enjoys a lot of pure energy, so he is still rosy and healthy as usual. TM, don't forget all. All of you who practice meditation should eat a lot of chai to make your practice lighter and better than meditation. If you eat a lot, you will be pulled by the chai to pull you hard. You are worried about the sentient beings in your own being. You have not yet finished saving the 6 senses. The chai will help you progress, but you still want to. You have brought in another group of sentient beings from outside. How can you progress without being delayed? That is not to mention the debts you have incurred because you have taken on the lives of animals when you have not yet saved them to evolve and move forward. The time is near. Be careful. You won't be able to go in time. Listen to me, Father. Most of the other meditation methods advise practitioners to abstain from personal desires and break through the void. We have been taught that there is no need. Must be steadfast in desire. Just try to practice the Dharma for a while to open up the 5 internal organs. Then it will also end desire. But most of us have practiced the Dharma for a while, but the problem of desire still tests us. But every time we have desire, our body feels tired, and then our practice becomes heavy and not good. Please tell us clearly, Father, is it necessary for us to abstain from desire to progress faster? Father, I am here so that you can explain to us so that we can understand better. When we practice meditation, we begin to find the path to enlightenment and liberation. So abstaining from worldly desire is an extremely necessary thing, necessary for your soul to quickly become bright and progress quickly. Surely you understand that when you urge your body to become weak, because the entire nervous system must work intensely, so afterward you will be tired and exhausted. Your strength will be wasted because of lost faith. You must know that essence is the basic material to create the path back, because when you practice the Dharma, you will refine the essence and transform it into the energy. This energy will create the spirit, the spirit, the spirit. The 3 treasures will converge, called the 3 homelands, and gradually form a holy fetus or relics to help you find the path back. You must know that the small soul cannot return to the original world. If you cannot create a holy fetus, the practice is to cultivate the essence and gather the energy so that the energy can nourish and strengthen the soul to become strong and clear. Gradually, if you let the essence dry up, the energy will be exhausted, and when it is exhausted, the spirit will be worn out, and your soul will be weak. Ignorance will not allow you to rise up. So preserving the essence is the most important thing for refining that basic material. If you let it be depleted or lost forever, what will you have to practice? See you iterating the path. You still advocate that it is not necessary to eliminate desire, that is because you want to. We are the ones who are still drowning in the sea of the mundane world. Allah is afraid that if I advise you to immediately destroy desire, you will find it difficult and get discouraged. So I will rely on this place to guide you. Gradually we will focus on diligently practicing the Dharma, bringing the pure light of heaven and earth into Tanlok. Our true nature will open up the 5 internal organs, and gradually we will become less bored with the mundane world. But Father, let me know that for a long time I have been relying on the 6 senses and 6 dusts. Every time it asks to test, I indulge it. So when will it know to let it go on its own? When will its true nature be enlightened to know? When the soul owner does not know how to use a clear will to control it and pull it up to the light, don't you look at the example of a fellow practitioner when he enters the path of cultivation. He is determined to cut off worldly desires. His mind and intention are to abandon worldly affairs and establish virtue. He maintains precepts, is patient and diligent. And thanks to that, his practice will quickly yield results. His practice will quickly develop wisdom and attain the 6 supernatural powers to quickly reach liberation. Therefore, if you want to progress quickly, you should gradually moderate yours if and develop a heroic mind to cut off worldly desires. Only then will your practice of cultivation have good results. Music, dear Father, when creating humans into 2 forms, male and female, it is clear that God intended for them to coordinate with each other. This fact has been recognized through the very delicate and sophisticated structure of the male and female bodies, so that these 2 bodies can coordinate with each other to give birth to human beings. This shows that human desire is a natural law. But now, if we say that humans abstain from sex for the sake of morality and practice, isn't that going against the law of nature and against the law of evolution? Because Father said that if we go against the law of nature, it means we are going against the law of evolution. Then that is destruction. So please explain to us clearly. Father, I am the one who is. The century has discussed in many ways this extremely important issue for human life. Some doctrines have promoted and encouraged the enjoyment of sex. Some have considered sex as the beautiful nature of human beings. Some philosophies have destroyed and disgusted sex as a devil, considering sex as an evil sin against God. Some doctrines have considered sex as an animal instinct that must be controlled to have a life of moral moderation. Some philosophies have advocated the elimination of sex to escape the cycle of the 4 sufferings. VTM has also wasted countless papers and ink to dissect this issue to clear up the deadlocks for humans. But it almost never makes people truly satisfied. So do you know what desire is? I will let you know clearly that desire is the nature of God. Desire is the truth, my children. Desire is an eternal principle that cannot be destroyed and cannot be absent. Desire is the cause of the formation of the universe. It is the law that protects the eternal existence of the immutable truth due to the principle of the eternal birth of all things. My children, if God stopped desire in a star, this universe would have to disintegrate immediately. Therefore God must urge it without stopping, without thinking, and urging it endlessly. In the end of this universe, is there anyone who is more lustful than God? God's lust is even in each microparticle, in each microphysical body, in each atomic cell. There is no atom that does not have the coordination of the yin-king's force, my child. Therefore lust must be the truth in the evolutionary process, my child. So why do you advise to destroy lust, to give up the natural coordination between men and women? My children, I will let you understand a little more about something that philosophical sources and doctrines have not explained more clearly. My children, you must understand quite well that the truth. The problem here is not, must be to destroy the nature of lust, but to develop more lust. Learn more lust, learn higher lust to evolve to a higher level, my children. You must always learn lust to develop it more and more until you know infinite lust to become the omnipotent enlightened one, my children. The journey for you to come down to earth until the day you return is to learn lust from impure lust to pure lust, from heavy lust to light lust, from low level to high level, all levels, until you truly know lust completely. You will learn the lust of the Kim Thatch species. Then learn the desire of plants, and then the desire of animals. It's true that V gives birth to desire in all its aspects. So you must know that desire between humans is a natural law. But giving up this type of desire is also according to the natural law, following the evolutionary flow of the universe and humans. Why is that? because humans have learned the type of desire between men and women. Now, if they want to evolve more, understand more, and go to a higher class, they must learn a higher type of desire. What is this higher type of desire, my children? It is the practice of cultivating the path, practicing the method of meditation, my children. This may seem surprising to you, and may cause a stir in the religious community when I say that meditation is a type of desire. But what else should I say when it is an undeniable reality? What is desire, my child? It is the combination of yin and yang to reach a state of harmony. So, is it true that when you meditate, you create the conditions for the combination of yin and yang in your being? And then, what is the purpose of the practice of the path? It is that you transport and bring the news. Go up and practice the silver essence, which turns into silver energy. Combining with the silver spirit, the spirit and energy converge to form relics, that is, the holy fetus. So the action of bringing the news up to create a holy fetus, what should it be called? If it is not called desire, you bring the news down to create a Buddha fetus, that is desire. So bringing the news up to form a holy fetus, that is also desire. What else? But that is the noble desire of the immortals and Buddhas called holy desire, or Buddha desire, my children. Then you say that giving up desire between men and women is against the law of nature and the law of evolution. So how do you understand the law of nature and the law of evolution, my children? It is because you do not know that law. I will let you know clearly, right now. Humans are living in a way that violates the natural laws of desire, not in accordance with the laws of evolution. So they are corrupted and spiritually regressed as witnessed in today's century. What is desire according to the law? Humans desire according to the law, that is, metals and stones desire according to metals and stones. Plants desire according to plants. Animals have animal desires. Humans have human desires, etc. Each species has its own desires according to the laws. What are those types of desires like? This is very complicated and delicate. I cannot explain it all here. I just mentioned it in a general way so that you can have a little idea. I don't want to be long-winded. I just talk about the desires of animals that have evolved from humans and up so that you can understand that in animals, emotions and understanding are still rudimentary. Animal desires are just attraction between males and females. They don't have love. They don't have judgment and discrimination. There is no affection like in humans. Which animal knows how to love and have affection? For example, when a female dies, the animal is sad and stops eating to die. Those are animals that have. The level of understanding is about to evolve into humans, returning to animal sex according to the demands of physiological instincts between the female and the male to reproduce according to the predetermined cycle of nature. In humans, emotions and understanding develop more deeply than human sex. So it is much richer and more subtle. In addition to the sexual attraction between the two sexes, humans also have thoughts, judgment, love, and morality. Therefore, sex in humans is not just the combination of two male and female bodies according to physiological instincts, but also includes the psychological part. Moreover, that is humane desire. Humane desire includes both physical and spiritual elements, love, understanding, and mutual respect. Therefore, there is more moderation than animals. So it is called mutual respect between husband and wife, like Tan, which means that husband and wife must treat each other with courtesy, love, and morality. Human desire is delicate like that, but because of that, humans are thrown more and enjoy more than animals. In addition to the vibration between two bodies, there is also the vibration between two souls who know how to love and respect each other. Therefore it is beautiful. And more poetic than animals is sex according to the right human level. If any human has sex only because of the need for physiological instinct, sex is insatiable and disorderly, only according to the demands of the body without love and respect. That is animal sex. Animal sex is animal sex, not human sex. When a human has sex in this way, it means that the genealogy department has returned to the level of animal evolution, because at that time, sex is only a combination to satisfy two physical forms, no different from two male and female animals. And the majority of humanity in the world today is on the way. Sexual degeneration is against nature and against the law of evolution. This must lead to many tragedies, tears, and crimes caused by incest when materialism is promoted, animalism is encouraged, and when people are infected with the thoughts of Group B, human dignity regardless of spiritual values, abandoning the mind, judging pros and cons, which are the things that distinguish it from animals. It only knows what it wants and how to satisfy its own desires, even if that satisfaction causes suffering to other individuals or to the entire human community. It believes that when it does not. Live according to what you like, not satisfying what you want just because you sacrifice for this person or that person, for your family, for society, or because you are afraid of human moral concepts condemning you. That means you are not living for yours, not living with your nature anymore. You believe that you have lost yours, but you do not think that if in society everyone thinks and acts like you, that means no one wants to depend on anyone. No one is afraid of making others suffer, only following your own will. Worrying about satisfying what you want regardless of what is around you, regardless of touching the right to live of others, then society will be in chaos. This person will push to be with the other person to satisfy selfish desires. People in such a chaotic society will be in chaos, misery, and suffering. In the end, after all the fighting, tearing, oppressing, and trampling on each other like in animal society to enjoy, people will only feel pessimism, loneliness, boredom, and decay. They don't know where to find a place to rely on for their own souls. Just now, while discussing sexuality, I talked about the spiritual degeneration of humans. Its true nature is being circulated quite popularly in societies. In a truly materialistic society, people think that there is nothing to blame. Just because of ignorance, they do not know who they are. How great is their true nature? How rich it is? What are its parts? But then there was a time on the river Dang Dang helping them. It just hung there. Now I'll go back to the evolutionary process of sexuality. I've talked about material desires, then moved on to human desires. Knowing human desires, humans cannot stay here forever because of their duty, because of their need to understand. They must continue to worry about progressing always to follow the law of evolution. They have learned to educate according to human desires. Now, if it wants to evolve further, it must desire according to the natural path. If the desire according to the human path makes it have to seek coordination with the yin or yang in the example according to the human path, yes, the HC seeks the coordination of yin or yang in its own being. At this stage, it does not urge outside, does not let the mind search for external objects anymore. This is the time when it must turn inside to find an object to urge inside. Because of ignorance, people keep turning around to search for objects everywhere outside. They spin around frantically to achieve the object that they think is satisfactory, and if not, achieved but discovered that the object is not as it dreamed, because it can certainly never be as it dreamed. It sinks into disappointment, suffering, bitterness, sad for fate, immersed in sadness, crying, and hatred, and with all that mental and physical effort, the person has run after a fake object. This object is never as it wished, never truly in harmony with it to give it a wonderful happiness and peace, because it does not know and does not expect that the object it wishes for is really ideal and can truly harmonize to the maximum its desire for marital happiness and pleasure, which is already within its but because of the darkness of the mind, ignorance and blindness, for a long time it has not known that that is the real other of its A person must know that it is composed of the yin and the yang part. Its yang part is called the soul, and its yin part is called the spirit. It is the most ideal wife, and only that wife can reach with it the wonderful harmony that no other object outside can bring to it. That is the real wife that he had to part with on his way down. That was the phenomenon of the first Nguyen Tien, turning to the second Nguyen, my children. And then after spending many months and days in a daze in confusion, he had truly forgotten the shadow of the old person. So when he was really exhausted, too disappointed and bored, not finding happiness with what was around him outside, the person began to turn inward to find his own world. And when he found this world, it was by chance that he had embarked on the old path to find the old shadow again. That was the phenomenon of the second Nguyen returning to the first. My child, once you have begun that commitment, be like a faithful husband who day and night crossed thousands of streams, crossed many passes, crossed many rivers, waited to find a reunion with his beloved wife whom he had never married. Your diligence, effort, hard work, and achievements in overcoming all difficulties and challenges on the way home will be duly rewarded when you meet your old friend again. The beautiful scene and happiness of the reunion of souls will repay all the hardships you have experienced. With your wisdom eye, you will see how your wife Diem Kiu and Li Tuong I will give you. Clearly, this scene of sexual union is no different from the scene of sexual intercourse between a worldly wife, which is truly warm, full of love, poetic, happy, and enjoys a pleasure that is thousands of times more than the enjoyment of a worldly couple, you can clearly and realistically experience that beautiful scene and that magical pleasure, so that you can feel that what humans are desperately clinging to in the world and thinking is true happiness is no different from foam, water, and clouds, and is not worth anything compared to what you are enjoying. Moreover, the sexual intercourse between the underworld and the living, the young part of your being, not only helps you have pleasure, but is also essential for you to evolve towards enlightenment and liberation. This is a type of desire that Father Vo encourages you to seek and enjoy. This type of desire helps you to be healthy and clear-minded. The more you desire, the healthier you are, the stronger you are, the brighter you are, the faster you evolve. You are clear-minded and peaceful. Both body and soul are healthy. Eventually, people will have to wake up and be enlightened after being tired and bored with what is outside of them to go deeper into life. This beautiful reunion is because it must worry about returning to the origin of yin and yang to unite to see it truly, my children. Therefore, people in the world all misunderstand that nirvana is just a state of nothingness and silence. Buddha must destroy all desires, destroy all lustful nature, destroy precious human pleasures to achieve a state of purity like that. What is so fun about this state, my children? Nirvana is nothingness. What is so attractive that we have to give up worldly pleasures, love pleasures, husband and wife, my children? The truth is not like that, my children. My children, I will let you know that Buddha never. Now that the Buddha's nature of desire has been lost, he only gives up the bad type of desire to find a better type of desire so that he can enjoy it more. Because he knows how to have higher desires, he tastes pleasures 1,000 times more than us. It is the state of peace that makes Buddha happy, joyful, happy, and clear-minded. It is strange that the interaction of yin and yang in Buddha has reached the right harmony, and Buddha can enjoy the pleasure of that harmony forever. Because yin and yang in Buddha have truly united and are no longer separated, you humans, because of ignorance, keep clinging to desires for narrow things, to only enjoy the very small pleasures, and how long can they last? If you let go of that enjoyment, it will be connected with so many kinds of suffering. Enjoying the pleasures of husband and wife, the wife and children will be forced to shoulder the burden of the family. The wife and children will be burdened with debt, enjoying the pleasures of status and fame. Then fame and status will be tested, enjoying the pleasures of money. You will have to suffer and work hard to spend and protect the money. Even if you become a billionaire with a lot of money, you will still be tormented by its benefits all your life. You will have to worry and work hard to calculate so that your billion-dollar fortune will last forever. So you are addicted to heavy pleasures. The past is dragged down by the heavy burden of worldly debt that must be shouldered. The desire to enjoy is urged by the light to be pulled up. Go up to enlightenment, peace and lightness. Lan. Therefore the Father calls on the collective of mankind to desire and know how to desire more. If you want to truly enjoy, then devote yours to finding and enjoying the magical pleasure of the Buddha's heart. Because the scene of desire is due to the yin and yang, the soul and spirit come together like a husband and wife in this world. It is not a made-up imagination but a vivid reality, and any human being, anyone can experience it, if they are determined to practice the Dharma and practice it sincerely. Up until now, the true Zen masters who have attained the state of yin and yang meeting have not been able to reveal to the world the magical poems they have experienced with the scene of marital happiness in their essence, and they carry with them to nirvana many wonderful secrets after their death. Therefore, ignorant people think that they know sex and enjoy sex more than Buddha, but they do not expect that Buddha knows sex and enjoys sexual pleasures 1,000 times more than humans. That is the private child of the Vo Vi sect. Because there are also many children who have had their wisdom opened to some extent, these children have had the opportunity to taste clear experiences about the human essence that can be truly seen as the small world. Some of them have had the experience of traveling with their soul in the empty world, that is, traveling in their essence. They have seen the negative part, or the spirit that is often called their fairy. Some of them have had their soul leave the small world to wander here and there in the great world. You can contact them to study and learn more about this. However, if you want to truly satisfy your curiosity, the only way is to. I am committed to truly experiencing it, but just listening for the sake of knowing is not very useful, and cannot satisfy my curiosity. Today I have the opportunity to talk to us about sex. Father, I will discuss it frankly and openly with you to dispel our confusion and help us to understand the problem better, to bring us to a more enlightened place. Father, I will only speak about this in general terms, and cannot use language to discuss it in detail and deeply all the subtle aspects of this great problem. However, Father, I will also want to limit like that, and the rest I leave to you to commit to taste, to truly experience and to truly know it. But just listening to it is impossible to know. Who knows, when you understand, you will see that desire is not evil. All that is considered sin is the degeneration of human vices. What makes people always restless and anxious? Revelation is what philosophical systems and doctrines have always competed to research, and noisily debated, such as greed, anger, ignorance, lust, etc., etc. It is not inherently bad. It is inherently not ugly or beautiful, just because it has different colors, different aspects from heavy to light, from turbid to clear, and people must learn all the aspects and colors to truly know its nature. Do you really know what sin is? Sin is not greed, anger, ignorance, or lust, my children. Sin is something that hinders your progress. You must know that everything is for the goal of evolution, just because of the operation of the law of evolution, and anything that hinders that operation will be considered sin. So, when you have sexual desires, even animalistic ones, such as excessive sexual desire, this only shows your sexual desires in that aspect. That sexual desire is not bad in its EIF, nor is it a sin. But the reason it is considered bad is because this type of sexual desire causes consequences that slow down your progress, weakens your body, and weakens your spirit. Not to mention the harmful effects it has had on other individuals because of that sexual desire. Therefore, it drags you down to a deeper level and is affected by the law of cause and effect, causing you to be hindered on the progress of the child, so it should be considered a sin. So when people understand it, they will see that it is really just the light element, which is made up of the yin element, and the element consisting of flesh and blood wrapped on the outside, and then the yin and yang parts in a person are always in a state of separation when it is still ignorant because of darkness and ignorance. So these two parts do not know how to look at each other, and cannot come together. When these two parts have not yet met, and are far apart, people will feel suffering and lack, and never satisfied. They will forever seek every object outside. They seek every pleasure inside all over the world to fill that feeling of loneliness, lack, and unreasonable loss. But it never feels truly satisfying and happy. Only when the two parts of yin and yang in a person find a way to meet each other and reach a place of true harmony and unity, will a person feel satisfied, pure, and happy. When Lan Lad understands, desire is both the starting point and the end, the cause of separation, and the consequence of reunification. Because of desire, all things are scattered, and because of desire, all things are unified. Therefore, desire is the indispensable nature of human beings and of God. That truth shrimps. The problem is not to destroy the nature of desire, but to ascend through desire. Learn to know desire in a more beautiful and larger aspect. Develop sexuality always to follow the natural law. Follow the endless movement of the cycle until it becomes infinite, that is, to reach the throne of God. In this throne you will have all kinds of desire, from turbid to pure, from heavy to light, desire in each atom, desire according to metal and stone, desire according to plants, desire according to animals, desire according to humans, desire according to saints, immortals, Buddhas, etc. God urges constantly all kinds of pleasures, different types of desires, different states of vibration of pleasure. All these states of vibration of pleasure occur at the same time in the foundation to become a strange melody of all states, a feeling of infinite wonderful happiness, an immense infinite pleasure. Desire at that time is the infinite truth, the eternal life of the universe, is love, is wisdom, is will, is goodness, is the eternal beauty of the Almighty, the enlightened one, the truth, the good, the beautiful. That is all music. I do not meditate according to any dharma. I am afraid that if I do not practice correctly, it will be harmful to me. My body only follows the meditation method like in theosophy. Yes, it is to practice focusing on a good thought, or reciting Buddha's name in the mind, or visualizing a favorite Buddha so that the mind can gradually become pure. Father, this meditation method to achieve inner purity helps the yin and yang to return to the original source, or is it necessary to follow the method of practicing faith to return to the three jewels to create a holy fetus? Father, please let us know clearly, my children. The method of practicing the Tao uses the reverse Dharma wheel to turn the essence up to return to the three jewels to create a holy fetus. This is the method of practicing the rules, the method of alchemy to return to the three jewels. The fivefold union creates the An-Nhi Zaloi, so the little soul follows that to separate the way back. Do you know what the threefold union is? It is the threefold union of the five energies, called the five energies true non. The three homelands gather at the top. You have different methods of practice. From the past until now, it is all secret heart dharma. AI, though the methods are slightly different in form, in the end, it is just using the method of rotating the dharma wheel to move the silver essence upwards, turning it into silver energy. Combining with the silver spirit, the dharma wheel has the purpose of helping to bring the pure energy of heaven and earth into the Tan Lok internal organs, gathering the five elements energy to the center. That is the five energies. The true non-electric energy combines with the silver spirit to create the holy fetus Zaloi. The meditation method you are practicing is a common method among the masses to help people practice slowly, controlling their mind and thoughts, gathering their spirit into meditation to reach a state of inner purity and clarity. When people are always worried, calculating, desiring, and impulsive about worldly affairs, always immersed in greed, anger, ignorance, joy, anger, love, hate, etc., then naturally the three poisons are worn out and the five organs are weakened and the five elements are dispersed. When people are proactive, the ego can control the six senses, breaking the monkey mind, the horse mind, and closing the five senses. The eyes, ears, and body no longer allow the worldly desires to move. Then the safe is pure, and when the safe is pure, the three bodies naturally gather the five elements. Thanks to that, they slowly gather to the center, that is, the five elements of the true non. Then they combine with the silver star and the silver spirit to form the holy fetus and Sarira, my children. Therefore, the meditation method that you are practicing also helps you concentrate to gather the spirit to return to the light, and when you reach a state of inner purity, the result will be the same as if you used this secret alchemy method. However, this way is slower than the way you know how to use secret techniques to bring the positive energy of heaven and earth into the Tan Lok body of the five internal organs, to influence you, to gather the energy of the five elements, to reverse the transformation of the essence, and go up to unite with the silver god to return to the three treasures. Therefore, if you are determined to be liberated and want to progress quickly, you should follow the method of practicing using secret techniques to train. You guys, today, this Vo Vi Huyen Bai school is also a method of alchemy, but it was transferred by God to be spread publicly among the masses in the final stage of the Sha Quan Mak Kalpa, to serve humanity, has the precious key to open the heavenly gate to return to the origin of the yin and yang to unify. This dharma is relatively easy to practice and not dangerous enough to be widely spread to the masses. These are the dharma practices that can be popularized to humans and will be publicly transferred by God. This is the grace He bestowed upon Tranjiang in this great amnesty of heaven and earth. So my child, please take advantage of this good vehicle to return and don't miss the opportunity to listen to me. Only thing is, even though you practice the Dharma to cultivate the path, to cultivate the rules, if you don't establish the virtue of liberation, your mind will still be restless and worldly affairs will not be able to stop. Leave the worldly affairs alone and let your soul be shaken by joy, anger, love, hate, greed, anger, ignorance, etc. Even if you use good Dharma and practice, you will never be able to go fast. Father repeats this last sentence. You must try to fulfill the three duties to hope to keep up. Listen to me, my children. In my letter, people think that working is also a form of meditation. When you focus on your work, that is also meditation, but this form of meditation is more useful for society than sitting in meditation to attain purity just to enjoy this thought alone. Is this reasonable, Father? Please let me know. My child, when you focus on a job to fulfill your duty as a human being and to serve society, that is also a way to meditate. That is correct, but when you say that sitting and practicing to be pure does not bring benefits to society, that is wrong. In fact, a person who achieves stability, balance, and inner clarity is extremely useful to society. My child, that stability and clarity are good conditions to effectively serve others. A person who is clear and pure always contributes a lot to the happiness of others. The other person focuses on work but too anxious, all success and failure too impulsive because of work makes the mind nervous, disorder, stress, mind damage, mind so spirit is scattered, energy loss, 6 organs, 5 organs so weakened, cause damage to health both physical and mental. These are bad conditions. big obstacle to serving society. People can say this person has good will to serve, but is not wise, so this case cannot be called meditation because meditation must have concentration. Here cannot say concentration on work but moved because of work is correct. Moreover, my children must know that a person who achieves stability and balance in his work will use all his abilities and conscience to serve without slacking off. His mind will be negligent, but he will not be impulsive, because if the work is successful, it is good. If it fails, it is normal in life. Do not be discouraged, sad, confused, or mentally miserable because of that. Yet he rarely fails because he knows how to maintain stability and clarity in that work. He works without being impulsive about the work but still clearly manages the work carefully with all his conscience and abilities. That service is the way of working of a noble and high-ranking person, my children. So I advise you, no matter how much work you have, you should spend at least 2 hours every day at the hour of the rat to practice meditation. This is the time when everything is at rest after a hot day. In the sitting posture, let go of all worldly affairs. Preserve your mind, close your mind, and cut off the outside world to turn inward and listen to the voice of your true safe. Thanks to these moments, your nervous system can rest. Rest, all the organs are soothed and supported because you bring oxygen into your body through the method of breathing. So that Tonlok can more or less help you to reduce some of those toxic gases, my children. That is speaking in terms of practical medicine, but in terms of non-action science, that is the moment when you bring the Ton Ki Dean of heaven and earth into contact with your body, to purify it, clear its blockages, and help it become lively again. Thanks to the growth of the body at that time, because when we use the method of entering the mind and closing the 5 senses, your Ton Ki Dean will not be scattered and will gradually go away. Gather your thoughts to contemplate God. If any of you have Catholic friends, I should instruct you in the mystical method of non-action to help them be physically healthy and mentally clear. In the prayer section, I teach them to recite the phrase, I bow to God, or the Supreme Being. It is also proven that you have attained enlightenment by practicing and imagining God above your head, teeth touching teeth and tongue curling. In the meditation section, I advise them to think of returning to unity with God like that, so that they will be free from doubt and confusion, and so that they will see that the meditation method only helps them get closer to the one they worship. Only and then, if he is willing to concentrate and diligently practice the Dharma, he will sometimes see God with his wisdom eye, and be able to leave his soul. To meet God while he is still alive in this world, there are some benefits. The Catholic monk was given the grace by his father to practice meditation, and then opened his wisdom to experience many supernatural phenomena to know more about Buddha and God. They all come from the same root, but Catholics do not pay attention that before going out to practice to save people and help the world, God isolated him in a quiet place, fasted for days to purify his body, gather his spirit, and enter into meditation to be able to contact and receive the grace of God the Father. He gave him the mission to open the religion to save people and help the world. That is the Lord who set an example for humanity to see that in order to be close to God, people must seek solitude, immerse themselves in the silence of their inner safe, and remove all worldly thoughts so that their souls can return and unite with the Creator. That is an example to teach humanity to seek Zen and spirituality to create good conditions to be close and unite with God. This is an important thing in the gospel that few people pay attention to. You, as well as you, Buddhists, read the life of Buddha without knowing that you, the Buddha, will return to the world of the living. Escape the cycle of reincarnation but only care about worshipping the statue of bones, and asking Buddha for blessings for this and that, or asking Buddha to save the soul so that the child can return to the Buddha realm like that. When will you escape the room of the 4 sufferings to reach the place of liberation? Why don't you see that the Buddha's return to the Aitar is not thanks to worshipping any statue of bones or chanting or knocking on the Aitar? Have you ever been in the Buddha's stage of practice? Have you heard that Buddha burned incense or chanted or knocked on the Aitar to attain enlightenment? Know that Buddha had to practice diligently to gather the spirit into the Aitar. The light of the Samadhi reflects the pure nature of the mind, which is empty. Thanks to that, the 3 treasures combine with the 5 elements to create the Sarira. The silver spirit is released and then reaches the place of yin and yang, the pure unity of as it is, the peaceful nirvana. Most Buddhists today only care about worshipping the statue, chanting sutras, tapping their beaks and humming for the Buddha to hear, so that the Buddha can protect them. But they do not seek to understand the sutras. then abandon their false minds and seek the opportunity to transcend. Follow the Buddha's example, concentrate their minds, be diligent, and be highly diligent. Only then can they hope to escape the cycle of the 6 realms of suffering and reincarnation, and reach the highest level of liberation. Therefore, after thousands of years, religions have gradually changed and lost the true Dharma. The ancient propagation has fallen into the ears of the common people, so it has been changed, distorted, and degraded, damaging the religion. The children of Confucianism, the Confucian scholars of Sin Hao Lai, mostly memorize 3 sets of words from the 4 books, and 5 classics to fool the ignorant people or to plot to rise to the top of the political arena, but not to study to expand their intelligence, to cultivate their mind, to cultivate their character, to cultivate their virtues, to know how to behave in a way that is complete in being a human being, to fulfill humanity, to have a solid foundation to enter the path of heaven. The Taoist sect, which falsely claims the mysterious principles of the yin-yang system of heaven and earth, has degenerated from the lofty and profound void to the superstitious and ostentatious acts of shamanism and mediumship, and has drawn people's passion for the books of the heretical sects, and no longer knows how to turn toward the mystery of sublime wisdom. Buddhism, which is a copy of the 7 roots, has gone from the profound and profound to the existence of sound, form, and form. The majority of the practitioners are bound by the scriptures but do not seek to understand the principles of the scriptures. The Buddha's teachings teach to turn inward to find Buddha nature. Buddhists, however, are. The world is afraid of chanting sutras, knocking on the gong, worshipping and making offerings to the wooden Buddha to ask for protection and support. Gradually, they fall into the state of being attached to form and do not reach the supernatural. As a result, the soul cannot reach the place of liberation and must return to reincarnation to learn and evolve. As for Christianity, the Roman Catholic Church only cares about consolidating the royal power. The leaders and clergy do not properly implement what God teaches and do not guide the people to follow the path God wants, to the point that before the imminent danger of human death due to the disaster of war, the picture of the Virgin Mary appeared at Fatima during World War I to give important and urgent messages to warn the Roman Catholic Church and the Catholics that they must immediately repent and atone for their sins and follow the path of God's teachings. The Virgin Mary also commanded the Church to set an example and call on the faithful to eat a strict diet according to God's will, not to eat animal meat, that is, to eat vegetables, fruits, and grains. This is extremely important to save people from the imminent death due to the karma of killing that has drawn millions of people into the scene of bloodshed and flesh shed by fierce wars, and the disaster of destruction of mankind will not be able to avoid it. This is grace. God has spread to save humanity through that miracle, my children. But from then until now, the Church has not been able to do anything wrong. So I tell you that if the situation continues like this, the Roman Church will completely collapse before the end of this century to fulfill the prophecy of the Virgin Mary. You can say that this is the period of decline of the old religions, so it is also called the Dharma-ending age. Therefore, in the next period when I truly appear publicly at the transitional stage, the sublime moral foundation will be corrected to restore and enter the unified stage. What is the unified stage? My children, the 3 religions return to the origin and the 5 branches are united. The 3 religions originally were the 3 religions of Confucianism, Taoism, and Taoism, but they must return to one source. The 5 branches are united, that is, humanism, theism, and the saintly way, the immortal way, and Buddhism, but they must return to one source. That means all the different religious sects in the world are in these 5 branches, and will come a time when they must return to the source, which is God, my children. Because the religions and sects are all different means that Father sent down to earth to open up a path of religion, to guide humanity to evolve and move forward in the ways. This facility belongs to the Ton block, belongs to the good force of the universe to pull people to enlightenment. Because of ignorance and delusion, people differentiate between other religions, my religion, and their low religion, my religion, and their high religion. Only my religion is the truth. But they do not understand that all come from one Buddha, the old man, Confucius, or other religious leaders, were all given the mission by God to come to earth, at different times in different places to propagate the religion, to open people's minds and hearts to know the good things, post-evolutionary morality, and return to God. Those are the means that God sends to you, my children. Your little soul, let it show the way to find back the old home. People are ignorant and do not understand the truth, so they are jealous and quarrel, leading to division and discrimination between religions. Sects do not properly practice the spirit of compassion and love, and the foolish teachings of the religious leaders cause the religion to be turned upside down. And if the religion is turned upside down, life will be in chaos. Therefore, in the near future, I will step out to take care of the unification of this opportunity. This is the great cause of heaven and earth, and also the great cause of your souls. At all costs you must carry it out. If you cannot carry it out, you will certainly not have a day to return, my children. If you cannot unite, it means you have not yet accepted to be in harmony, have not yet practiced peace. If you are still jealous, narrow-minded, arrogant, and lacking in compassion and love, and your humanity is not yet complete, then how can you meet the standards to be selected for the holy virtue, my child? You must know the spirit of harmony. Know how to live in brotherhood among yourselves without any discrimination. That is the minimum level to live that holy virtue, my child, because your Father gave it to you. Clearly, the holy virtue era is the virtue of the world of great unity. This society was buoyed by people who know how to love, respect, and see each other as brothers. If there is still discrimination of skin color, race, religion, class, people of this society must have a high level of evolution in terms of morality, spirituality, compassion, and love. Therefore, if any of you still have a narrow-minded, say-I-fish, and divided nature, do not know how to be harmonious, and do not practice love, then of course your name will be removed from the Dragon Flower Book. If you are not selected to attend the Dragon Flower Convention, that means your return date is truly no longer scheduled. Therefore, the opportunity to return must be achieved, and whether or not it is achieved depends on you whether you are willing to return or not. So you must remember that you must return to return, because returning is, if you return you will not be able to return. Children, please know this most important thing. Father, on the Ton block there are representatives who come down to pull people up. So surely the Truoc block must also have representatives in the world to pull people down. Right, Father, I have them. Why not? That is the law of progress, isn't it? Because the world is the most vibrant environment for little souls to learn thanks to the force of agitation and reaction between the Truoc and Ton. If the Ton block has representatives to guide people up, then on the Truoc block there are also representative forces to hold people down. There is no shortage of demons and Satan. In human form to lure humanity into the evil of sin, you must know that on both the pure and the impure sides, there are all kinds of representatives in all fields of religion, literature, philosophy, art, politics, economics, science, etc. In every field there must be the presence of good and evil, so that people have enough opportunities to learn all aspects of truth. I give praise to God, then deny God, love God, then curse God, theism, then atheism, materialism, then idealism, etc. This doctrine looks at the truth like this. This other doctrine looks at the truth in a different way. This doctrine leads people into evil and turbidity. People are the ones who have invented HC to save people from suffering. People have invented HC to be like people. Van V. All are in the will of God, and the representatives of good and evil are all on God's mission to contribute to the evolution of humanity. Those children are the unique actors, or the fragrant actors who appear on Tranjiang's stage to perform the scenes, the acts, the pieces written by God, the great composer K. Dai, NHU, and the world, the teachers of T, the great writers, poets, famous painters, scientists, politicians, brilliant economists, wise kings, famous generals, corrupt and immoral kings, or dictatorial leaders all have a mission to contribute to the operation of the wheel of progress for the mother of the world. Therefore, the representatives of the evil mass, that is, Satan in the human class, have been given the mission by the Father to cause evil tragedies on earth according to the Father's arrangement. So if they fulfill their role as Satan, how should the Father deal with them? This Father, that person's child, must be condemned to the heavy realm, dark and painful, my child, even though they so evil, my child. But that is to do the mission according to my will. Wanting means having merit, right? This Father, my child, that's right. He has fulfilled his destiny, my child. Wanting means having merit, my child. That's why my child was rewarded by damning him, my child. That's why my child was given the fruit that he had sown in the field. TM. When you understand, punishment is a reward. Reward is punishment because that is the truth. The law of cause and effect. Your child has merit according to what cause you will be. Enjoy that fruit, Father. In the evil person's actions, you also have the responsibility to arrange them. So will you accept the consequences, Father? Yes, I do. You arranged it, so of course you have to bear the consequences. How do you know? Father, you bear the consequences right in that damned person because it is a soul of yours that is damned, meaning you are damned through its very body. So right now God is also being damned, suffering and suffering in the heavy state of the dark and painful hell through the little souls. That sin, my children. In short, in the end, all events come from the Father. All are from the Father. All are the Father. The Father is the troop leader, the great director, the composer, the alchemist, the actor, the main character, the poisonous and the good, etc. All are the Father. The Father, when he writes plays, the Father sets the scene, and the Father plays both the roles of poisonous and the good, both evil and good, through the actors, the Tao actors, that is, the little souls of the Father, my children. Therefore the Father is both the cause and the effect, the starting point and the end. That is the eternal and unchanging truth, my children. Dear Father, what did you say in the universe? If there is still such a mass of turbidity, hell must always be there. Then Amitabha Buddha has made very great vows. So when will he I fill them to reach the position of supreme enlightenment? O Father, what I said is true. The existence of hell will never be erased in truth. The mass of turbidity will always be there. Because if the mass of turbidity is lost, hell will collapse immediately. Therefore Amitabha Buddha must do this work for eternity. Amitabha Buddha, or Infinite Quan Buddha, is the position that symbolizes the bright force of the universe. That's why this bright force must work. The eternal work in the truth to oppose the force of the ox, and pull this force up as well as the force of the fish, will oppose the force of enlightenment to keep it down there. It is the opposition, the push and pull, the attraction of these two forces that creates the life force of progress, the dry and the mountain to protect the eternal life of the immutable principle. Therefore, Amitabha Buddha never fulfills his great vow, and then never reaches the position of right enlightenment. Where is the real Amitabha Buddha? Always in the position of the pure and the bright, and never in the position of right enlightenment, that is the true knowledge of the whole universe. Why is that, my child? Because true knowledge includes both knowledge, or in other words, includes both clear knowledge and ignorant knowledge. These two states of knowledge must manifest at the same time to form true knowledge, or right enlightenment, and that right enlightenment is the position of God, or the position of ultimate truth. Therefore Amitabha Buddha will forever be in the position of clear knowledge, not in the position of right enlightenment. My children, you should distinguish this important point. Listen to me, Father. What do you think about your foolish children? Names like Andre N. Rainbow Thomas W. Van did not want to return to their father anymore. They thought that if there really was a father, and even though their father's heavenly house was happy, beautiful, rich, and had everything to make them happy, they still loved the world with its joys and sorrows. O Father, my child, these children all have a literary mission, using literature before learning to describe the lines of it to express an aspect of God, that is, the truth. These children have contributed a stage to the evolutionary learning cycle of humans, helping humans to recognize. Tranjiang is attached to its tragic beauty, lives and passionately loves intensely the sweet, bitter, sour, saity flavors, the tragic and funny, ugly, beautiful, good and evil of mortals with earthly life, that is doing the work of the Emperor. If you ask me what I think about their rejection of the way home, I will answer that it is not surprising when they do not understand that my house is infinitely rich. Everything they love is in it, just because they do not know that what they love is just a small corner in that great house. My child, if I like the beauty of the world more than the beauty of heaven, I want to return to God to enjoy it fully, because I should know that no one loves the world more than God. No one is more passionately attached to it than God. No one is in a position to taste and enjoy all its subtleties and complexities more than God. Only Father can truly know the world, to truly enjoy and taste all its flavors, from the fishy to the pungent, though can deeply admire all the clumsy, crude and sophisticated lines. NHI can fully see the ugly, slimy and elegant scenes of Tranjiang. Do you know? Is it true that every second and every minute the thoughts of love and the will of God vibrate unceasingly in every breath, every cell, every living being moving in the soul of the world? TM is really just one of the countless edges of the great old house that you have left without wanting to make an appointment with Na. It is one of the unique beauties of God. You, my child, please find your way back to the old roof to truly enjoy all the beauties of you. Find your way back to your Father's house. That is, you. Find your way back to your child to truly know all your nature and truly enjoy it. All these natures, my child. Father, at night, sleep to show that virtue is not that Father shows that you do not need to see Father's signs and reach the place where Father resides. Right, Father? Any level of child can see Father's signs, if Father wants to show you. But the state of seeing also depends on the level of evolution of each spiritual child, and the intensity of the divine light Father gives according to the situation at that time. The soul is still confused and has not developed. Wisdom usually only sees Father in the birdcage that Father gives. A little grace to remember Father and remind the root of cultivation. If wisdom level is a little better, you can see Father in the form of a spiritual image when you practice to stay in the Spirit or on special occasions. Father's appearance often shows the Father's aura through the appearance of Duck Kim than at many different ages, sometimes the size of a child of several years old. However, all of the above ways of seeing are just seeing a stream of Father's aura that is expressed depending on the level of evolution of the child's soul, depending on the situation and events, and manifesting in a myriad of ways that Father cannot describe in words. Father will only briefly tell a few examples to help you understand a little bit. But if you want to reach the place where Father resides or the center of life force of the universe, you must be very pure and light, usually. I heard the story of the gods going to pay homage to the Jade Emperor in heaven, but in reality, only from afar can the Father radiate contact and give grace, so I can be purified. Only when I get closer to the center, that is where the Father resides, will there be souls that have developed and received Father's grace, that is to go to the White Jade Palace, even though the golden immortals accompany and protect with more grace. But if it is not purified much, it will still have to be far away, weak, trembling with fear, unable to lift its head because of the Father's terrifying brilliant light. In short, the Father is a block of infinite boundless electric light. The intense movements of the palaces and realms from the turbid to the pure, from heavy to light, from dark to bright, are all different frequencies of the Father. These palaces and realms are maintained and lived thanks to the source of the force supplied from the center of the universe. It can be said that the life force of the universe is emitted there, my children. Father, I have heard that the Jade Emperor is in the middle heaven realm, lower than the Nirvana realm. We thought the Jade Emperor was a local immortal, which means lower than Buddha, but since you appeared in the Vo-V sect, you have let your brothers witness many transcendent things and helped us. You have opened your mind a lot, and you have also received Duyan Fuck New with a new and profound problem that no scripture has ever mentioned. Thanks to that, we know that when we return to Buddha, we must evolve back to Father. However, we still wonder why Father is in the middle heaven realm, which is lower than the Buddha realm. Father, most Buddhists as well as those of the Vo-V sect have always imagined that God is the king in the heavens lower than the Buddha realm. In reality, the kings in the heavens are just the TNV emperors that Father created to rule over. You must know that everything in the universe is controlled by Father. To arrange all the Chin worlds from low to high, Father must be present in many different forms to take care of the evolution of his little spirits in those realms. But you and the systems that organize and manage his work are truly extremely great, extremely sophisticated, and beyond description. You, the common people, cannot imagine it. So Father said that he is the producer of the Kim troupe, the composer, the alchemist, the director, the actor, and so on. Therefore Father is present in all palaces and realms with all roles, from low to high, from king to mandarin. To the soldier Van, if you ask why I am in the middle heaven realm, which is lower than the Buddha realm, I will let you know that I am in the middle heaven realm. As I am, the center of the universe is the place that provides the source of energy to move the great machine of the universe. My child, I am lower than the Nirvana realm, but see and have all the states of all the realms from the extreme turbidity to the extreme purity. Therefore the Nirvana realm is a component within the great essence of God, and this realm is nourished by him with his will and divine power, so that you can easily imagine it. Look back at the essence of TC, the small universe that you are ruling over. Is it true that you are the little spirit, that is, the spirit of your Father, the Master who holds the power to govern the entire small universe? And is it true that the Master or the true spirit that is ruling in the heart of the essence belongs to the middle heaven of the small universe that you are looking after? Do you see that the soul of your essence is not in a high position of the essence, but it operates all the activities of the entire machine? So before it seemed like you, the V sect, all made it seem that your Father was in a lower realm. Buddha should not be equal to Buddha. When Father appeared in the Vo-V sect, there was a child who asked Father, "Is God bigger than Buddha or smaller than Buddha?" Father answered, "God is smaller than Buddha, equal to Buddha, but bigger than Buddha. God, demons, and earth are animals, humans, saints, and immortals, Buddha and Buddha's father. So when you reach Buddha, you still have to go, you have to advance to the throne of God. What is Buddha really? Do you know? Buddha is the pure nature, the bright nature of the universe. But Buddha is not yet the true enlightenment because Buddha is only nirvana, a block of purity and a block of light, of being wiser. But Buddha is not wiser because Buddha is not yet the truth. Buddha has not yet fully attained the nature of the complete truth, because truth must have both purity and impurity. Buddha has left the impurity. Buddha no longer wants impurity, no longer does impurity, no longer endures the state of evil impurity. So that means Buddha is not yet omnipotent, omniscient, and has not yet truly known compassion, wisdom, and courage. That is true, my children. Buddha has left the impurity, no longer wants impurity, no longer does impurity. Then it cannot be considered omnipotent, omniscient, yet can be considered omnipotent. Omniscient, yet can be considered omnipotent. Omniscient, yet can be considered omniscient, omnipotent. Omniscient yet can be considered omniscient, omniscient yet can be considered omniscient, omniscient yet can be considered omniscient, omniscient. Omnis from great compassion to endure even the state of evil and turbidity, the dark mind of the ox and the ignorant to endure suffering and hardship, to become even a devil to effectively support the constant evolution of the universe. That is not enough compassion and courage. But if compassion and courage are lacking, then the Buddha's wisdom cannot be opened to the right level. The Buddha only likes the pure, does not like the turbid, only likes the light but criticizes the dark, which is also delusion. Surely not yet. Truly, non-action is not truly harmonious, not truly in all states of emptiness, so it cannot reach emptiness, my child. Therefore the Buddha must learn more to be omnipotent and fully enlightened, and truly know compassion and wisdom. That is the complete courage, my child. Therefore the Buddha has great compassion, great wisdom, and great courage with us, but still lacks compassion and wisdom in front of the truth, that is, the ultimate truth. That is the reason why the Buddha declared in the Dharma Protector Vimalakirti that even after becoming a Buddha, he still does not abandon the Bodhisattva path. You children will ask that the Buddha learned the lesson of impurity when he was still ignorant and already knew it. He progressed from impurity to purity. Why does he have to learn it again now? Why is this? I will explain to you clearly. Here, the Buddha learned the lesson of impurity, and knew the impurity with the ignorant mind. The dark mind, then, the Buddha had to abandon it, and leave it to progress to purity, clarity, and purity. And still not going anywhere. You are not the truth yet, because the truth must have light, darkness, purity, and impurity at the same time. So if Buddha wants to evolve further, to reach the complete truth, to fully attain the nature of truth, Buddha must return to impurity to evolve further. But this time there is a degree of brightness. Buddha will return to impurity with a clear will, seeing the slippage, seeing the impurity with wisdom, going into impurity but proactively tasting the impurity. Enduring the impurity is not because of ignorance, because of compassion, wisdom, and courage. That is what you do. So the further down the impurity, the more pure. The more you venture into the dark places, the heavier, the brighter and lighter it becomes, and the more wisdom and courage develop until infinity, until the Buddha can realize purity and impurity at the same time, until the light vibrates and becomes one in all states from impurity to purity. From darkness to clarity, that is, he has returned to the truth, achieved all the essence of truth, unified with the great spiritual body of the universe, and is in the position of God. Only then can the Buddha truly merge into nothingness. Therefore, when a soul from the heavy and impure realm returns to the pure and clear realm, if it is fond of the scene of nirvana, clings to and enjoys the scene of purity and peace, but stop thinking there and don't listen anymore. That is also delusion. That is the karma of Buddha's greed and ignorance. Fond of the pure, bright, peaceful state, but sitting there forever without worrying about evolution, causing obstacles to its progress. Going against the evolutionary law of the universe, that is also wrong, a sin of the Buddha level. So you should remember that the truth cannot be thought of. It must always be mobile. It can only be eternally unchanging. If you want to be in a state of true rest and true enjoyment, you must work constantly. That is the truth, my children. Therefore, when you reach nirvana, you can only enjoy pure peace, happiness, but not yet enjoying the state of extreme purity, extreme peace, to taste the ultimate happiness, the infinite, magical, and boundless happiness, my children. Know that only when in extreme motion can one enjoy extreme purity, when in all states at the same time, impure, pure, hellish, etc., can one fully enjoy all the beauty, all the immense pleasures. To the end, my children, this is the first time in the history of human philosophy that we have heard you preach such new and transcendental thoughts about the nature of greed, anger, ignorance, desire, etc. of human beings that most people, as the philosophical doctrines in the world are still at a standstill. This is also the first time in thousands of years of hesitation that we have learned that Buddha still had to go to school to learn about Buddha's wisdom, and have heard you analyze the karma of greed, anger, and delusion, and the sins of Buddha. These are truly profound things that in human history no one has ever dared to say like you. This will certainly cause a stir in history before the world. Up until now, we thought that Buddha had eliminated all greed, anger, delusion, and desire. Buddha is a great enlightened being who has attained nirvana, which means he has reached perfection and has arrived. But in the sutra, when asked to become a Buddha, then what else can we do? The Buddha taught that even after becoming a Buddha, we still do not abandon the bodhisattva path. This has made us extremely confused. Until now, when we heard you explain clearly, we have been able to partially resolve our doubts. We have harbored evil for so many years. Dear Father, I, the Buddha, am the one who is enlightened before humans, but I am still ignorant before the ultimate truth. I, the Buddha, am not yet fully enlightened. The Buddha's knowledge is truly great, but the Buddha has not yet known everything, and the Buddha still has to learn more to reach that position of enlightenment. And then, if you think that innovating to reach nirvana is complete, I have arrived, so Father, try to ask me if the truth has limits, then I must answer that the truth is limitless. Then why do we reach nirvana and then stop going anymore? So, the truth ends at why do you know? So Father just had the opportunity to open our minds to help us understand the truth more. That is just a brief description for you to understand through the evolution of the Buddha level according to the language and level that you can reach. But this is so profound here. Father just briefly tells us a little bit to give us a little idea to have a broader view of the truth. Father cannot yet teach you like Father has taught. Buddha level, temporarily called the truth of no transmigration, but your level cannot understand it. Hearing it is confusing and chaotic, and it ruins the transcendent teachings that I often teach at a low level, but I teach them to you according to your limited level. You are not sure if you understand the truth of no transmigration. I teach it only for the Buddha level, right? Now you still have to struggle to trace each step from impure to pure, the karma of greed, anger, and delusion, etc. And the sins of Buddha are what you still have to try day and night to cultivate and learn to attain. What do I hope? You children, if you can get there, help me reach the pure and bright realm of nirvana. That is already very good, because by reaching that station you are already close to truly recognizing the entire face of truth. Therefore I will only briefly tell you a little bit to clear up the comparison between God and Buddha, so that you can experience and learn with VOV and HV at the same time about many truly sublime and extraordinary things that countless Buddhas have not had the opportunity to experience, and understand the event of teaching Vo Thua to the Buddha level in the world. Jiang entering the silver cloud period is truly an unprecedented phenomenon in history, and this extraordinary event happened thanks to a rare opportunity because the Father unexpectedly chose a soul with a worthy cultivation and attainment at the level of reaching the truth to be able to preach the infinitely. Thanks to that, the divine light stream that the Father from the pure realm promulgated to the mundane world has shown the clear and wise nature of high gi in the teachings for the Buddha level without being affected by distortion or error, thanks to the profound understanding of that mortal body, my children, and the soul. This golden body has been confirmed by the Father to have enough qualifications to receive the teachings of the Father to the highly evolved beings in the later world of the existent one when the Father actually appears. The Father will transfer special opportunities for many highly evolved beings in different places to come and learn from the golden body, in short, to show you that everything is just the law of evolution, because evolution is for the goal of eternal evolution to achieve that eternal existence. You all must constantly move and evolve. Hell on earth, nirvana, etc. are just evolutionary stations present on the journey of learning of the little soul to contribute. For it, the first is the Tranjiang station, an environment where the meeting and the confrontation between the two forces of Tan Truoc take place most intensely and enthusiastically, my children. That is the most vivid evolutionary field of the universe, which has provided countless events for the little soul to experience and learn from the key issues in material and spiritual life that people have to work hard to solve, and the developments surrounding it from the world of literature, economics, politics, science, progress in material civilization, spiritual issues, sources of philosophy, religion, different doctrines, and the fluctuations of life. The joys and sorrows of human life, the pleasures of Tranjiang, are accompanied by tragic tragedies, bloody scenes, tears of war, killing, natural disasters, and the constant uncertainties that threaten the short human life of fighting against destruction. All of these are just opportunities to give people to their little souls. Ask to know all of its natures and learn to constantly evolve those natures so that it can always evolve. Therefore, the little soul Tu Tan Tien went down to learn from the past to learn Tan, then learn Tan and the past at the same time until reaching the truth about to the throne of God. When you have achieved the truth, return to the source, merged into nothingness. Have you stopped thinking yet, my child? Are you still going? Yes, my child, because truth cannot stop, it must go. It must always move, it can only survive. Eternal and immutable truth is a boundless circle that revolves around it forever, always looking at it, living with it, learning, finding and knowing it forever, so that it will never lose it, my children. That's why God must learn about God forever, learning by dividing the little soul to go down. So there are people who think that going forever. It was extremely difficult to get back to the place where God was, then he left again. It was really boring. It was not boring, my child. God kept going, but he was still in the same place. He kept going, but it was as if he was not going, my child. And then, thanks to my father's constant work, I always enjoyed pleasure in this universe. No one worked as hard as my father. I did everything. I worked to the point where it was as if I was not doing anything. I always rested and was happy because my father was extremely active, so he became extremely pure. These states, my child, you must be my father to experience them to understand. Listening to what my father said, you cannot understand so. When I returned to the throne of God in the position of God, I again craved and saw the urgent need to learn to evolve, and I again incarnated as small spirits to go to school. Going to school is definitely indispensable, because this is the instinct to strive for survival of the truth, and also the meaning of happiness, the boundless pleasure that adorns eternal life. Dear Father, I do not have the title of Duck Kth. Please explain to me clearly. Duck Kim then is the title you gave when you certified this Lin Tu. The word Kim then you use here is Hu Mang Kim Kang, a physical body. Refined so that it is no longer corrupted. This Lin Tu still has the title of Duck He Mang K. This LH still belongs to the red world because Father still needs it. Tran. When Father sees that he no longer needs it, he will use his power to refine it into Bat Hoai. This is an unbelievable phenomenon but completely true in the TH century, that Tranjiang will have the opportunity to witness later. The decision to choose the body of this Lin Tu as Father's golden body is an important and unexpected decision of the Emperor before the present TNG. The result is that Lin clearly knows the story but can briefly explain it to you so that you can understand. That is because, when the Father received the grace to borrow the soul body, this spirit suddenly attained enlightenment to the supreme path and reached the truth in extremely strange circumstances. God was amazed and delighted and decided to suddenly confirm this spirit. He bestowed the blessing for this spirit's body to become an indestructible golden body in the future, and gave this spirit the mission to replace the Father in the physical world to guide people to enter the era of holiness. When the Father appears to work, the Father will have to gradually let the world know about this rare and unusual phenomenon. So from now on, my children, will have the opportunity to know that Father Hua Duck Kim is close to a special image of the Jade Emperor in Tranjiang at the end of the TH century. Father will live as a Tranjiang person. Father will wear a lay robe and not give out a religious robe. This is to teach you to break away from appearances and go straight into your hearts. You have practiced the two robe, a form of external cultivation, but have not yet cultivated your hearts. So this time, Father will appear to teach you to break away from delusion and attachment. Father will use an external form completely like a Tran person, having a truly Tran way of life, but escaping the Tran through Duck. Father's body wants to come to the world with a new and strange appearance, both earthly and supernatural, with a manner that is both turbid and pure at the same time. to express the different lines in the truth, to open the minds of humanity to understand more about God in the second half of the century before the end of the world, my children. Father, these past few days we have heard that you have gone into hiding. We have tried every way to get here to see you off and to listen to your precious teachings. Thanks to the opportunity that you are about to leave, we have had the lucky opportunity to come here to meet you. Please let us know, why did you come to earth to have to go to high-end, Father? I came to earth before the time thanks to choosing a good body that pleased you. But you had to go into hiding because the time had not come yet, my child. Because this curtain is a curtain of impurity that works according to the will of heaven. So you should have hidden yourself when you came to earth until you really appeared and no one knew you. But the reason why the Vovi sect was able to know you was because one of your brothers with a certain level of enlightenment had the opportunity to suddenly meet you in the world, also because of this blessing, so from before. Until now I have opened the door a little to bless you all. Now is the time for the light to be covered up so that the darkness can move freely. Therefore I must retreat into seclusion. I truly let the turbid masses run rampant and test you according to the evolutionary law of the universe. You will see that after I leave, you will be tested and cursed. Every child will fail the test according to their karma. If they cannot stay in the temple and let their minds go out into the outside world, they will surely be in chaos and madness. Whoever is wise and knows how to keep the temple, be diligent and practice and keep their mouths a little. It is said that if you concentrate your mind on reciting Buddha's name, or always reciting your father's name, you will reduce suffering or avoid troubles that come to test you. On the contrary, if you do not control your thoughts and talk too much, you will inevitably be polluted with many impurities, which will cause your mind to be agitated and bring troubles that will come to test you. Suffering will come to test you, and the layer of impurities will become thicker and thicker. In a few days you will see that after your father leaves you will fail all tests in both spiritual and worldly aspects, and then there will be a phenomenon of brothers and sisters being divided, jealous, envious, alienating, speaking ill of each other, or forming factions and sects. Gathering 3 people to gossip and talk about the whole thing in the direction of how to get to that point. There is also a phenomenon of spreading false news. Rumors are made up about Father, to insuit Father and hide that Father will go into hiding and will no longer announce anything outside. But then there are still people who will make up news about Father. They declare this. Father will act that, or fabricate many things about Father to cause a stir in public opinion, causing discouragement and loss of faith, sowing confusion among the masses, creating chaos for the religion. There is also a phenomenon of spreading false news. Rumors are made up about Father. To insuit the Father, hiding that the Father will go into hiding, will no longer send messages and declare anything to the outside world. But then there will still be people who will speculate that the Father will declare this, act that, or make up many things about the Father to cause a stir in the D-list, causing discouragement, loss of faith, joy, and chaos for the Church. That will certainly happen, it is inevitable, when the masses in the coming days, as well as at this time, there will be children who come here to pay homage to the Father, listen to the Father's sermons, and know how to respect the Father. But then a few days after the Father leaves among the children present here will also have to suffer so that Father can speak ill of Father, insuit Father, and slander Father in every way for this reason or that reason. That matter must certainly come to this. God must be brought down so that the devil can ascend to the throne. This is the time for Father to bear the suffering and deliver the cross of the Tran world through Duck Kim, personally accepting the suffering of Tranjiang to save more of the roots of death. Father will suffer all of it because this is Father's virtue. And also Father wants to transfer to Duck Kim the teachings of Father to complete Father's virtue with the position of this L child as Father has shown, and pity those children who do not know how to control themselves, cannot stay still. Let their minds be disturbed, say bad things, harm themselves and others, create karma and cause Chu to cause trouble. They stumble and delay their way back. What will come, as their Father always said. For those children who listen and know how to control themselves, then be blessed and they will suffer less later when God appears to truly do the work. They will respond appropriately. All questions, all criticisms, all insults, I will send you my love. With real events people will understand. Just these past few days, Father has sent hundreds of thousands of people from all over the world to come here by all means to meet Father in a few moments just before Father left. Father appeared in us like a flash of light in the dense darkness to bestow upon us a blessing from Emperor Nhu. That in that moment Father opened new horizons for us to learn from each other, to finally reach the infinite knowledge of boundless truth. Just now Father also intentionally brought his supreme level of compassion to open the way, progress for you so that you have more ideas about the truth about God, to understand a little more about the law of evolution of the universe, and the great problems that most of humanity, because of ignorance, have reached a dead end, not recognizing the meanings of human life, and then condemning its absurdity and emptiness a little more, to have a clearer idea of your great pilgrimage, to understand who you really are. Where did you come from? What are you here to do? And where must you return? So you will be more aware of the fate of going to school to evolve that you are carrying, unconsciously, through the different lives of the profound and different on your journey. And also like that, you will know how to recognize more the nature of greed, anger, ignorance, etc., which is indestructible, expressed through different colors and directions from evil to good, from impure to pure, so that you will know how to let go of it and move forward. Don't let it be a heavy burden on you, causing you to sink into the dungeon of ignorance forever, unable to progress, and must at some point be eliminated by the constant movement of the wheel of evolution. However, what I having the opportunity to tell you is just expressing the supernatural in a way that your level of understanding can encompass, and then your level of understanding is limited, and reason is limited. Therefore, it is impossible to use a limited language in a limited time to speak with a limited level of understanding about the limitlessness of infinite truth, my children. Therefore, what I say is not the truth. It is just a crude and clumsy way of expressing some aspects of the countless aspects of truth. Because truth cannot be expressed, it is impossible to discuss it, my children. I will only temporarily sketch out some of the major lines in the truth to guide you. Progressing like that, you should remember the lines I have drawn. It is if just an illusion. You must know how to ask yours if to be mindful of it. Then you will understand, because you all know that it is not possible to just look at the city of Paris on the map to know it. Maybe you are the ones who must be like your body. If you live with it, be mindful of it, then you will truly know it. Today, before I say goodbye, I have the opportunity to remind you to shine in each of you the light of heaven that each of you has. Ready, my children. Please be careful so that it will become brighter and brighter with the 3 forces and 4 forces, my children. Please be careful so that the light of heaven will be weak and will burn out soon and will not be able to go in time, my children. Please give grace to all of you.